up and ready to get scored. I'm gonna get hit hard, it's just sacrificing. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here. No games, I'm ready to take names with the left and the right. They flip mold to crisis. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Yeah, 'cause the champ is here.
to the devil. Dance 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 to the devil. Step out from yourself. Open your inner eye. Show me who you really are. I won't be surprised. Let them beat for you. No longer dead inside. Tell them this is not the end, and you've just seen the light. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil. Dance to the devil, dance to the devil.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Filthy dirty. Filthy dirty. Let's get nasty. Let's get nasty. Filthy dirt.
Untitled. We are going live with VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are almost ready to head over to the stage. The players are waiting backstage to enter. So let's head right over to the stage for VCT Pacific 2023.
Foxy in a very poor tradition, and Foxy obliterates!
For DRX, cutting out to the side, gonna get the clean up.
It's not, we got the Jets coming in immediately into Boathouse, Bunkai. All right, it looks like this is gonna be the round here for Paper-X. They finally got that first win. Got RB scrambling over here. And the spike, Mako gets one.
One beat coming through, gets the first, can he find the second? He's got it!
Unreal! And now we've got something on the move in here. Takes out two.
We're on RB with the buck.
Yeah, but that's gonna be it, a short round. Can Mako clutch this out? He gets one,
God.
he gets one.
Oh my
God! DRX goes 2-0 against Paper-X.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with VCT Pacific 2023. All right, well, let's see if they're ready for this match. Can RQ get their second win? And Team Secret, can they get back onto a win streak? Let's find out here in match number 2 for tonight. Right next to Team. Oh my God, they're getting a punch!
They fight back.
Dead on Secret. They're about to lose another. It's the turnaround here.
Yeah. Jeremy gonna go with the res on the bash. Oh, hold on. QG's gonna go with the defuse. They do stop him in the last possible second.
And they're taking their time. Now, there is a nano swarm there. Still, they didn't.
Jesse Bash, and then no one else. 7-4 as we go into the final round of
Flash and pop out.
Oh, another whip shot. Team Secret just has the better gunplay, and it's gonna be 9-6 here. Jeremy's gonna come through here with a nade. Bookbot around the other side. He's taken out there by Flip. This is doable. This will be very difficult, but this is doable. But no! RRQ wins 13-7, 2-0 over Team Secret.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat and welcome to the Filipino broadcast of VCT Pacific 2023. I'm Rebixco, your panel host for today, and together with me on the panel is Juicy Brucey and Raph. So, today, may dalawang series tayo, which is T1 versus Gen.G and Zeta Division versus Detonation FocusMe. Pero bago ang lahat, pag-usapan muna natin ang mga nangyari kahapon.
Bago, luma.
Luma.
Sabi niya, bago ang lahat, luma naman.
Luma.
Is that not making sense?
Variation.
I think it's not making sense.
Hindi, wala talaga, Bruce.
Wala talaga.
Well, anyway, yung first, recap muna tayo. So yung first series natin yesterday, naglaban yung mga mag-X, si DRX and PRX. So, nag-close out ng 2-0 in favor of DRX. And by X's, I mean that these two rosters have a long-running history. Pero dito muna tayo sa standings. DRX is still our front runner in our standings here sa VCT Pacific. Nasa taas sila ng leaderboard 4-0 still. They haven't dropped a single map and moving a little bit forward or a little bit backward in our ladder from their top 3 spot yesterday is PRX. And we also have Team Secret and RRQ. Bale, nag-swap lang sila ng position because of a difference of rounds. Both of these teams sitting at 2-2. So, not too much movement in our standings after yesterday. Pero ngayon, we will be seeing a lot of movement because 3 of our top 4 teams yesterday ang maglalaban today, and that will definitely be shuffling things around. So we have Gen.G, T1, and Zeta with DFM at the bottom still. So if they bag a win today, this will really, really shuffle our standings. So going into that, going back to yesterday, bakit sa tingin nyo na, DRX and PRX have had a long-running history, even as Vision Strikers, Masters Berlin, Reykjavik. This is 4-0 now dito sa history nila. So, why do you think DRX continues to dominate this team?
Well, simple naman eh. I mean, it's...
Yung sinabi mo kahapon, di ba?
Sinabi ko kahapon.
DRX good, Paper X?
More to come.
Oh, diba?
But
More
like
to
if we are
come.
going to look at power rankings here, if we are just going to look at in a micro level, PRX they're like top 1 for APAC, diba? If if that's one way to put it. Pero like since APAC part of Pacific, DRX sila pa rin yung crowns doon eh. Like when you say like the rivalry between them, it's more like sino ba talaga yung tunay na top 1 if we are going to look at it in a bigger scale. And of course DRX by the book kind of thing. Sometimes if they say can't beat them, join them, it's like going into a system and yun yung capabilities ng DRX, always in a system. Like, as Rap was explaining kahapon, PRX, they have this, W forward, if that was your wording, right?
W
The
key.
W key forward. And, sometimes if the system works, it's always bound to work. Kaya, that's how I see things.
Grabe naman si Bruce.
Wow.
Is a man about working things.
words.
Basta as long as it works, it works.
It
diba?
works.
Pero yun nga, tingin ko yung pinakamalaking diferensya ng DRX at PaperX is yung mga bagong addition nila. It makes a lot of sense for Foxy9 to come into DRX just because they need that extra, I guess, all-star personality. Kahit malakas naman yung individual players ng DRX, medyo sobrang sila, like sobrang by the book that they will never go out of it. Meanwhile, Foxy9, he'll sometimes say na, sige, I'll do it my way. May Tagalog si Foxy, sige.
Oh, Tagalog pala yun si Foxy.
Tagalog si Foxy?
First time ko lang alam yan, Rafa.
Wow!
no. But anyway, so on the side of PaperX din, yung slot in nila kay it's something, diba? Like, they put him in Benkai's place, which is a bigger trade-off than it is actually like an improvement. Kasi yun nga, Benkai is kind of like the heart and soul of the team.
Exactly.
He provides a lot of the common. Kung nandun si Benkai, medyo mas clear yung mga objectives ng PaperX on how to adjust during the mid-round. But again, they swap that out for something who's super confident, super great at what he does, pero it completely changes the dynamic of everybody on the team.
I
Just
think-
add lang, no? Game 2, they even removed Benkai out of the
Yun
game.
nga.
Yeah,
that
I'm-
was, God, why? Why?
I mean, like, looking at the way that PRX played yesterday, we saw they did have Benkai in the first game, but, when they moved on to Split, they didn't have Jing, in a sense, and I really feel like that additional pushing power is kind of what they needed there, and I think they realized that, but I don't know, taking out anyone from PRX just seems kind of wrong, but at the same sense, it's great that they're incorporating something. And how did you guys feel about yung trio nila ni Forsaken, Jing, and something without Benkai, and I think Devai now calling the shots instead?
Walang something done. I mean, something was there, but there was nothing to it. I mean, in a sense, kasi it's all about you're taking away the comfort of the players kung paano sila maglaro. I mean, we've always been saying this na parang Jing and Forsaken sila yung, it's either Jing going for the playstyles, Forsaken to follow along. Nawala yung combo na yun kasi they have to keep adjusting their roles. It just didn't feel good for the team. And maybe something, PRX, more to come. Maybe they'll fix their papers together going into the next week. Wow, fix their papers. Oh, ano pala sila, mga accountant.
Grabe yung
naman.
wordplay.
PRX kasi, paper. They did not agree.
No. Pero yun nga, tingin ko sobrang fragile yung balance ng PaperX. Kasi yung chemistry na developed throughout 2 years of playing with each other, kahit present yung Jing plus Forsaken combo.
Yeah.
Kasi wala si Benkai, there's no balance to it. It just becomes overtuned into fighting because they're not necessarily lacking in the confidence. And other than that, yung adjustment speed sa DRX on that ascent map was something else entirely. Sobrang ganda ng preparation nila at yung mga anti-strat nila. They didn't go for that normal take towards, I think it was tree. Typically, they smoke off tiles tapos may presence sila sa mid. That was not present at all. They really were looking to disorient that super hard-hitting PaperX style.
I agree, and I mean, I think we definitely saw that DRX definitely came into that map, a lot more prepared than PRX did. But moving on to the other side, let's talk about Team Secret and RRQ. So I believe it's not, I think a lot of people can agree with me here that Team Secret was, I think, the team that was favored to win this match yesterday. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Bill and Taylor na Pinoy naman ang nanalo, but it was RRQ 2-0 against Team Secret. So, considering na nagtuto-toto yung dalawang teams na to, how do you think these two played in the series we saw yesterday, especially considering the newer RRQ?
How do I explain this in a way na parang hindi siya masakit pakinggan for us
Sabihin
fans?
mo na lang.
Sabihin ko na
The
lang.
hard
I think
truth.
The hard truth. RQ was just better that day. I mean, that's just the way to put it. Na parang, I mean, they've crossed their paths for like the longest time, tong mga players on these teams, and technically it's just downloaded the way games have been. I mean, alam naman natin, Secret, Icebox, that's their map, RRQ, they just know what they did, and you know, like the meta na ginamit ng RRQ going to that match, mas, ano, like, it's just much more improved, and the one that fits yung gameplay ngayon. So RRQ just did a better job at the end.
Tama, mas updated yung composition ng RRQ. Lalo na nagha-harbor sila.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, harbor is, just to go back on that first series, something that PaperX somewhat innovated in the grand scheme of things. Pero yun nga, sayang yung PaperX. Damay pa yung paychems ko. Pero, moving on to this, I'm glad that we put Elmi more in the spotlight kasi siya yung mga problem players ng Team Secret. They never really dealt with him properly kung, kahit nasa Onyx pa siya dati. And again, for all the fans that have really, really strictly followed Team Secret sobrang lakas nila against international competition. Pero yung mga kryptonite nila, yung weaknesses talaga. The Indonesian playstyle plus the Pinoy playstyle. And you combine that, you get RQ. And again, everything just kind of adds up, right? Medyo comfort pick yung Sage sa Icebox, pero again, what is comfort when it's kind of behind on the meta?
True, and I agree with that because, you know, they are comfortable, and I feel like that's also something that they, you know, I think our RQ kind of expected this, and I feel like we talked about it in the interview na this was kind of like PRX already kind of, they knew what to expect from Team Secret, and it was a lot easier for them to adapt. Let's just say na parang they got the read a lot better, very clear read on Team Secret. Pero moving on, you know, speaking of things to read, let's talk about our sponsor for today, which is Grab.
Wow.
So you don't have to read this because I will be telling it to you for you. So if you want to watch your favorite VCT teams live during the championships in Seoul, Korea, you can join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge by scanning this QR code here in the bottom right corner of your screen. With the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win VALORANT player cards, gun buddies, sprays, and more, plus the chance to get a fully paid trip to Seoul, Korea to watch the championships live.
What?
You can even get an exclusive backstage access to meet your favorite players and casters. All you need to do is subscribe to Grab Unlimited, and don't worry, the first month is absolutely free. Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every single store, and you can get up to 10 raffle tickets just by completing 5 Grab food entries. So, what are you waiting for? Try your chances, and baka ikaw mismo ang mapadala ng Grab sa VCT Pacific Championships.
Alright, and of course, don't forget, remember to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. It's Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube.
Special thanks to our sponsors Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible.
Wow!
Wow. Anyway, moving on to today, we have some exciting matches between 3 of our top 4 in our current VCT Pacific standings. Ang mga series natin ngayon ay proving grounds ng South Korea at Japan. So, first off, we have T1 versus Gen.G and Zeta Division versus Detonation FocusMe, at maglalaban sila para malaman kung sino ang stronger firepower of their respective regions. So, focusing muna dito sa Series 1 natin, which is T1 versus Gen.G, how do you think these two are looking so far into VCT Pacific? We've seen them performing for 3 weeks already, ranking very highly on our leaderboards. Given na magkatabi sila ng rankings, how do you think it's gonna play out today?
Well, before anything else, let's Korea to eh. So, it's so hard to say this, but like the winning team could like solidify na sila yung sunod ng DRX. I mean, you know, I'm
gonna say something else.
I'm gonna put it like that right away. Just basing on numbers, however, though, I mean, it's with Gen.G looking at the most balance. I was looking at their performance from week 1 to week 3. Just by numbers alone on average scores, either attacker or defender. It's T1 who's very, so far in this tournament, they're very defender-sided. You know, mostly yung results ng games na when it comes to average scores in all the games they played in the 3 weeks, going sana more numbers to come in this 4th week. But then, you know, in the results, they're a defender-sided team. But if we look at Gen.G, from being attacker and defender, it's 6-6 in average yung mga final scores nila going into those both sides. So parang kita natin dito, Gen.G a lot more balanced, a lot more, parang every time they go into a game, put it attacker or defender, they will pull off something.
And I like that you bring that up. Between these two teams, you're welcome. Gen.G and T1, siguro mas traditional playstyle yung Gen.G in terms of, I guess, the Korean scene of Valorant. I mean, They have the structure. Pero I think what makes them unique is the pairing of Meteor and King. Again, we talked about how, again, the gold standard of Korean teams being DRX is super strict and parang malaki talaga yung respeto nila sa playbook, sa textbook play. King and Meteor, they have the tendency to just kind of go into it and flex their ability to duel. But as I talk about that, I think T1 is actually the more wild of all the Korean teams. They kind of play like an NA team, honestly. Kung siguro on a more, I guess, concrete comparison point, kung sobrang set play yung DRX at Gen.G, yung T1, they kind of just want to take the space. We dominate through the trades. Kung may mahanap sila na pick, okay. If they don't, they kind of just back out to the default, try to position themselves into, I guess, something a little more successful. Pero minsan, gusto lang din nila mag-WK ng WK. But again, like I said, they do have the capacity to do that.
Exactly. And I mean, like, just, to add on what you said, T1, again, they came from NA. They really feel to be bringing that NA playstyle here in the APAC region. And I think, that's kind of what brings that. I think that's what brings them success, especially because APAC regions, again, they scrim against each other quite often. But these guys are kind of a little bit of a wild card. Although, to be expected yung playstyle nila, it's still something that you don't really 100% expect. And going against a team like Gen.G in a very fundamentally, a lot of mastery over fundamentals, this would be a really interesting matchup between these two. Pero going into VCT Pacific, they are performing really good against the rest of the region. But again, coming back to Korea and the Korean playstyle, I kind of a little bit ahead in the predictions here, just a personal one. I'm kind of looking confident here for Gen.G. But going on to T1 here, we had Munchkin has, the support player. He has been doing so well for himself. I think we've seen him have a few multi-kills here, especially the 4K against Global Esports recently. And I'm expecting to see a lot more from here because, the highlight has been on Saya player, Carpe a lot. And, I just want to highlight this player because I just feel like he's been bringing a lot of impact to the team.
Yep, that's true. And, just adding to the idea na parang players, they pop off every now and then. Na parang, parang mas maganda siya if you think about it for players. Because if you are a player, then you're like, oh, yung team ko, one of my members, they're really doing well. And then, it just drives you as well as a player to perform as much. Kinda reminds me of the player RB na sometimes, yeah, he's not the operator, but I'm talking about another player here from another team. But like RB, I've been looking up into this guy ever since lock-in na parang ginagawa niya. Okay, I'm not really supposed to do as much frags as I can, pero he still performs. Only goes to show a testament to players na parang sometimes it's just my time to shine. That's how they've been doing it so far.
That's true. And I think this head-to-head is really, really interesting. Kasi kung tingnan mo si King, siya yung frontline talaga. Pero yung numbers ni Munchkin, kahit support player siya, sobrang similar ng ACS nila. Which is something you don't see very often because when you think about support, they're usually fourth in and then kind of like an auxiliary anti-flank. Pero si Munchkin gusto din niya mag-engage ng mga gunfights and he's doing it super, super well. King, on the other hand, once again, is the proverbial spear of Gen.G. And just to kind of go back into lock-in, sobrang ganda ng performance niya against, I believe this was Loud, who is touted to be one of the most mechanically dangerous teams kasi nandun si Aspas. Pero we put the focus back on these two and I think we're gonna have fireworks in front of us.
I like that.
You
I like that a lot.
I mean,
Fire. A show of fire. Yeah, a show of fire.
Is it a movie?
A fireworks show.
Is it a movie?
Sounds like a movie.
Well, going back to our head-to-head, these are two Sentinel controllers, if you may. And yeah, we did see Munchkin. He's a very tried and true player. And, King, isa siya sa mga Week 3 MVPs natin. And not just a Sentinel that sits on sites, just like you said, but one that can definitely frag. Both of these players can definitely frag up for their teams. I believe, they ranked top 2 and 3 last week in Week 3. So these two get highlighted a lot for the things they bring to the team. And I'm really curious to see these two players, very similar players, in terms of what they bring to the team and how they go into this match, head-to-head. Pero, ayun, moving on, dito tayo sa predictions natin. I think yesterday, I think you guys went for PRX, right? In the first match, and I went DRX. So
yes,
today, going to our Korean teams, what are our predictions?
I'm going Gen.G just by numbers alone. Balanced people. I mean, the balance is there. Gen.G.
Okay, Raph?
Short answer, ha? Well, tingin ko,
So, mahabaan
Gen.G
ko ba?
Sige daw.
Okay.
Sige, mamaya na lang. Kasi ako pa yung tinanong para sa prediction
Oo
ko.
nga eh.
Sige. Kalma lang. Sorry. Anyway, I'm going with Gen.G kasi tingin ko nawala na yung surprise factor ng T1. Yun nga, at the start of the season, parang T1 talaga yung anomaly ng Korea na they go for that hyper-aggressive playstyle that really pivots on fights compared to something like Gen.G, like DRX, like old Vision Strikers where it's all about that utility shuffle. So, I guess na-spoil na yung pick mo. I guess this is a unanimous Gen.G panel, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to go off of what you said, I still find T1 to kind of be that kind of a coin toss. They can have really, really good days, and then they can also have days where they're not their best. But I'm going to have to say, just on what we've seen alone, I'm going to have to go for Gen.G as well. So that'll be a 3-0 Gen.G to T1.
Imagine
So,
if mali tayong tatlo.
wala,
Eto
0%.
Eto kasi, my curse talaga yung unanimous panel eh.
Well,
I
that's
don't
true.
think there's been a unanimous panel that succeeded. Parang may ano talaga, something in the air when we talk about something like that.
I mean, Bruce, ikaw dapat yung, the anomaly
Ako
of the
dapat yung
panel.
anomaly dito.
Bakit anomaly ba si Bruce?
Yes.
Anong meron kay Bruce Reby?
Because he's
Wag mo
so
awayin.
good. He's so good. He's special. He can see the future.
O ano?
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
You can see the future?
I can see the
You can see the future.
Alright, you're a magic man.
Yeah, I hope T1 brings some magic here too.
Wow.
Yung prediction mo, Gen.G eh.
Oh, pero
Ala.
ano yun?
Sige.
Yeah, para
Since
exciting
hindi
din
ako
yung match.
Hindi ako nag-breakthrough sa mga predictions ngayon eh. We did a unanimous.
Sige.
By heart na lang yung T1.
Exactly. I mean, okay, going into predictions, since, you know, 3-0 across the board tayo here for Gen.G, what are we feeling? 2-0, 2-1? Because I feel like straight off the bat, these two teams, they're very close in the standings, and, you know, performance-wise, it could be a good T1 day, so I'm gonna have to say 2-1 for this one.
Wow. Game 3, huh?
Gusto, di ba paborito mo yan, Bruce, yung mga game 3?
Ganun mo talaga, I always wish for like the extra
my.
mile eh. Pero like, just
Wow.
by performance alone, Gen.G, parang they do this, you know, they do
Close
their
out.
games. They try to close out as fast because I think that was week number 2. They lost their first game. I believe that was Fracture na, I think 0-4 ba yung score nila on attacking and 4 on defender. It was a really bad week for them. So they wanted to close. I think right now they wanted to be as fast as possible. Kung they find the way to capitalize and just end the game, that's how they want to do it. Siguro if magiging 2-1 to, it's good. If ever magiging 2-1, maybe T1 will take it. Pero if it's gonna be like, you know, a game 1 going to Gen.G, could be Gen.G right away 2-0. That's how I think.
If I just go off the top of my head, tingin ko kung magtutuan pa to, Gen.G talaga. Well, syempre Gen.G yung prediction ko. Pero yung T1, napansin ko hindi sila like they're not built for the marathon. They always kind of have to close it out fast. Otherwise, parang maubusan sila ng stamina. At minsan makita mo sa body language na parang napagod na sila or yun, naubusan ng mga play. Kasi yun nga, sabi ko kanina na sila yung sobrang, I guess they just rely on that brute force. And again, that's 5 all-star players on that team that's so used to doing that. So going against the grain, it does kind of become difficult for them. But I guess we've explained all our points why Gen.G would win, right?
Well, there you have it.
Puso.
Anyway, puso. That's the only answer, puso. Anyway, I think that's it for our pre-show for now. Huwag kayo aalis because we will be going into our Series 1 of today, T1 versus Gen.G. We'll be seeing you after the break.
Uy, may...
Seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Nikki, look at her, she too sedity. I don't want no pity, I really just want to kick her. She litty, I can tell that she witty, and I wonder if she did me cause she finna get out. And Shawty said that I be doing the most. Say she love the diamonds in the chain when it glow. I be doing the bop on these lames on the low. See the rush just insane, change the climate, let it snow. Whoa, pit the gear and drive, then I go. Hop in out the wheel with my guys, that's my bros. Fresher than a pimp when I slide through the door. Shawty said she love the fit, got an eye in me clothes. She say she got a man, but she do not need him. I'm doing all I can, I'm gonna make her leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey, pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Listen here, babe, I know you wanna kick it. Flyer than a lyre, going up just like a ticket. It's a chandelier on my wrist, look at it glisten. We can get it clear. Riding like a Honda Civic. Oh, she really did me, and I wanna pay a visit. She can come and get it if she really want the business. Baby, ain't no stopping once it's popping, just forget it. You know what they say. If it ain't broke, don't dare to fix it. I'm that guy if they asking around. I take them high as they crash in the ground. Up to the sky as they passing me down. Don't need a bribe or a pride, I'm just asking you out. And so she say she got a man, but she do not need him. I wanna give her a chance, I bet she gonna leave him. Just give me the chance, I bet that I can beat him. Look, I got her in a trance, going down in my DM. Hey. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it. Pretty Nikki says she like me cause I'm needy. I can tell she too sedity, but I really want to kick it.
Welcome back sa Week 4, Day 11 ng VCT Pacific 2023 Filipino broadcast. And we are just about to go to stage to meet our players for today. Ito ang first series natin, which is T1 versus Gen.G. These two teams are head-to-head on our leaderboards. And itong series na to is what will break the balance finally and create a lot of shuffling. And, you know, this is, again, a battle of the region. So, ito sa South Korea, Gen.G and T1. It's also to find out who is that next firepower gunning after DRX. So, ayan, meet muna natin yung mga players, yung mga walk-ins nila.
Hello, players. I mean, it's good to see yung mga players nila whenever they do the walk-in. You know, like really, you know, trying to go head-to-head against each other, meeting your opponents. Bago mangyari yung sakuna at the end of the series. I mean, may isang team na matatalo talaga eh. And it's good to look at your opponents at the first try.
Iba talaga no kung may Pinoy sa team kasi sila sobrang formal eh. Tayo may mga hugs,
May hugs, holding hands.
May kulitan basically. Pero dito, I guess it's all business and it's completely understandable kasi yun nga, sinabi mo kanina, yung Gen.G, yung T1, sila yung parang next in line sa DRX. And sinabi mo din kanina na this is where the balance breaks. And I really... Whoa.
He missed.
He missed though, but I
It's
really...
alright. Sana he doesn't miss his shots.
Ay, wow, ang harsh naman ni Reby. Sige,
Whoa,
Reby.
Reby, whoa!
Then,
Ano pa?
he'll hit it.
Sana hindi siya mag-0-15.
Oh no!
Sige. Labas mo lahat. But like I said earlier, it's kind of like the anti-balance versus the super balanced play of Gen.G versus, again, the overtuned fighting style of T1.
That's right. And I mean, you know, just to, you know, about what we saw yesterday sa mga Filipino teams natin, it's very formal here because you know how much they value esports in Korea. It's seen very highly, and it's also nice to see how much they respect esports as a whole. And you know, just to go into our players that we saw just now, Goddead is playing today for Gen.G, so that's going to be really interesting to see. Our players are going into their huddle here, pero here we are. We're going to be going into map picks. Ano yung maps na gusto nating makita?
Well, gusto ko lang makita yung fracture for both teams kasi okay naman yung performance nila, don't get me wrong, pero I'm looking at week 2 for Gen.G and week 3 for T1. The last time they played Fracture, yung dalawang teams na to, it didn't really work out well for both of them. So gusto ko lang makita ko Fracture if ever. Well, DRX, they haven't played Fracture so far in VCT Pacific eh. They've tried their best to avoid the map as well. Isa yun sa mga bans ng DRX. And I just wanted to see more of the Korean play style kung paano ba nila, how do they approach here as, you know, two Korean teams, you know, with the same kind of gameplay. Oh, not granted, T1 hindi masyado because they're kind of different. Pero like how the specific country, how they approach Fracture, that's one of the maps na gusto ko makita in the series.
Yun nga eh, parang sobrang weird na hindi sila nag-perform sa Fracture kasi Fracture is probably our most set play heavy map, and yun nga, Korea is probably one of the most set play heavy regions, so that we would kind of assume that would be the again signature map for said region. Pero I guess another tidbit is I think Goddead was part of that roster that broke the 82-0 or was it 100-0 record of now DRX, previously Vision Strikers. Pero yun nga, I'm not entirely sure how that's going to translate in this matchup. Pretty standard picks, to be honest with you. Parang hindi sila nag-deviate away from that plan that they were really going with the first few weeks of our league, of our circuit. But yeah, the Fracture ban, sabi ni Bruce na parang
it's yung map na ina-avoid ng the specific country. And,
exactly.
As Raph has explained, na parang set heavy nga yung map and what we expect from Korea as, you know, as teams. Pero hindi siya nangyari. Well, sad.
True. And I mean, you know, to add on to set heavy, we did see na T1 picked Ascent and Gen.G picked Haven. So this is also where we see a lot of Korean teams shine because, you know, again, the very heavy strats and clean executes. More, I guess these maps could be the more cleanly executed, the ones with a plan, right? And seeing the decider map being Lotus, it brings a lot of variation. So a very good decider map, I think, coming into this. And, you know, I kind of agreed with Bruce there na I wanted to see Fracture as a decider map since both teams have been struggling with it in the past. But looking at what we have here right now, it looks like these teams seem very well prepared for their first map, Ascent.
Sure.
But I mean, we'll just have to see in our match. So Mochi and Nomad, are you ready sa next match natin?
Maraming salamat. sa ating naggagandahang at naggagwapuhang mga panels and hosts. Abay ngayon, makikita natin kung ang mga youngsters o kuyas, mga dongsengs or opas, ito ang tapatan at ganap ngayon, T1 at ang nag-iisang Gen.G.
Yes, and kami nga ang inyong magiging casters. Ako si Nomad, kasama ko si Mochi, and annyeonghaseyo, yorobun. Yun yung mga gilaban natin. And not Korea's finest, kasi we know DRX is on top of the leaderboard, pero, you know, top 2 ng Korea yung pinaglalaban natin dito.
Yes.
And for the longest time, these two orgs have been battling it out. Just last week, yung League of Legends Korea Finals, Gen.G, tinalo nila yung T1 3-1 sa Grand Finals. Ngayon, baka gustong rumesback ng org mismo ng T1 against Gen.G going into this matchup. Pero going back into the actual game that we have, VALORANT naman. Been a lot of changes since last year. They've been both NA orgs. Now they're back being on their Korean bloods. And I'm looking to see... I mean, okay, hopeful ako sa T1 kasi I am a T1 fanboy.
The loyalty.
But brand loyalty, ika nga. Pero stats don't lie though. Gen.G has been performing better than T1 for the past couple of weeks that we've been in.
And actually, nakita naman din natin kung gaano kaganda yung nagiging performance ng Gen.G so far. And actually, medyo nakita naman natin kung gaano pinanggigilan ni Vil si TS nakaraan as well as si King. So, we have God Dead coming in dito sa ating laro ngayon. So, I am extremely looking forward kung paano ang gagawin ni Gen.G dito. At kung meron nga tulad sa mo, may resback ba ang T1?
Malalaman natin yan mamaya as we go into the pistol round. Default plays lang for T1 for the most part, trying to get a feel kung saan naglalaro yung Gen.G. And for now, looks like A-Take ang nais nilang puntahan. 0 points gonna be thrown out as well as a flashbang. No one's gonna be found in sight. Play for retake na lang yung Gen.G.
Yes, but now, smooth ang kanilang pagpasok dito sa ating site, sinara ng gate, and as well as the fact na merong magiging pick-off dito, Munchkin is gonna be put down by TS. Pero, tingnan natin kung kakayanin pa rin ito ng T1 na madepensahan yung kanilang spike ngayon, knowing na -1 na sila.
Full 5-man take ang nais ng Gen.G. Just waiting for the time to come in, pero Carpe gonna be starting to push forward.
Oy!
Pero si Zeta makakaisa kay TS. Trades coming in left and right. Down to a 2v1. Mag-isa na lang si King.
Oh.
At mag-isa na lang din siya. Mamamatay. Dun sa laban na yun. As T1 secures a pistol round.
Actually, maganda yung naging depensa ng T1 doon. No? Kasi nakita naman natin na everyone from Gen.G just shrouded over here dito sa ating garden area. Pero, as much as we may want to say na magiging unexpected yon ng T1, but they still managed to get everyone's heads off. So, ngayon, napakalinis ng kanilang first round.
Napakalinis. Bonus for T1. This round should go to the favor of T1, no doubt. Pero the real question here is, once we get to the full rifle rounds for both teams, kay Gen.G sa kay T1, dun na magbabago yung story eh. Pero anything can happen. Pwede pa rin mapigilan as we are seeing T1 playing it slow once again. Just defaults, getting information na lang muna sila ngayon.
Napakatahimik ng mundo natin dito, Nomad. At sa ngayon,
minsan na nga tumahimik yung mundo. Dito pa.
Dito pa sa naroon to. Pero sa ngayon, syempre, tingin-tingin muna sinong pick-off dito. May na-pick-off na nga. Munchkin's gonna be put down by the counterpart. Si King. Nako, si King. Proving that he is dominant over the other side. Abay, magkakaroon tayo ng minimal pushes here sa ating mid area. At magkakaroon din sila ng smooth pushes here. But at the same time, damage will be taken by some of the members from the side of T1. And maganda ang pagpasok nila dito. Really denying these members from Gen.G. Pero King tumatrabaho. At nakikita naman natin with the dashing and the shorty. Mapapatumba ang isa. Maganda mga trading natin dito sa dawan to. And so far, isa na lang ang natitira.
Take note.
30 seconds left.
Bonus round ng T1.
Yes.
They have the rifles. They have the Spectre buys here. They had Marshals. They still lost to Gen.G full eco.
Grabe.
Best eco that they can have. At sira ang pera ngayon ng T1.
Basag ang pera ngayon ng T1. And for now though, in terms of the numbers ng mga ginawa ni King din doon and as well as their few executions, never underestimate the power of pistols nga rin talaga.
On the hands of these professional players, kahit sheriff lang yan, hindi yan tulad sa atin na kahit sheriff lang minsan hindi pa natin masisecure yung plan. You don't want to underestimate them. Pero we do see the forced Vandal on the hands of Munchkin as well as the Marshall the Saya player. So they may want to play around this. Kita natin si Munchkin already getting that aggressive mid-hold. Just to get more information away for his team. Pero Meteor gonna swing out. Takes down Carpe. Ban tries to go for the trade. Pero dalawa yung nakita niya. So alis na muna siya dito mga idol.
Actually, baka magtangka pa nga rin siya. Medyo nakakabahan ako dito. Okay, mamba out muna si Van dito. No? Tamang kuha lang ng spike. Lalong-lalo na may dalawang nakaabang dito sa lobby natin. Just in case na mamali siya ng step dito.
Just in case na talaga, God dead.
Oh no. Dead literal.
Dead na si Ban. Naban na si Ban sa laro na to. For now.
For now.
Pero si Saya player nakaabang. Misses the shot with the Marshall. At nakapasok na si Munchkin sa B. Nagparamdam lang ng onte. Pero si Saya player, siya yung magbabayad. Binitawan niya yung mid. At si Munchkin nakaisa kay Echo. Mukhang makakaisa pa ata siya kay King. Makes it a winnable 2v3 para sa kanila. Pero Zeta still has the classic. Kailangan niya pumulit ng weapon dito. Pero wala siyang pupupulot eh. Alayin ng mga tropa niya. Alayin ng mga bangkay ng kalaban.
Layo ng spike.
Ayun, may phantom na pala si Zeta. Pero God din nakaabang. Throws out the fragment and God Dead takes down Munchkin with that molly. Ngayon mag-isa na lang si Zeta.
Uy!
Kasama na niya ang kanyang tropa. And the second round in a row for Gen.G.
Binawian agad nung second round ni God Dead. Nag-pull off lang naman ng 3K dito, no? But at the same time, seems like the economy is already equalized for both sides. So, tignan na natin kung paano mag-turn out dito. At meron akong nakitaan din na merong hawak na operator. So, let's see kung magmamaterialize nga ba yung operator na yun with the pick-offs that they have so far since... Uy, ba't may tissue sa ilong?
Yan na naman tayo sa tissue bop.
Rhinos.
last week pa yan. Last week pa may tissue bop.
Importante din pala yung tissue
Para
bop,
kay
no?
God. Kasi, syempre, pag naglalaro ka naman, nasa kaliwa, di ba? So, ayaw naman, syempre, ni God din na tumulo yung uhog niya sa keyboard.
Tama.
Ba mag-malfunction, technical pause na naman tayo na matagal niyan. So, might as well, safety precaution lang, di ba?
Ang lukot pa naman kung yun yung dahilan, no? Kung bakit nagkaroon ng tech
Uy, nasira yung keyboard ko. Wait lang. Tech pause, may uhog.
Ang dahilan ni uhog po kasi tumulo.
Hindi natin malalaman. Pero malalaman ba natin kung makakuha ba si King dito? As a side player, paunti-unti niyang pinupush yung mid. Pero si Meteor nakabang. Cloud burst para lang walang makita si Meteor. Hindi sila magbabaka sakali na, uy, may offer dito. Pero wala
para
eh.
lang sure.
Ang tagal lang na nerf ng Cloud burst. Ramdam na ramdam pa rin epekto eh. Pero eto na. Yung smoke ni Ban. Completely shuts off Meteor, at least for this angle. For the meantime, off the air, gets a headshot from that spray. Equalizes it with Echo killing Munchkin. Down to a 4v4. Looks like 8 take nice nila. Utilities are gonna be thrown off to delay this push. God Dead. Nakaabang na lang. Goes for the pop flash. Swings out. Does not get the kill up to Zeta. Down to a 4v3. King, Echo, and TS. Sila na lang nag-iisa. Ay, sila nag-iisa. Tatlo sila. Silang tatlo na lang natitira dito. Nakaisa pa nga si TS.
Nakaisa pa nga si TS at dadalawa pa. Tatlo pa. Mukhang nga apat pa. Hindi. Shinadown ka agad ni Carpe dito. Pero hindi pa tapos ang laban. 1v2. 13 seconds to the clock. At nauubusan na siya ng oras dito. At kailangan niya ng mag-plant with the lockdown. Already down. Literal. But just he has been able to know. Madedetain ba?
Saksak.
Ay,
Ay,
ang lungkot naman nun.
Kala ko, welcome to Tondo, South Korea.
Wala. Wala tayong tondo sa SK ngayon. Mga ano sila, mga stick to the guns, kumbaga.
Gangnam, South Korea sila ngayon.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, 3-1. Gen.G kind of expected na ganito kagad yung wide lead na bibigyan ng Gen.G. Pero look at this crazy shot from Zeta.
Yes.
Mid-air updraft. Nakuha pa rin niya yun.
With the smoke there
With the
as well.
smoke.
Diba?
Oo.
Ang tindi talaga namang ginawa ni TS dito and as well as that one more member. And we have seen that they've been excelling so far. And I mean, it's just the start of the game. Like, everything pwede pang mabago once the second half occurs. Pero sa ngayon, Gen.G is looking good. I think that's obvious.
Looking very good. Pero dito na natin makita yung aggression na kitang-kita sa T1. Pinag-usapan nila sa panel yung pagiging hyper-aggressive ng T1 during the earlier part of our league. Ngayon, nakikita na natin yung fruition. Well, di pa naman fruition. Makikita natin kung magiging effective siya ngayon. Very aggressive take on to A just to force a plant. Get that additional money and play for post-plants. They have 3 stingers. They have 2 sheriffs. So, if anything, they really just have to hold the angles. But as I say that, there is a lurk onto Munchkin. Pop Flash goes in. Hindi magko-commit muna sa pushing Gen.G. All the utilities are going to be used up. Echo will take down Ban. Initially, Goddead will take down Carpe. Gets another onto Saya player. And they have complete control of the site. Completely smoked out. Zeta still managed to take down Echo. Hindi ko alam kung paano. Through the smoke, nagde-diffuse na sila ngayon. Wala sila magagawa. Zeta, no angle at all. Free round para sa Gen.G. All things considered.
Wala na silang magagawa doon. Goddead with the 4K as well. And nakita naman din natin kung gaano rin ka-discreet yung ginawa ni Munchkin doon. Sadly, it didn't play in accordance to their favor. Kasi nga, with everything that's been going on, medyo na-delay siya doon and mukhang hindi nagkakaroon or na-fail yung tradings dito, especially with Goddead just shining, honestly.
It's the tissue buff para kay Goddead. Nako-control yung ano eh. Yung power.
Yung power ng
flow.
Yung flow ng
laro niya.
Tama. Okay.
Pero, yeah, that was expected naman na talaga na Gen.G is gonna be winning that round. Kasi walang kagamit-gamit T1. They just had to force the spike para lang magkapera sila. This time around, rifles, and I feel
May
like...
Odin. May Odin din nakahawak si Echo.
Nilabas ni Echo yung Odin niya. Kanino kaya niya ipuputok yung Odin? That's the main question.
Oh no.
Kanina, saan niya isi-spray yung Odin?
Saan nga
Is
ba?
also the main question. Pero, yung pagiging default ng T1, I feel has to change a bit, get a bit more aggressive takes over at mid just to get more information out of them. Just like this, a 3-man take. So, time is slowly ticking. Ban, initial pick off onto Goddead. Just waiting on the right opportunity to TP out. Pero nakaabang si TS na patagal ka tumingin sa inyong sariling shadow. Anino. Anino.
Yeah, he's
down
been caught
to 3v4 kaagad. Napakalaking impact sana yung kung napag-TP kaagad si Ban pero hindi mangyayari. Lockdown's gonna be used up. 3v4. Petix na lang muna dito yung Gen.G as they're waiting for the lockdown to finish up. Hoping for a pick-off si Meteor dito. And as I say that, Saya player, mag-reposition na sa market. Nakaabang na sa kung sino magpupush dito sa market. And that is TS and that is King. And they will get taken care of by T1. Second round on the board para sa kanila.
Position advantage talaga on that instant for T1. And even if na maganda yung vision dito ni Gen.G, good by theory, sadly though hindi yun na-execute ng mga ayos knowing that T1 is already one step ahead in terms of their positioning. Crossfires here, crossfires there. They've been able to clean it up just like that. And we're currently at a 4-2. But at the same time, kung kanina tinatry or sinusubukan ni Echo na gamitin yung Odin niya, this time, nasa kamay siya ni Zeta and still with the operator existing here in the hands of Meteor.
Papakitaan niya ng Odin. Si TS,
goodbye.
Nasprayan ng Odin si TS. And that's one down. At least that's a control over at B kung nabasa lang ng T1 na maayos, no?
Pero pagka naman nga talaga kasi nasprayan ka ng Odin, sira ang kinabukasan. Diba? So this time, it is going to be the rotate here towards our B site. They still got a lot of time para magpag-isipan or kung mag-commit sila dito. And at the same time though, isa na nga nandito and potential na peak lang ni Meteor. But they really have to take into account kung ano yung mga posibleng mangyari dito with all the utilities coming in, dash in dito para kay Saya player, and as well as the fact na, wow, Meteor has been able to secure ban as well. -1 na kagad for T1, and we are seeing with the Blaze already active here in the hands of Meteor with an off angle dito kay Saya player, pero God dead pa rin ang mananaeg onto that encounter with the plant or the spike being planted. We are seeing the knives not actually connecting onto anyone, pero trades are going on here and there. 2v1, Zeta with the Odin still onto his hands. Tingnan natin kung may magagawa ba yung Odin na to o mas mananaig ang mga kutsilyo dito kay Meteor. Seeing this with the shots, Meteor will be able to secure the last frag, and that's going to be a point once again for Gen.G.
Do not bring a gun to a knife fight, sabi ni Meteor. Anin natin yung pagbabaril mo kung kaya ng mga tasaksakin. Pero God Arrow from Echo gets for dun sa initial entry ng T1. Echo, si Meteor tamang tambay na lang with the op to stop the initial push. Gets additional kills with that Blade Storm. That's why he's one of the best Korean jets out there. Literal na Korean jet.
Korean jet. Korean na kasi jet, on top of the Korean pa. Yeah.
Binigay nila kay Soldam dati yun. Kay... Ate si Buds raised siya eh.
Yes.
So, ngayon, Gen.G has been producing like Korean jets.
All over the place.
all over the place. Ano naman sila? Get spotted. Speaking of, Meteor. Alis ka muna dun sa mid-lods. Si Saya player naman na maglalabas ng kanyang Blade Storm. Manggigripo muna siya sa market. Manggigripo muna siya sa palengke.
Saktong-sakto
si TS gets a kill onto Carpet. TP's out. Tamang reposition lang, and TS is gonna follow up with another kill onto Zeta. This definitely will start the push. Kung ano mang plano, meron yung T1 na detect pa nila kung nasaan si Munchkin. Mukhang petics lang muna ulit yung T1 dito. They need to get an additional at least one pick off to make the site take more viable for themselves as they push forward. God Dead throws a flash, repositions, pero hindi nila alam na nag-aabang si Saya player. Pero joke lang, God Dead, nakakaramdam.
Nakakaramdam. Mukhang medyo may ano na siya, familiarity dito. Mukhang meron ding mababagsak ban. Naka, with the immediate trade onto Munchkin, 4v2. And we are seeing the Blaze Storm still not being used. Meteor materializing the operator onto Munchkin as well. Saya player, may gante, may sagot. Pero nilalapitan niya pa ng husto. Meteor with the shorty onto his hands. Sino ang mananaig dito? Mukhang si Saya player pa rin. Tatatlo pa siya at baka umapat pa. Yan ang 6-2. Ay, ang tindi naman ni Saya player doon.
Ang sad lang, wala siyang oras. Nag-iinit siya. Tapos na yung round, pero it is what it is, and tamang cool off muna.
Sayang yung play doon, though. Like, imagine kung saktong-sakto siya sa oras, napaka-pogi niya doon.
Sabi mo, yung mga opa sa mga dongseng. Ito, mapapa-opa ka talaga sa galawan ni Saya player.
Just unfortunate with the time talaga.
Very unfortunate. Pero it is a timeout for T1. Time for them to figure out ano saan ba tayo nagkukulang.
Binigay
Sino ba
mo ng
nagkakamali?
lahat. Charis.
Sino ba nagkakamali? Binigay na yung lahat.
Bakit ba naging personal ano to?
Anong personal?
Personal. Tama.
Wala naman personal dito eh.
Wala ba?
Walang personal dito.
Kasi tinatanong mo saan nga ba talaga sila nagkukulang?
Kasi nga, yung kailangan nila i-figure out. Kasi 4 rounds ahead yung Gen.G, malapit na matapos yung first half. Kung naging 2-10 pa yung scoreline, ang dami pagkukulang nun.
True.
So, kailangan nila maagapan kaagad. Kailangan nila mag-communicate sa isa't isa para wala nang masaktan palalo.
And actually, what I see here though, other than the fact na may mga nasasaktan nga ngayon, medyo nagkakaroon nga ng lackage yung mga members natin dito from T1 just because of the fact, siguro, ang ganda rin kasi ng saluhan ng mga member dito from Gen.G. Like, pretty similar to what happened kanina, kung gaano kasuportado si God Dead kay TS. That is something na ang ganda lagi ng combination ng utilities nila, and they know when sila sasangguni once na kailanganin.
Yeah, kasi on a map like Ascent, I feel like the best playstyle you can go for
ang
is to
tapang
ping
nito.
pong left and right as King left and right gets 3 off of that initial entry. Nag-isip-isip pa silang rumekta sa palengke pero mas di sila nasaksak eh. Sasabihin ko saan nagripuan sila pero hindi.
Hindi.
Nagripuan sila sa palengke pero hindi nangyari. Basta isa-isa silang natumba, Zeta na lang mag-isa.
Shinuriken, pero sa Japan yun eh.
Okay.
Pero
Mamaya yun. Para sa Zeta yun.
ayan,
Grabe ka, King.
Grabe ba? Wait, ang lungkot nun. Like, I mean, they wanted to put out something for you know, just to try and catch Gen.G off guard. Kaya lang kasi hindi siya nag-work. Basado din ng mga miyembro natin from mid. So, sayang na sayang talaga. Kita nga lang, dalawa lang yung mga taong trumabaho dito. It's respectively Echo and King. They've been able to put the majority of the people here sa T1 down. Ilang segundo lang yun.
Ilang segundo lang. Kakasimula pa lang, kakatapos na ng timeout.
Yun nga
Mapapa-timeout ulit yung T1.
Halawag.
Halawag. Wag po. Parang
Wag po.
tuloy-tuloy. As Meteor takes down Munchkin. Aggressive push over at mid. And I would say that this round is all said and done. Yes, T1 nakapasok na. Pero it's down to Saya player though. If he can catch 2 members dito sa Gen.G over in mid. Spots out the shoulder of the Omen. Saya player takes down Echo, TS. And the rest of Gen.G, they know na may potential lurk, pero they're gonna be regrouping as they shut down Carpe. Hunter's Fury is gonna be used up aggressively. And now it's down to a 2v2. Wala na silang pang post plant. They have to aggress. They have to take this. It's already half. Hindi nila kino-contest and the spike is diffused.
Player standing.
Zeta, after the fact, gets a kill. They take down Gen.G, pero they weren't able to contest that spike.
Sila ay nagpadala sa kanilang kinakatakutan. Pero tulad nga sabi nila, pros don't fake, di ba? And we have seen na Gen.G, they've been able to do everything well. But for the side of T1, I feel like everything got down the moment na binato yung Cloudburst eh. I feel like nagkakaroon din kasi ng mga sakit ng mga players na once na makita nila merong smoke to, they won't look at it. Kasi nga blocked eh. When deducing the fact or forgetting the fact na pwede pala siyang i-contest. But, on the other hand, nako, tapa nga. Pushing further. Ooh!
Gets the one. Gets another Meteor on fire. This is slowly becoming his garden. Meteor's garden.
Literal.
TS takes down Ban, pero Zeta, tinanggal niya muna yung Meteor malang Armageddon. Zeta gets another onto God Dead. Down to a 2v3. Semi-doable.
Semi-doable.
Pero this is a big lurk from TS na hindi niya makakatch. Pero si Echo, may hawak na Odin. Say hello to my little friend! Makes the ratatata! Wala pa rin na pala.
Wala pa.
Pero Saya and Zeta, they will get the site, no problem. Pero with this situation, they will be watching all possible entries. Pero wala na, take down si Echo. Have to play well with their utilities na lang for the most part.
B-site pa. I mean, B-site is good as long as you've got the utilities and the people. Pero sa ganitong sitwasyon, high risk that they would be cornered and stuff. But ayun na nga. Oh! That flick though! Saya player will be able to secure TS. But, let's see kung meron pang maibubuga si King dito. King. The clutcher. And the king of kills.
The king of... Hindi King of Kings eh. Kasi hindi naman sila...
Di pa.
Sila nananalo, pero Saya
wala na.
player. We'll get a triple off of that. Makes it an 8-3. An 8-4 half on Ascent.
Last round in the half.
More than enough para sa T1 going into the defending side.
Sad.
Ba't sad?
Sabi mo sad?
Huh?
Iba yung rinig ko. But,
Sino sa nirinig mo?
anyways though, we have witnessed a really great plays pa rin kay Gen.G. And we can say na medyo na-overwhelm si T1, pero still meron pa rin talaga silang maibubuga eh. Kumbaga, pagka sinapak sila, meron silang rest back pabalik. So, very nice.
Very nice talaga. With all that being said, napa-timeout na rin yung Gen.G. Wait lang. Mabalik-balik na sila. Ano gagawin natin?
What's the game plan?
May comeback ba? Basta ako feeling ko walang comeback na mangyayari. Dapat talaga walang comeback na nagaganap.
Bakit ano mangyayari pag may comeback?
Mahihirapan lang sila lalo going into the second half. Hindi kasi, if Gen.G can secure a 9-3, sobrang komportable nila going on the attacking side.
Ay, cute! Hala!
Yeah.
Deliver.
Babasahin ko pa lang eh.
Inalis na kaagad.
Grabe.
Cute ni Wingman to. Just delivering the spikeless like that. Aliw.
Actually, napapadalas na ako maglaro ng Wingman.
Uy.
Ang sarap niya gamitin. Ay, ng Wingman, ng Gecko.
Kala ko sabi ko, agent
Ginagamit
ko
ko si Wingman. Whoa there!
What?
Yo. De, pero, ang saya gamitin ni Gecko eh. Pero hindi siya kasing saya na nakita natin 2 weeks ago na yung... Talon ba yun? Or was it it's Talon na all 3 games, lahat may Gecko, not properly executed.
Sayang. I mean, the skills of Gecko are good in theory. Kaya lang kasi ang dami ring mga consequences eh. Double-edged sword talaga siya.
Wait lang, ang dami na yung consequence na pwede mangyari dito. God Dead, Big Lurk, kasama pa niya si Meteor.
Oh, disregarding
They get spotted out though by the alarm bot. So, mababagalan yung push ng T1 kahit papano. They're already inside the site, planting it default. Pero TS still staying on that lurk. Ban will take down King. Make it a 4v5 for themselves. And the lockdown's gonna be thrown down. Spraying wildly dun sa Heaven. From Hell, paparamdam lang muna sila. Spots out the head. Lockdown is about to expire. Gen.G, wala silang pakialam sa lockdown. Lagot sila sa police nung 2020. As they make it a 9-3 scoreline going into the second half. This is expected. The scoreline is expected to come out with Gen.G, just stats alone. Gen.G is expected to come out.
Stats alone, performance alone, and coordination alone. Diba?
Exactly.
A lot of factors that Gen.G is just performing much better. But let's see, let's not disregard the fact that T1 is still in for the play. Pero kitang-kita naman from your eyes what you witness. It does not lie. On the other hand though, I feel like mas may intindihan pa natin kung ano yung mga nangyari, kung ano yung mga analysis once that we go into our panel.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Nomad. So, going into this game, 8-4 in favor of Gen.G. Nakikita natin na nagde-demonstrate talaga si Gen.G ng retake nila with the balance of utils and firepower. 9-3 pala. We can also see that they're going into this with a lot of utils and firepower. They also have a really good buddy system. T1 also seems to be starting to go online here. Pero, what do you think is the outcome of the second half?
Sayang lang, Saya player really trying to do his best to go in there, try to clutch as much. Pero he runs out of time most of the time. And I think T1 goes Ascent against Gen.G. Ito yung binaban nila. They wanted to bring the firepower, but Gen.G so far, they're just doing super splendid.
Medyo worrying yung mga mistakes na nangyari sa side ng T1 kasi paulit-ulit. Palagi silang pinilit nila yung contact kaso hindi sila hanap ng reliable and hard info. Especially so confusing because they have a Sova, so they should be able to do that. And it's really a fundamental mistake that's really been killing them. And you know what I mean? So si Bruce agrees, but yun nga, siguro yung game plan na lang nila, guys, poke with utility muna, tapos dun na lang tayo mag-confirm para sa hard hit.
Exactly. I feel like maybe they haven't marinated. They haven't marinated Gen.G before they execute these sites. Exactly. They are not cooking. But sana they cook here in the second half. But anyway, we'll just have to find out from our casters, Mochi and Nomad. Take it away.
I guess yung sinasabi lang ni Reby dun ay let them cook.
But are they cooking?
You know what's cooking. Boom.
Boom.
It's the second half. Yung nagko-cook ngayon. As T1, they want to get the... they want to equalize the game, and I completely agree with Raph on that. T1 on the attacking side, they've been trying to get the default value 100%, pero they weren't using their utilities. They weren't burning utilities for utils for utils. They're just going in blindly. And as I say, that side player almost gets one.
Almost gets one, but they're gonna back out pansamantala. Pero with the smokes blocking it, kaunting chill muna. Never mind, they're gonna push in. We're seeing series of bodies on the floor already. And makikita pa rin natin ang 3v3. Pero Munchkin natin tumatrabaho. Akala ko ba donut ka lang, pero pumapatay ka rin pala with the spike being planted here already. There's still a lot of time for them to actually go for a retake here. Echo ang God Dead. We have seen these two execute with each other kanina with their coordination. Pero mamamayag pagkaya yon dito, Saya player makakakuha na ng isa. God Dead na lang ang matitira. At instantly, sa isang kisap mata, ban, burado ang God Dead mo.
Na erase Sir Heads sila doon.
Ha?
Kisap mataks eh.
Tama. Okay.
Tama
Actually,
talaga.
yes.
First round word para...
Di na tumawa, pero sa mga ayon. I get that.
Sumakain ka na lang.
Yes,
Nakakapagpapagabag ba yan?
Ano relation na nakakapagpapagabag sa ano?
Nalimutan ko na ibig sabihin na
Di ba nakakakaba?
Nakakapagpapagabag.
Nakakakaba. Or you're anticipating something na ayaw mong mangyari. Ganon.
Kaya nakakapagpapagabag na ganun na nangyari. Pero as we say that is the first round of the T1. Nagawa nila kanina yun. They got the pistols. Pero history might repeat itself from the first half. Gen.G might take this question mark. They have the better weapons on paper, and you know, Meteor starts it off with a kill on the Carpe. History might still repeat itself here, as in Gen.G, take it slow, get info, ban trades out TS, so na-lessen yung firepower. I feel like at this point in time, they should use the numbers advantage. And beautiful Aldron from Zeta gets information na, uy, dalawa sila sa mid, at least.
Yes. And actually, tatlo, I feel like nakita rin si King dun eh. So, they might actually predict already that they might go over sa our A side. Reason as to why medyo heavy sila dito. They're quite stacked here. So, just in case that they're gonna go in, they really have to put those pistols into work. Kahit na medyo mahirap. And alam naman natin na lamang ang T1 in terms of their loadouts. But Saya player, we're seeing him getting two in a row already. And potentially, masusundan pa. Pero hindi na gumugusto ang Gen.G dito. Mamba out na kaagad.
Mamba out na lang, rotate elsewhere. They still have the spike anyway. So at least makatanim lang sila ng spike, goods na sila, pero they have to go through the Great Wall of Munchkin. Parang ang sarap makakita nun sa totoong buhay.
Yummers.
Yummers talaga. As Munchkin nakabang, here's the footsteps. Premature detonation of the nanoswarm, pero that's more than enough to delay the push, and he shuts them down. 9-5.
Parang sinimplihan ni Munchkin, you know what? Sige, nanoswarms lang dyan sa gitna. Activate. No plan for you, patay pa kayo.
Yep.
Sinimplihan niya lang.
Bratatatan na lang.
Yeah. Hindi, brut kasi SMG.
Brut nga pala talaga. Brut na lang.
Yeah.
Brut nga. Yung brut. As kitang-kita natin yung watch party ng T1, tutuwa sila, nakakaisang sila.
Happy sila.
Happy na
Yes,
talaga.
yes.
Sana all.
Paano po ba maging happy?
Hindi ko rin alam. Tangan si Sir Wendell. Paano po ba maging happy, Sir Wendell? Hindi rin alam ni Sir
Paano
Wendell.
po ba? Dinamay pa si Sir Wendell sa
That
usapan.
is the mysteries of life. Such as this potential retake na gagawin ng T1. Spike is down for the side of Gen.G. Munchkins is going to swing out with his team quite shortly with the Aldrone, pero TS take down Munchkin. Lines it up. Players falling down to a 2v2. Make it a 2v1. Mag-isa lang si Ban. Hawak niya yung Sheriff at hindi niya alam kung nasaan yung, at least yung isa pang member ng Gen.G. Alam na niya may isa na sa Hell. Goes and TPs out. Gets reconned. At he needs to manage this 1v1, and they are going to be swinging all at the same time. And Echo take him down. First round on the board here on the second half.
That's so pressure-inducing, no? Like, two of the members just cornering and pushing you down, pinning you down, knowing na nasa generator ka lang. They are well aware of where you are. And we have seen that it's already 3 more rounds away from victory itong si Gen.G. T1 has a long way to go, to be honest.
Long way to go. But anything is possible. We might have if this goes through, we might have an overtime match It depends on T1's performance. Pero you have to take consideration that Gen.G is already at double digits at mahihirapan. Yung pressure is on the side of T1 here. And I say that, God Dead takes down Ban. Saya player trades down Echo and Zeta trades down TS. God Dead goes for the trade onto Zeta and now they are making their way inside the side as God Dead secures a triple. Off of that onto Carpe, down to a 3v2. An 11-5 scoreline is not unlikely as God Dead wraps it up with a 4K. 2 more to win this first game.
Kanina pa si God Dead tumatrabaho. The dude is carrying loads and he's been able to put everyone down the right second and time. Timeout's gonna be pulled off here by T1. And that's already the point na regardless of the timeout na nakuha din nila during the first half, it didn't end out well. So ano pa nga ba ang maaari nilang gawin dito? And I feel like that's gonna take a lot of consideration. Tissue buff.
Tissue buff nga naman talaga. Ang daming pwedeng pag-usapan ng T1 dito. Kung kanina pinag-uusapan nila kung saan ba sila nagkulang. Ngayon, pinag-uusapan nila saan ba tayo nagkakamali. Ba't ang baba ng upuan nila? Ngayon ko lang napansin.
I mean,
parang yung lamesa sakto lang sa shoulder level nila.
Oo nga eh. I mean, bakit talaga sila komportable? Oo nga, ngayon lang din ako nakakita ng ganun actually. Usually, di ba elevated yung table?
Si Redcar, pag naglalaro nga siya, leg niya bali.
Bali.
Hindi, actually nung lock-in, hindi bali leg niya. Medyo normal yung postura ni Redcar nun. Hindi na siya yung baling naka 90 degrees yung ulo niya. Pero as I say that, hop back into the game. T1, not a lot of money to work with. They're playing for overtime with the buys that they have. With Stingers, Sheriffs on the defending side against full Vandals.
I wonder what are the odds though. Like, napakahirap siguro isipin if they're playing for the overtime. Pero we cannot disregard the possibility pa rin. Malay nyo nga naman that T1 would still possess the prowess na maaari nga nilang i-play for overtime. Yun nga lang, that would be a sacrifice for the second match because that just means they'll be exhausted already, both of them. But you know what? These are pro players. I'm not here to say anything else. But with the Blaze Arm already here in the hands of Saya player, hindi niya yun magagamit with an immediate pick-off here from Echo.
That was the only, hindi naman sure, pero that was a guaranteed kill pa sana kay Saya player nun. He's the only one that's popping off from T1 as far as I can tell throughout this entire game. So, taking down Saya player takes down the opportunity for T1 to hop back into this game. Not seeing much onto Carpe throughout this entire game so far. And Gen.G, isa na lang ang pagitan para sa match point at laging maririnig ng T1 yung match point na announcement.
Oh, they're gonna rush this down. Pulling off a 30
seconds left
before they even go in and commit. Oh no, it's all or nothing na lang talaga. But Echo will be able to secure one already. Isang nawawala mga member natin dito from T1. They're well aware of the advantage that they have. And now the spike is being planted. And we are seeing them securing the necessary objective. Pero ang tanong ay kung madedefend ba nito? I feel like that is no longer a question because Munchkin, just alone with the Sheriff and all of his utilities, mukhang hindi niya na talaga ito kakayanan, and that would be a flawless round for Gen.G as well.
That's expected.
Match point.
Pero is this already match point? Now it's a question of if T1 can bounce back from this. 7 straight rounds yung kailangan nila gawin. An operator na Odin by, I don't think that's going to be enough. Pero nothing much can be said from this, but flawless. The Omen Victus replay shows just how 100% yung coordination ng Gen.G is. As I say that, Odin in the hands of Zeta has to make it worthwhile. Gets forced out of his location and Meteor already inside the site. At yung T1 scrambling for the reposition. At mukhang mahihirapan pa silang matake. Nahihirapan na mag-Tagalog. Mahihirapan silang mag-take control sa laban natin as Carpe takes down Meteor. One small opening Hunter's Fury is going to be used up to destroy the Lockdown King.
no.
God Dead will take down multiple members, and that is the game. Gen.G
Win.
takes a 1-0 against T1.
At an instant with everyone at the boat site. Wala na silang magagawa doon, and that is going to be an instant win then for Gen.G, ending their match in 30-5. And we can say na everyone from this members here from Gen.G, they work as a singular unit talaga. And hindi na natin yun makakaila kasi napaka-consistent nila in terms of their plays. They really know how to address every single thing na dumadaan do dun sa mga opponents nila from T1. And T1, flabbergasted.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
they're flabbergasted.
Nakakapagpapagapag. Mabilit na talaga. Pero yeah, T1, back to the drawing board they go. Ang dami nilang kailangang ayusin. Kitang-kita naman natin sa T1 that they have what it takes. Pero do they need Saya player to pop off talaga? They need to play more as a team, as from what I could say. And if we're gonna be basing it off of how things were on their attacking side, they were really lacking on the default plays. They try to get information, they can't capitalize on the information they get, or they can't get as much information at all. Pero on top of that, Gen.G just shuts them down most of the time. Talagang nahihirapan pumasok yung T1 sa sites. And even on the attacking side, Gen.G perfect executes almost all the time. Parang iilan lang natin nakita yung T1 na sinut down nila yung push ng Gen.G. And that just shows kung gaano kalaki yung deficit nilang dalawang team amongst each other.
Yeah, and as much as we may want to say na na-overwhelm yung T1, I feel like it's not the right term eh. It's not being overwhelmed. It's more like being reactive sa kung ano yung binabato ng Gen.G sa kanila. And in turn, wala silang masagutan. Pretty similar to how they called out for multiple timeouts. Wala talaga silang nakukuha dun sa mga timeouts na yon kung anumang strategy or playstyle yung want nilang kunin.
But with that being said, it's time to go back to the drawing board para sa T1 as we go on a short break. When we come back, Game 2 between Gen.G and T1 dito sa VCT Pacific.
저기가 오늘 아무 말도 안 해.
간다.
10만 되겠는데? 10만 되겠는데? 잘맞춰 나오겠다.
저점
그만 나오는데?
저점 나온다고? 저점으로? 아, 팔 아파. 난 진짜 잘 나왔다.
다 나오나? 나이스. 꼴등 아니죠? 꼴등 아니죠?
간다. 운 좋아. 운 좋아.
Welcome back dito sa Week 4, Day 11 ng VCT Pacific 2023 Filipino Broadcast. I'm your host, Rubik Scott. Ang kasama natin sa panel ngayon is Juicy, Brucey, and Ref. We just had Game 1 ng Series 1 natin today, which is T1 versus Gen.G. Obviously in Gen.G's favor. Pero, let's talk about what happened in this match. So, we did see that it was very in favor of Gen.G in the beginning, and T1 did start to slowly catch up in the second half, but it really there was too much of a disparity in the rounds. Pero let's look at our MVPs here. I think Saya Player and GodDead are very good choices.
Yeah, we were discussing this off-screen then. They were pretty much on point. And just to add more, parang Gen.G, they understood na in that 5 points that T1 was trying to accumulate, may mga times doon na very clutchable, and that was because of Saya Player. So ginawa ni Gen.G in the second half, take Saya Player away, then we win the round easily. And it just snowballed to the victory of Gen.G in the end.
Parang di pa din na naayos yung problem sa T1 na it really just comes down to fundamental mistakes. Parang gusto talaga nila maghanap ng yung mga duel. Pero the way they approach it is that they never throw out their utility to properly poke and get hard information. I talked about it in the halftime. And still, even on the defending side, supposedly, the strong side, di ba? Sabi pa ni Bruce kanina, may stats pa. Pero, yun nga, it's like, yes, we get why they would perform a little bit better on the defense because the attackers have to come to them and they will basically kind of play into the strengths. But obviously, magaling mag-adjust yung Gen.G. But again, moving into the second map, that was supposedly, Ascent was supposedly the T1 team.
Yeah, and also just to add on the numbers itself, T1, Gen.G, they were pretty balanced as a team. When I started out doing the intro para sa Gen.G, pretty balanced, and it goes to show dito they just really move forward throughout the game.
I agree. I really like that perspective. But going on here, we have GodDead, our game MVP, and I really agree with this pick kasi GodDead really brought out, that firepower that we needed on the side of Gen.G. Nagka triple or double 4K siya sa game na yun, which is really impressive. He went in as the KO, and like you said, I feel like he made better use, or Gen.G as a whole made better use of that info game here. And T1, they didn't seem to be utilizing it that much, and it just shows you that that Korean KO is just built diff here. So, I definitely feel like he deserves that game MVP spot. Pero moving on dito sa next map pick, which is going to be map 2, which is Haven. So this is Gen.G's pick. T1 is playing defender. So Bruce, do we have any numbers on T1's defense here on Haven?
Yeah, for defense, sino yung T1, right? You're asking about T1. So when it comes to Haven, so far in this tournament, nalaro nila ito 2 beses. And panalo naman sila for T1, so it's kind of good, nice to see na Gen.G playing also in a map na parang comfortable yung opponents nila, but that doesn't mean they're not comfortable with it. Kasi if we are looking at their performance as well, when it comes to Haven, only in VCT Pacific naman, they're kind of even going in. Pero when it comes to sides lang, for attacker side, mas lamang din si Gen.G, but for T1, they try to capitalize as much on attacking as well. So parang the way they're gonna start it out is a big differentiator on how the series is gonna end.
Asan dapat yung no man's land sa Valo tipong kahit sino, or any team can beat any team on Ascent. And I feel like that being maybe the sacrificial pick of T1, because again, sometimes when you go into the veto, it's not necessarily going into kasi ito yung pinakamalakas na map natin, ito yung opener. Sometimes you kind of have to let some maps go to try and psych out the other team. Maybe that was the intention of T1. Pero we're going into Haven, which is, I guess, a little more structured in comparison to Ascent. There's a lot more things that they have to do to really gain control, especially on sewers. You invest a lot of utility into that, and it's been pretty much a standard. Obviously, they're gonna do that, right? Pero yung mga problema talaga sa T1, baka hindi sa playstyle, baka sa mga top-down calls. Kasi yung mga mid-round decision-making nila, they never back out of a site hit, is what I've noticed earlier.
True.
Parang pinilit talaga yung mga push. And again, that's just adding to the point that they're not really trying to get anything or any reaction out of Gen.G, so it's really worrying.
I mean, you did say that, they are bringing the NA playstyle here, but I don't think they may be adapting it as much as we thought they would, because I guess we can expect that NA does play a little bit slower. I guess APAC is Korean teams are way more coordinated, very fundamental as well, and I think we're not really seeing that as much here. It kind of seems a bit forceful on the side of T1 if per se, especially without the use of util, still going in for those executes without the information that they need, and that might be detrimental to them. But here on Haven, again, like you said, this is a more structured map. It allows for a lot of variety, and I think a lot of APAC teams, or a lot of teams in general, have found this as a comfort pick for all of them. So really interesting to see how it's going to play out here. But moving on to our players here, we actually have Ban being subbed out and Intro being subbed in. And for Gen.G side, we have Echo being subbed out with Sylvan in. So this is going to shake things up a lot, I think. But, you know, going into this, what do you think about these subs?
I mean, si Ban for T1, normal naman eh. He's always in, he's always out. So it's not much of a surprise. It's like a casual T1 thing. But for Gen.G, Sylvan, he was okay. He was okay the last round. Okay lang naman yung performance niya. I mean, he performed super well acting out for, like, you know, the first game in this first series. If Echo, I'm not mistaken, playing Sova. And he did super well with information gathering. So, you know, just a casual swap with your innies for Gen.G. So not much of a surprise, but for T1 as well, not even a surprise at all. Ban and Intro always swap. I mean, like, Ban always swapped out in the middle of matches. So maybe they want to try something out here over at Haven.
Totoo. I mean, merong teams talaga na may 6-man rotation, and now we're seeing it on the side of Gen.G, because I really wanted to see Echo continue the momentum that he's had, but again, just with that 6-man rotation, and Sylvan potentially being a specialist and could potentially bring something maybe to throw off T1, kasi yun nga, kahit talo yung T1 sa map nila, may adjustment period sila. Pwede pa sila mag-isip, pwede pa sila mag-usap sa coach, and to see where they really went wrong. Ban being out, I guess that's fair kasi si Ban medyo inconsistent din. Again, yung mga roles niya hindi pa defined, hindi pa solid yung configuration ng lineup sa T1 kung sama si Ban. So, Intro, I think, is the Viper specialist, or I think Senti controller specialist, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm just going off the top of my head. Pero T1, they have a lot of ground to cover.
Right. And then, you know, I kind of remember nag-interview na tayo kay Saya player, and we were asking about how, you know, what is going on with the whole Ban and Intro being subbed in and subbed out. And according to Saya player, he actually said that they do it, those two players have very, very specific players that have comfort maps, or an agent that they think is perfect for that map, and that's how they decide the subs.
Yeah, ganun yung sabi ng Nisaya player na parang it's not that dahil sa performance. It's more like kasi in this map that we're gonna be going in, especially, I remember that match, parang fracture ata yung map na yun eh. That's why they swap out players. Parang, okay, he's more of a breach player than this person and mas madali siya going into this game. So I think that's the kind of strategy na ginagawa kayo ng T1.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, I think we're gonna be going to a short break here, but don't go anywhere because we have a DRX introduction video. So enjoy.
갑니다.
오! 맞았네? 개 빠른데? 5만 점 넘겼다 이거. 되게 맞다. 8만 점 나오고. 아니 8만 점 없나 이거? 이거면 이 정도잖아? 6만 점 나올려나?
네, 말했지.
7만 점 못 찍겠다. 와!
오, 찍었어. 7만 점 찍었잖아. 이거야.
400.
아니, 이거 노란색 뭐야? 아니, 이거 많이 불편한데?
뭐 이렇게 까다로워. 아니 뭐 이렇게까지 다 왔구나.
시작할게요.
이야, 개 못하네. 와 진짜. 임리는 못하는데 이건 어떻게 저렇게 머리에? 네. 이론상 둘 다 잘 써야 되는 거 아니? 큰일 나다, 큰일 났어 지금.
날 흔들지 마라.
와 진짜 흔들린다. 오히려 잘해. 신기로 가겠는데? 형 신기로 이걸 세운다고?
이렇게 맞추면 돼. 그렇지.
오! 오!
아, 이거잖아. 이거잖아. 미친 심리전.
Hello and welcome back to Week 4, Day 11 of VCT Pacific Filipino Broadcast. I'm your host, Rubixco, and ang kasama ko today is Juicy Brucey and Raph. And we are back again for Game 2 ng Series 1 natin, which is T1 versus Gen.G. Currently, yung score at the moment is 1-0 in favor of Gen.G. And looking at it now, what do we feel? This is the map pick of Gen.G. We are going into Haven. So since this is their map pick, T1 is going to be picking their side, and we did see that they will be going as defenders. How do we feel about the second game? You know, in favor of T1 and not so much.
Oh, in favor pa rin siya in Gen.G in a sense, pero I think I understand why T1 wants to start out as defenders. Kasi their most strongest suit is attackers, right? So parang might as well lose in the first half, try to at least even out the numbers, then pag attackers na sila, T1 will, I don't know, somehow try to bounce back. Pero kasi rin naman Gen.G when they're playing Haven for the first time for the second time na ngayon, the first time they played it, I think that was around week 2. They were mostly a defender-sided team over at Haven. So parang yun yung gustong gawin nila na parang let's not give Gen.G the upper hand in the first half.
Kahit attacker or defender side, yung napansin ko sa T1, gusto nila si Saya player yung magsa-start talaga ng heat up. And again, I feel like they're hoping that that's going to be contagious for all the members on T1. Again, the profile for T1 as a team can be very individualistic and is a little unusual for a Korea team. But however, we go back to Haven and everything that Bruce has pointed out. Sure, yung strong side talaga ng T1 is defending. Pero historically, yung Haven is a fairly attacker-sided map. So baka di nila kaya magwe-weather sa storm before things get a little too difficult to handle.
I like the wordplay on that because, you know, it is kind of difficult. We just saw sa Game 1 natin. I think Gen.G had 9 rounds ahead of T1, so it's really difficult to come back kasi when you're, you know, like it's not that it's not impossible to come back, pero it's really hard to come back from. So it may be a bit difficult, and you know, we did see Gen.G's performance on Haven last week in week 3, and I think King really popped off there on the op, and we kind of want that from Saya player here, pero this looks like it's going to be a battle between these two, and you know, I think King going in on that, you know, with the Sentinel role just shows na they've got that firepower kind of spread out across all of their players. So, you know, considering that, do you think Saya player will be able to come online and let's say, you know, actually spread that contagiousness?
As defenders, if Saya player, since they started defenders, parang gagawin ng Saya player, just get the good read so he gets the pick-offs. The moment the Gen.G also reads where Saya player is, easy, avoid it right away, try to go for another side take. And you know, just predictions for like agent compositions, I think it's gonna be a mirror matchup. They've had the same agent composition than in their previous games over here.
Yun yung pinaka-mahirap na challenge para sa T1 eh. Kahit superstar sila lahat, iba-iba yung conditions to really heat up. Again, some of these players, they need so much space, and again, first they have to set up Saya player, and yun nga eh, palaging theme na lang na si Saya player yung maging MVP kasi siya syempre yung nasa setup, pero has it translated to anything for the team as of yet? They're still third place, yes, but in the long run, it is kind of worrying.
That is true kasi, you know, nandito pa lang tayo sa week 4. We still have 4 more weeks, I believe, of league play before going off to our playoffs. So, you know, medyo delicado if they can maintain their top spot because there is still a lot of time for them to be brought down. But if, you know, of course, you know, looking hopeful dito sa sides, both sides, Gen.G and T1. But, you know, going back into our substitutions, we have Ban being subbed out with Intro being subbed in. And sa side naman ng Gen.G, we have Echo being subbed out and Sylvan being subbed in. Now, looking at, you know, T1, since they're still 0 in this series, do you think that maybe they're lacking a bit of those default plays aside from the info game?
I don't know, Haven kasi malaki masyado. And if we look at the other previous weeks, I think there was a match with Zeta Division. Well, I don't know. Manatapos lang yan ng teams.
Yeah.
It's up to the teams. Actually, we'll know it soon.
Yeah, we'll just have to see in this next series. Anyway, Mochi and Nomad, anong masasabi nyo sa susunod na match natin?
Thank you, Rubixco, and as well as Raph and Juicy Brucey. At kami na naman ang caster sa inyong lingkod, Mochi and Nomad. At ano nga ba ang masasabi natin? Well, I am bagged right now kung itutuloy pa rin ba ni T1 ang kanilang grind patungong top 1 or mapapasabi nila ng GG si Gen.G kasi so far, very rampant. They're on a rampage.
They are on a rampage. Pero I believe in the organization. Reverse sweep is coming, mga kaibigan. It depends. It really depends on T1. Subs are subs out, subs in. Tignan natin kung gaano ka-effective yung magiging strategies na going into Haven, one of the maps na sobrang kailangan on point yung strats nyo.
Yes. Actually, I would like to agree dun sa sinabi ni Raf kanina. Like, this time around, we have seen na Saya player has been the sole governing na lakas.
Governing body.
Governing body. Yung governing na lakas na nanggagaling dito sa T1. Yun nga lang nga is they're hoping that it might possibly be contagious enough para sa mga kagrupo nila or sa mga ka-teammates nila, team members nila. But, hindi siya nangyayari and I feel like it would be much better that rather than relying more on Saya player, abay, what if lang naman lahat sumalta?
Isang malaking what if na rin kung yung T1 ba ay makakaisa pa. Kung makapag-game 3 tayo. Kung makikita natin ang Lotus. Yung katanungan.
Interesting. Like, napaka-basic ng mga ng mga maps or medyo makaluma yung mga maps, mga classic, tapos biglang
makabago tayo.
Lotus,
Such is life in terms of minsan nasanay ka na sa luma, minsan nasanay ka na sa luma, minsan kailangan pala ng new flame.
The tradition towards modernization.
May term doon, nalimutan ko na eh. Pero mamaya natin balikan yun as we go into the pistol round. Gen.G dictating the tempo and T1. They have to follow the tempo, follow the lead. Nice nilang gawin. Semi-tag onto Carpe there. Pero not much into the commitments. And dito natin nakikita yung difference in playstyles in terms of how these teams go for the attacking side. And as I say that, nauntok pa si Saya player heavy. Heavy damage. Kamunti ka pa siyang mauluhan ni Meteor. As they go in, Saya player gets the one, trades it off by Sylvan. Utilities are gonna get thrown. Smokes are coming in to protect. God dead. Munchkin gets the dink, pero not enough. TS and King, they make it worthwhile for their team, and Sylvan wraps it up. They 1-0 for Gen.G.
Actually, I'm still thinking if kakayanin kaya na tawag dito, makagawa sila ng mga smoke plays. Kasi ang daing nilagay ni Gen.G dun eh. Ng mga smokes na moment nila and dark covers eh. Sayang. I hope that they will be able to work their way around it. Try to mind the games yung kampo ng Gen.G. But it is what it is. It's already happened. So, nandito na tayo sa second round wherein the pure advantage is on the end of Gen.G. And alam naman natin kung paano sa trabaho. Pagka gusto nila mag-commit, commit.
Gusto ko itong ginagawa ng T1. Early aggressive push onto mid just to get information. Pero napigilan kagad sila ng Gen.G. Nakita nila, uy, nga pala naka-Spectre sila. Speaking of which, King, kuha niya si Zeta, already repositions over to a free site para sa kanila. Sa kanila na to. Wala nang ibang aagaw. Amin lang to.
Kanila lang. Inangkin na mga possessive yarn. But for more people here in the end of T1, would it still be possible for them to go for a retake? We will see right about now because there are already some utilities being put out here by Gen.G in hopes to get additional information. Pero saan nga lang ba sila naglalagay? Siyempre nasa Heaven at sa spawn lang yan.
Yeah, saan darating ang mga miyembro ng T1? At sila, magagaling CT. Maliban lang kay Saya player kasi nasa hukayan na kagad. Nasa kangkukan na kagad si Saya player. And this is another free round for Gen.G.
Yep, they're gonna sacrifice themselves in order to get some Dutch money. So it's already time for them to get additional guns, retribution, revenge arc, and hopefully ma-secure nila yun. Dahil alam naman natin how difficult it is for them from the last match.
I mean, this has to go to the side of T1 kasi they have the better weapons. Naka-Odin pa nga si Zeta, which is naglalaro siya sa garahe. At imposibleng hindi makakuha yung T1 ng isang round dito.
Actually.
Kung hindi sila makakuha ng isang round dito, luto.
Luto talaga.
Luto talaga kasi sabi nga nila, they're not cooking it eh. So let them cook.
Let them cook.
Niluluto.
Hopefully, they're doing the efforts to cook at alam nila at meron sila ng mga rekado na kailangan nila doon, di ba?
Pero tingnan mo to Gen.G immediately. They have control over the site. Which is, should not have happened in the first place as Munchkin initially takes down Meteor. 5v4. Nabutukan sa mukha si Carpe sa si Munchkin. Mukhang makakaisa pa! Makakatatlo pa nga siya! Bakit ganito yung nangyayari? Not like this! Nakuha pa nila si Saya player on that flank. Si Zeta mag-isa na lang on a 1v2. Gets forced off the spike pero mag-isa na lang siya. Time is ticking at pareho sila magsiswing kapag natap. And this is a round going to Gen.G. Bakit ganun?
It's a bonus round as well. That's very, very unfortunate. I mean, for a lack of a better word, ang lungkot.
Kalungkutan mga kaibigan.
Nakaka-depress.
Kung ikaw ay isang fan ng T1, tulad ko, aray.
Parang ano ba? Parang sinampal ka ba ngayon?
Parang sinampal ako, oy, lipat ka na sa Gen.G. Okay. Switch teams.
Halawag. It's the loyalty, di ba?
Loyal tayo.
Yan.
Kasi, dapat, loyal.
Omsim.
Walang titig ng iba.
Omsim. Pero ngayon nga lang din kasi, in terms of their economy, nagkakandalaglagan na sila dito. So just in case, malay mo naman makakuha sila ng mga pickups here, but not necessarily it's gonna affect Gen.G that much, diba? Pero just in case, hopefully they will be able to do something from the utilities that they have. Right now, yun nga lang, medyo kulang-kulang. And we're seeing full stack of utilities naman for Carper intro. So just in case they will be able to secure some members here from Gen.G, abay, malaking katulungan yun sa kanila, but not necessarily na malaking impact din sa economy nila. Hopefully, kahit na ganito yung sitwasyon nila ngayon sa broken by, meron pa rin makukuha dito sa round na to or mapapanalo nila.
Just get 2 kills, more than enough. Makapulot sila ng barrel, more than enough para sa kanila. Pero yung Gen.G, wag muna tayo sa A. Nasira yung turret sa C, walang pakialam yung T1. Mag-A sila mga lods. Hindi pala nasira. Ni-recall pala. Hindi, joke lang. Nasira talaga. Joke lang. Tinig na ako nakikinig kayo. As it's a full-on C take para sa Gen.G. No contention whatsoever. Sa C, they have full control, full retake for T1 na isang Vandal lang ang meron sa kamay ni Saya player and everybody else, maliban kay Zeta, Stingers, and Sheriffs. Ano ang mangyayari?
Ano nga bang mangyayari? I mean, TikTok on the clock, clock's ticking. Medyo mahihirapan ni T1 na retake dito. At kitang-kita naman, isa silang nalalagas dito. Just by Sylvan and King's prowess. Sinamahan pa ng Meteor, binagsakan mula sa kalangitan. With the concuss coming in, Munchkin is already cornered here at the garage area. Ano ba bang nangyayari sa'yo? Mahihirapan ka na talaga. Might as well sacrifice yourself to the gods.
To the gods talaga.
Yep. Well, na siya, inalay niya na yung sarili niya eh.
I give myself to you.
Ganun.
I give my life not for honor but for you.
Inalay na lahat. But, 0-4. Nakikita ko na yung mukha mo, kalungkutan. Lumbay. Pighati.
Lumbay, pighati. Lahat na. Pero, I believe in the organization. Pero I don't believe in this game.
Oh no.
Right now for T1.
Not looking good.
Not looking good indeed. Operator on Saya player, and he's playing Garage. If he played the C, could have spotted him out, could have gotten early kills. Pero maaga na nga ang pagpasok ng Gen.G going to this. Pero si Saya player makakaisa kay TS. Kahit papano, konting paghinga ang meron yung T1 dito. Spike is not yet down. Dala ng Nano Swarm. Pero retake paunti-unti nagpo-position yung Gen.G.
Spike planted.
Tumitingin-tingin pa rin, Meteor natin, kaya lang na-blind siya. And he's having some sort of difficulty in terms of positioning. All the while, Gen.G, Day1, trades from here and there. Immediately, matatapos lang. Carpe now diffusing it. Sa isang pikit uli. Kisap mata na naman. Ganun kabilis, burado lahat.
Sa isang idlip. Ay,
Iglap?
iglap.
Yes.
Wala pong inaantok dito sa PH broadcast, mga kaibigan. Wala po talaga.
Ano lang yan? Guni-gunin nyo lang yun?
Oo. Grabe collateral pa. Ganda ng swing pala ni Carpe doon.
Yeah. Very nice. With a bulldog as well. Alam naman natin gano'n kababa yung recoil nun. So,
Bulldog
that
right
is-
click.
Oh.
Bulldog right click. Bulldog best eco weapon.
I agree. I mean, napakaganda rin kasi na boy, especially nung long range, no? Tamang ADS ka lang. Ratatat. Patay.
ADS right click.
Yeah.
Tatlo ka agad sa ulo.
Diba? Very, very nice. But, something not nice here in the end of T1 though. 1-4. There is a stock. But at least, nakakuha na sila ng isang round here. And we still cannot deny the fact that still the economy is prevailing well para sa side ng Gen.G. And tingnan natin kung makukuha nila yung dapat nila makuha dito, especially Saya players on the operator once again. With the pick-ups na pwede nilang ma-get from Gen.G, that would give them all the advantage that they could. Hopefully. Hopefully lang talaga.
I mean, such is life. Nandun ka, nakaabang, pero walang sasalubong sa'yo.
Oh no.
Ganun na nararamdaman ni Saya player ngayon. Kasi kanina, nag-play siya sa garage, wala siya nakita nag-push out sa C. Wala na push out sa garage. Ngayon sa A siya, wala nagpakita sa kanya na nag-ghost siya, mga kaibigan.
Awi.
Awit talaga. Pero mas awit ba ang pwede mangyari dito kasi Gen.G already in the site. Magtatanim na nga sila doon, Sylvan. Mukhamunti ka na makadalawa doon. Intro. Inintrohan niya si Sylvan kung paano mag-refrag. Gamit ang Bulldog. Pero 4v4 tayo dito ngayon. King swings out. Nakita niya kagad yung isa. Swing out na rin palayo para ma-save. Para epas.
Epas.
5v4. 4v3. God Dead takes down Munchkin na makakaisa pa si TS. At ngayon mag-isa na lang si Intro sa kanya. Nakasalalay. Ang operator ni Saya player at kailangan na niya tukbo.
Wala, ano na lang, Lods. I'll take the open leave. Have fun.
Have fun. With regards.
With regards. Sincerely.
Duly noted.
Email yarn.
Sige, sa inyo na yung round na to. Duly noted. With regards. Intro.
Ayan. Ay, naku, baka ma-pick up pa. Na-pick up niya pa! At least, di ba? Na-save niyo.
At least na-save niyo. Nakaisa pa siya. Nakatatlo.
Oh,
Saya player, sa'yo na to.
Yan.
Hindi ako magaling mag-ope, sa'yo na to.
So wala akong
sabi ng
dash out
top
eh. So
front.
yan na yan.
May TP naman.
Ay, matagal eh. Delikado pa rin yun. What if may biglang mag-pick up po sa kanya, di RIP na agad.
True. Pero RIP din talaga sa T1. Napaka-malas ng pwesto. Hindi malas eh. Hindi, malas talaga. Yung pwesto ni Saya player kasi, kung saan siya papwesto, wala yung mga kalaban. Pero ngayon, baka magbago yung kapalaran niya. A-take. Atras na muna si Saya player. Dashes out. Wala siya makukuha ni Isa. Umangat sa ere. Nasa loob na ng Ecoms. Pero matatake down pa siya ni King. Wala man lang siya napatay sa operator maliban lang sa kanina. Pero ngayon, T1, sinusubukan nila lahat ng kanilang mga kaya para pigilan yung push ng Gen.G at mukhang nangyayari na nga. Munchkin gets 3 off of that. Mag-isa na lang si Sylvan. Has the Vandal. Pero it's a 1v4. Has the Hunter's Fury as well. Will have the recon bolt available in 10 seconds. Pero kita na nila kung nasaan si Sylvan. At kailangan mo na tumakbo, boy. Umuwi ka na muna sa mama mo.
No!
Kasi tapos sa tong round na ito, T1 gets their second round on the board.
Kahit na tumakbo siya, wala siyang magagawa dun eh. I mean, the attempt is there. That's sadly not enough in terms of the numbers. And once again, we have seen such great prowess by T1. Looking good. The future is bright. May nangyayari na.
Paunti-unti. Paunti-unti may nangyayari para sa T1. Fills my heart with joy.
Yun. May ano ba? May glimpse of hope.
May glimpse of hope.
Yeah.
Minsan na nga lang matuwa, ganito pa nangyayari.
Any nakakaw ng Gen.G.
Pwede. Lagi naman may nananako sa...
Ayun lang.
Hindi, in terms of sa laro.
Sa laro lang ba talaga?
In terms of predictions din. Kasi minsan hindi mo predict na ganun yung mangyayari.
I mean, that's life. Uncertainty. Diba? Expect the unexpected.
Pero i-expect ba nila na wide open yung A, all things considered, para sa Gen.G? Side intro, jiggle peek lang muna. Pero mapaatras lang kasi hindi pa naman yung full information, pero paunti-unti nagro-rotate na agad yung T1 papunta sa A. And slowly but surely, yung spike, itatanim na ni God Dead. Lockdown ang kanilang inaabangan ng T1. Masisira pa nga nila yung lockdown completely.
Pero for sure, I mean, from what we're seeing here, they're gonna opt for a retake. Hoping this retake would actually materialize well. We are seeing already the trade between Munchkin and Sylvan. And definitely, with the Rolling Thunder at play, definitely denying them from doing additional actions para ma-deny ang isa't isa. T1! Abay, maganda. Talaga ang magiging retake nila dito with the spike already being diffused. Again, may nangyayari na.
T1 with another one. Unting bumabalik yung T1 at yung Gen.G naman ngayon ang kailangan mag-usap. Saan ba tayo nagkukulang? Sino ba ang mali?
Ano ba ang pagkakamali?
Bakit ka ganyan?
Uy!
Hindi, yung Gen.G ginawa nila, oy, cooldown muna kayo dyan. Nag-iinit na kayo, T1. Upo muna kayo dyan. Tapos pag-isipan muna namin kung saan kami nagkulang. Pero for the most part, solid naman yung takes ng Gen.G.
Yep.
Unti-unti lang nababasa ng T1 kung paano mag-retake sa site completely. Though, sige, go.
They've been hovering towards the A site for a while na eh. No? Parang medyo if it's not A, C. Pero bibihira din yung BNC. So, it's always A. If it does not work well, meron na agad mababawa sa kanila.
Siyempre, ano ba yung first letter of the alphabet? Siyempre, sa A side. Kung sa Pearl, B is best. Sa A, A is amazing. Wala lang.
Tama.
Masabi ko lang.
Uy, yung nakita mo yung tissue niya, Huggies A.
Ha?
Yung tissue niya sa yung Huggies A.
Dumable na ba?
Oo, dalawa na. Kailangan ma-amplify yung tissue bomb niya.
Ganong kalala na ba yung ano?
May pangangailangan.
Grabe na.
Grabe ba? Anyways though, from what we are seeing here, Gen.G will be forced to go with their pistols. But once again, we cannot underestimate those pistols. With the Blaze Storm already activated din dito sa kamay ni Meteor. With the off angle. Naku, wala siya makukuha dito. Napaulanan ka ba naman ng utilities? Paano ka makakapitas? But yeah, that's a lot of utilities na nagamit nila during that instant. But Carpe would be able to get a pick off din sa ating mid area. And once that they tried to go into the B side, welcome to all of the utilities of the Killjoy. Mukhang walang magagawa yun because Meteor will be able to secure one already. And we are seeing 3 more people here from Gen.G surviving. God Dead, makakapitas pa ng isa. Munchkin, burado na. And we are seeing them just trying to go with the gun duels. And now, with 1v2 Saya players, the lone survivor dito sa side ng T1, may magagawa pa kaya siya?
Ang magagawa na lang niya dito ay alamin kung saan pupunta yung Gen.G. Kasi Saya player, he's the one that's been popping off. Sabi nga nila kanila sa panel, si Saya player ang hindi naman hard carry. Hindi naman hard yung carry niya.
Spike planted.
Pag nag-pop off si Saya player, talagang may chance na yung T1.
Yeah, he does the bulk of the work, kumbaga.
And paunti-unting malalam. Paunti-unti na rin makikita kung ganun nga yung mangyayari dito. At least for this round to make it a 4-5. We can clutch this. Ang baba ng HP ni King. Potential clutch is possible. Pero potential. Parang SHS na. Madaming potential.
Oy.
Old school meme. Swings at the same time. Ang ganda ng coordination ng Gen.G. 6-3.
6-3.
At yun yung Logitech G Thrifty.
Sheesh. But At the same time, we have 3 more rounds hopefully if ever man na makuha ito ng T1. Makareset sila. Like tulad nga na sinabi ni Juicy Brucey kanina, alam naman nila na meron silang discrepancies pagka nagiging attacker sila. So, might as well lose it in the first half. And let's see kung makakabawi nga sila during the second, knowing na yun yung strength nila. And in a way, kahit nasabihin natin na unstructured din kasi yung T1, that can also be a strength. But once again, you can see both sides of the coin.
Beautiful decoder from Gen.G. Kaya nga sa Semo kanina, do not underestimate just upgraded pistols for Gen.G. They will make it work.
Always. If not most of the time.
Pero Sylvan, 47 HP after that initial contact over at A lobby. At mukhang nais pa nila mag-push forward. Kung nandito lang sana si Intro para magbato ng paranoia, ang laking bagay na sana nun. Itong big swing, potentially.
But they're too occupied looking at the dark coverage na binato ni ni TS dun sa C. But other than that, Munchkin already at -1, and we are still looking over at them. Gen.G hovering towards the C side, and if ever na mapitas nila itong si Intro, it's already a free country for them.
Ults.
It's time.
Used. Information given up as well. Hunter's Fury gonna be thrown out aggressively. Sylvan! Nakikiwa niya si Intro. Meteor swings out, pero si Zeta makakadalawa karpe, nakadalawa rin, mag-isa na lang si Sylvan. With a 1v3. At 47 HP pa, meron siya, ayaw niya matamaan ng shock dart. Pero si Saya player na sa likod niya. At mauluhan pa niya si Sylvan, making it at a 4-6 scoreline. Paunting-unting mag-even up yung laro natin dito.
Wala nang takas si Sylvan na by Saya player pa lang, abang na agad sa kanya daw. Oras na mamalis siya dun sa copy na yun eh. But this time, we are seeing that totally na-shutdown ng T1 yung mga member natin from Gen.G, which is definitely a great advantage because like what you've said, nababasa na nila paunti-unti kung paano yung nagiging sistema ng Gen.G. And even if they try to switch things up, pakiramdaman yung mga bagay-bagay, mukhang alam pa rin ni T1 kung ano yung gagawin or kumbaga nababasa nila.
Read like an open book.
Yep.
As Meteor updraft, tailwind papasok sa site. Already controlling C. At yung T1 nais na nang gumarahe muna. Kasi bumaboundary na muna sila dito ngayon. Pero si King, unti-unting binabawi niya yung boundary nila. He takes down Intro. Big flank from T1. All down to Munchkin with this initial contact play.
Oh no.
Sylvan. Sa kanya nakasalalay yung defense from the lurk. Pero si Meteor, pag pumasok ka sa usok, patay ka ni Munchkin. Mag-synchronize mga sila sa pagpasok nito. As he swings out, mali lang yung timing. Time is ticking. Nawawalan na ng oras. Na-ping pa ng Recon Bolt. At wala na magagawa yung T1. Gen.G makes it a 7-4 scoreline.
Medyo na ano sila doon, na-halt sila or nag-hesitate silang pumasok doon kasi a lot of information been leaked basically from the side here from T1. So even if that they try to go with the massive flank in order to retake the site, hindi na nila yan magagawa because they are thinking that the rest of the members here from Gen.G are just waiting for them to get choked or basically once na pumasok sila doon sa long, they'll be definitely vulnerable. Kaya wala, they gotta get what they have to get and it's inevitable.
And Gen.G, napaka-inevitable na kailangan nilang actually, T1 pala yung timeout dito.
Yeah.
Tama lang. Kasi saan ba tayo nagkulang? Saan ba mali? Yun na naman yung pag-uusapan nila.
Yun naman lagi yung mga tanong dito eh. Ano pa ba ang dapat natin gawin? Yun. Ay, mga plan of action natin dyan.
Yung coach nila parang sinisermonan pa sila eh.
Ano ba naman kasi yan?
T1 win. EJ Hyuk Fighting.
Fighting?
Fighting.
Cute! That's ano ba yun? Is it just a printed Akala ko iPad at first glance.
Sulat na yan.
Ang cute ng drawing.
Saktong-sakto yung...
Ooh, that's
grabe
artsy!
yun, no?
That's lovely.
Sobrang detailed.
The effort is there. +1.
T1 fans, better fans.
Eh, hindi. Talaga nasabi mo, they've been long reigning eh.
Story,
as ano eh, the brand eh.
Fun fact, this organization has been at it for over a decade. Over a decade na sila nagbabakbakan.
Up and running.
Up and running talaga. And it has always been T1 winning over Gen.G, pero recently, bumabawi yung Gen.G over T1. Ganito din ata yung nangyayari ngayon. At least sa VALORANT.
League moments.
League moments.
Yeah. But at the same time, we cannot disregard the fact that with the timeout being pulled in, here mukhang something's cooking with Team 1. And now though, we are seeing Gen.G trying to go into the side, but they're already being put down one by one. Munchkin with an immediate attempted trade here onto Sylvan. And they will attempt to rotate over sa ating A site. Pero mukhang madedelay sila rito dahil sa mga utilities na nakakalat at nilapag ni Munchkin on his own. And we will be seeing them all caught up na ang T1. And even if they try to flood the spike, kung hindi nila yung magagawa, an immediate round win here for T1.
That's the first half.
Switching sides.
T1, kahit papano.
Close, no?
Sobrang close na nila. 2 rounds in deficit. 5-7 half on the defending side. Not a bad transition over on the attacking side. Off of that final round, initial kills over kay Munchkin. Sayang lang talaga yung lurk na ginawa ni Saya player doon.
Yeah.
Would have been a faster 13th round for them. Pero with that being said, Gen.G will be on the defending side this time around. And tignan natin kung ano masasabi ng panel doon sa performance ng T1.
Maraming salamat, Nomad and Mochi. So we are 5-7 here in favor of Gen.G still. So I think with the rounds being very, very close, nagsisimul na ata na binabasa talaga ni T1 ni Gen.G. And, or at least they're kind of expecting the plays or what they're going to be doing. So, you know, even though the score is even, how do we think the teams did in this first half and how are they going to be looking into the second half?
It's pretty okay. I think yung sinabi ko kanina na T1's trying to not give the advantage dun kay Gen.G. Gen.G, when they were defenders over at Haven, okay yung performance nila eh. So, right now, a bit more closer yung score nila against Gen.G, 5-7. So, I think it's gonna be an even closer match going into second half.
Yung napansin ko, mas maganda yung initial response ng T1 against the Gen.G attack. Kaso if we go to a post-plan situation or something that does kind of require a little more attention on the other lanes, for example, they go for a C-split and then we have a little more presence towards garage, dun medyo malilito yung T1. Kasi malakas talaga sila forward-facing. Their defense and their gunplay has always been something that we've been talking about. Pero yung adjustments pa din yung medyo magulo, I would say. But like you mentioned earlier, their adjustments in the way they're playing now, and as Bruce also mentioned, starting on the defensive side has really given them a bit of a second win.
That's right. You know, I feel like they would have been broken down by the fundamentals just from Gen.G, but it seems that they're finally picking it back up. And yeah, maybe just that one game they needed to warm up. We can see all the rest of T1 players are coming online, but we'll just have to see how they perform here in the second half of our game. So Mochi and Nomad, back to you.
No, back to you.
Sinabi, ano sa amin? Hindi. Anyways, thank you so much, Ate Rebixco. And this is already the second half. And like what they have said, they're already getting there, T1. Pero they still have some stuff that kailangan nila address. But now that the roles have been switched,
Role swap.
Yep.
Attacking naman yung T1. Aggression over at C. Wala silang magandang control dito. Pero King controls the garage. Siya yung hari ng garahe. Parang yung kuya ko.
Uy.
Literal na siya lang pwedeng gumalaw sa mga gamit na sa garahe namin. As I say that, Spike is down, playing for post-plant. T1.
Uy, ang dami.
Huh?
What?
Swings G-Meteor, huh?
Huh? Parang ano sila nagkagibunshin siya doon. Like, everyone just rushes over from garage and hello.
Ito
Surprise.
Nakita ko silang tumakbo na lahat papuntang Cubby at least. Bigla silang bumalik.
Why?
Passing through the smoke.
Why?
I want to have a look at that through this Omen Victus replay.
Ayan. Okay. everyone attempted to pick. I feel like they wanted to back him up, but didn't play it out as what they wanted. Kaya siguro ganun.
Baka siguro nagka-comms. Uy, walang tao sa site! Walang tao sa site! Bumalik lahat.
It's exact opposite because everyone's welcoming them with a bullet through the head.
Okay. I kind of see what they wanted to try there, pero I kind of want to see what they want to try here as they take over C once again. Side player takes down TS already inside the site. They have full control over C. Munchkin versus Meteor. Meteor wins!
Oh.
At si Carpe makakaisa pa. King trades it off. 3v3. Spike is down. Hindi tumatama ang tira. King gets a double of that. Down to a 3v2. King swings. Spots the one. Rumatrat. Pero intro.
Isa na lang.
Down to 7 HP. Klasikin mo na lang. Pero hindi. Spectre pa rin. 3K for King.
Para daw extra sure.
Extra sure.
Yeah. Anyways, though, that's a wrap for Gen.G. I am quite surprised because both of them bought guns. So,
Sira ang pera ng T1.
sira ang pera ng T1 once again. I mean, the thought is there. They wanted to contest the Vice. They know that they can or they have the chance to go against Gen.G. Kaya lang kasi, hindi eh. Hindi na eh. So, yan ang drawback. They're forced into their pistols again. Isang martial in the hands of Saya player, your boy. And really good buys pa rin for the side of Gen.G. And yun nga lang, no, never mind, tama lang pala. They've got the Guardian, they've got the Bulldog. Uy, may Guardian. Ngayon lang ata nakita natin yun.
May bantay.
Yup.
May Guardian.
Literal.
Pero, ito, oh wait, the paranoia to push out. They get Munchkin off of that. This is how I want to see the defensive side work for the most part sa kahit anong mapa. Be aggressive on your pushes, take picks, get info, then back off. And go back to your default playstyle.
Napakalinis ng execution nila doon. Like, yes, that's the mere encounter and then go out. Like what you've said. Siniplayan lang. It is methodical and it's clear thought out and they've been able to execute it properly. But other than that, someone will be executed here. Two members from T1, Carpe and Zeta already off the map. Ay, sayang. But with the 2v5 at play, paano kaya magiging balak nila dito? I mean, C-side's entirely open, but the moment na...
Last player standing.
Ayan na nga, yung sinasabi natin. -1 kaagad, TS, 3K, Saya player with the Marshall, sa oras na ma-push ka dyan, nako, patay ka.
Pero ito Saya player has been relatively absent this entire
30
game.
seconds
It's
left.
Carpet that's popping off sa side ng T1. And they can't capitalize dun sa playstyle. Di dun sa playstyle. They can't capitalize on Carpe for the most part kasi once nag-initiate si Carpe, everybody else falls down on the side of T1. And that's a Omen Victus flawless from Gen.G as they are closer and closer to match point. At parehas yung scoreline sa nangyari kanina. And again, just this initial push and atras, everything's all good for Gen.G.
Yan, actually, pwede rin natin sabihin dito na even if Saya player, I mean, tuloy na sabi mo, medyo absent nga siya recently. And nakita rin natin kasing problem here is even if that he tries to free space, yes, the attempt is there, pero once kasi na maalis siya or mawala siya, mapatay siya, wala rin nagtitreat eh. And that's been a rampant situation here for the side of T1. Kaya rin siguro medyo nahihirapan siya or just say na hindi niya nagagawa yung dapat niyang gawin because of the discrepancies in terms of the trade-offs na nagaganap.
Yeah, that's the difference na meron yung T1, meron yung Gen.G. Gen.G, they like to play off of contact plays. Push tayo, makapatay ka niya or mapatay ka, don't worry, I got you, homie.
Yun ang masarap pakinggan. I got you. Ano yan?
Omo, Gen.G, King.
Omo is O, diba? Or OMG or something like that. Tama ba?
Ganun.
Omo, Gen.G.
Omo, Gen.G.
Yeah.
Gen.G, King
I mean, hindi ko na napansin, Sylvan is already in 17-7 2 KDA. Angas.
Comfort ba ka mo?
Comfort
100% in his element.
All the lineups, the Asian pick.
Wala pa naman tayo nakikitang 100% nerded Sova dito.
Oo,
sa
wala
laro
pa
natin.
naman, wala pa naman.
Yung
Ano
mga
pa lang,
tipong-
mga rational sila.
Rational pa lang.
Oo.
Wala pa yung from C, babato ng recon to A. Mga ganun. Wala pa naman tayo nakikita ko.
What if, diba? I mean, we're Asians, so like what the stereotype says, napakaangas na siguro if ever that we will be able to see something na ganun.
Wala naman tayong average Jonas dito sa Pacific. Average Jomar siguro. Yung
Average Jomar.
yung kalaro ko minsan. Magre-recon siya, nagre-recon siya sa Haven, darating sa bind yung recon niya.
Hi kay Jomar.
Hi kay Jomar. Pero, this is not an average game for T1.
Yeah.
Kahit anong angulo mo tignan, hindi maganda yung performance ng T1 dito. 5 rounds separates them from at least tying up the series. And it's a tall mountain to climb. Mount Everest para sa T1. Pero Gen.G, patag lang, banayad lang ang pag-push nila dito. Beautiful recon, King with a follow-through. Will get a double, will not get punished, gets a third! Onto intro, not punished at all! And Munchkin, makakaisa kay TS. 46 HP though. Na-manage niya yung mga angles. Kailangan niyang going 1v1 yung dalawa, pero Goddead will wrap it up. 5-11 para sa Gen.G.
Oh no. One more round away from the match point and the economy. Hindi maganda sa nating nakikita para sa kampo ng T1. And we can say that Gen.G, maganda yung kanilang inaasikaso or ginagawa dito. They're just waiting for them to practically go into the site and they will go bang bang.
Natawa na lang din yung coach eh. Grabe ka dun, King! Ha 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 ha! Sabi ng coach.
Bakit pati yung napaka-definite?
Translator.
Ah, okay.
네, 안녕하십니까. Nomad 입니다.
Wow. Ang alam ko lang dyan, Anyo. Tapos wala. Pukushipda. Eme.
Oh, sino yun? Sino?
Wala. Nabanggit ko lang. Alala ko lang BTS. Anyways. Dark covers. Denying info at the garage area.
Jiggle.
But everyone's coming into the A site already.
Oh.
Quick trade up between the two breaches already. And we are seeing the blind gonna be put out here as well. Pero, Saga player, makakita ng isa pero Goddead pa rin ang mamamayagpag sa tapatan na yon. And now, with the numbers and the odds turning into advantage, let's see if magkakaroon ba ng enough na advantage mga members in T1 knowing na kulang sila ng isang tao. I mean, this is semi-winnable. Tulad na sabi mo kanina.
Semi-winnable.
Woo!
Pero off of that, initial kill from King? At may na-detain pang dalawa?
Oh no! Hindi nila chinik! Chinik ba nila?
Oh no! Not like this! Pero kailangan niya mag-swing out kagad. He does swing out. He gets a double off of that.
No.
Pero he gets taken out by King.
Abot ba? Okay, abot.
Abot.
Sabi ko, why didn't they check hell? Nagulat ako. Sabi ko, ha? Someone's been detained. Maybe it's just, they just thought na, you know what? Yung na-detain, baka nasa safe area lang yan. That's why they didn't bother. Pero tinala talaga merong last na salo. Yung KJ nila. At yung kinabahan ako dun for them. Sobra.
Blunder para sa Gen.G yun. Pero King, as always, brings it back.
Lagi naman. I mean, it's King always. I mean, we have been able to see na rin na tulad nga ng pinoint out nila Rebix ko na he's been very, very much consistent with his prowess overall kahit sa mga previous matches nila. But focus tayo dito at the present time dahil nakikita natin Hunter's Fury gonna put out as well as from the shadows from one of the omens here, Bladestorm. Tingnan natin kung may matatamaan ba to. Tamang updraft lang pero wala pa siyang makikita. Pero ayun, makakapitas ng isa. Munchkin wala na. And they have yet to go in for the spike. Rolling Thunder will be put out here by Carpe. And hopefully, may mangyari dito. Shorty at hand. Hindi yun. Magmamatilis and receiving the rest of the members here from Gen.G. Just denying every single person here from T1. Ending the series with a 2-0.
Not like this for T1s. Parehong-pareho yung scoreline nila from Game 1. And Game 2, ganito rin yung nangyari. Grabe talaga ang mga kaganapan natin dito, mga kaibigan. Bilang isang T1 fanboy, nakakalungkot, pero that was beautiful. Gen.G performance.
Nakikiramay ako. Nakikiramay.
Beautiful performance from Gen.G then 100% synchronized sila in every single aspect. Completely outclassing T1 talaga. In terms of just on the defending side, they were able to just push out, get information back off, then fight. And when it comes to fight, talagang suntukan. Blow by blow.
I mean, minsan kasi nag-i-initiate si T1, kaya lang kasi kahit na mag-initiate sila, si Gen.G pa rin talaga yung mas, ang tawag dito, mas behemoth, kumbaga sa kanila. But, from what we have just seen, medyo napatagal yung laban nila. Medyo nag-put out ng magandang fight ng si T1, but sadly, it's not entirely enough. Kasi we actually thought na mas magkakaroon sila ng advantage during the second half, but that's actually not it. And instead, Gen.G just dominated them over, kaya yun.
Yeah, kasi if you're on the attacking side, you have to take the tempo. Ikaw dapat magsasabi na, oy, dito kami pupunta. Kayo mag-adjust sa amin, hindi yung kami mag-a-adjust sa inyo.
Yes.
Pero yung Gen.G, sila yung nagpa-adjust sa T1. Yung T1, pinigilan nila, yung Gen.G, pinigilan nila yung T1 sa kung ano man gustong plano ng T1 on the attacking side. And ultimately, at the end of the day, GG for Gen.G.
Yes. Bumalik tayo sa storyline natin kanina.
Yes,
GG's na nga ang nasabi ng Gen.G dito. And from the point that we have been able to see kanina, kahit nga the effort has already been put there with all the numerous time also pinut out ng T1, hindi pa rin siya entirely sapat, and Gen.G would be already 4-0 sa kanilang standing, up to par with DRX.
Up to par with DRX, and we're kind of seeing who the best two teams in Korea are. We are seeing DRX on top, and Gen.G for now, pero that's not the complete story kasi yung susunod naman dito ay yung battle for Japan naman.
Yes. I mean, feeling ko, Japan mananalo dito sa dalawa.
Sure. Feeling ko may chance na yung Japan makabawi sa Japan eh. So, may potential na yung Japan mananalo imbes na yung Japan.
Oo, tama.
Pero
malalaman din natin kung ano pa meron sa mga Japan teams natin if ipapasa na natin sa ating mga panels. Panels, pasok.
What if lalabas tayo?
Oo nga. Sige, tara. Labas na tayo.
Let's go. Let's just leave, okay? Show's over. Joke lang.
Pero
I think, I agree with Mochi and Nomad na, I think Japan is gonna win today. Right? Japan will win. Korea just won.
I'm not even gonna acknowledge that.
No, I'm so sorry. I tried. Pero ayun, we just had our second game of our first series here today, which is Gen.G and T1. An identical scoreline, 13-5 again, both in favor of Gen.G. And this looks, it's a bit saddening here to see that, T1 had a lot of potential coming into the series, but they just did not deliver.
Man, it's Gen.G. It's Gen.G all the way. I mean, just looking at the raw numbers from that on your screens from week 1 to week 3, maps pa nga lang na pinili in this series. Yeah, it was like looking at it, T1's really had this in the bag. And I mean Gen.G. T1 though, here on Haven, meron silang tinry gawin na parang try to not give the first half advantage over to Gen.G. Still did not work. Sobrang lapit na ng scoreline, pero man, they were nailed in 2 to 5 points.
Oh man.
Round.
Yun nga napaisip din ako kung yung scalability ng T1 sa league, is it good? Is it gonna be better for weeks to come? Lalo na they're following this type of trend where they're really hinging off of that, again, just the capacity to have 5 All-Stars. Pero tingin ko kanina din yung pinakamalaking problema nila. Hindi sila take map control in an effective manner. That's exactly why we saw them just clump up and go 5-man on a lot of the sites, which is so strange on Haven because it's historically a very, very attacker-sided map. There's a lot of avenues and a lot of ways that you can really poke out your opponent and go for those, I guess, more patient approaches. Pero yun nga, yung T1 gusto nila dire-diretso. Pero Gen.G, so well adjusted.
Exactly. I think na, they were very straightforward yung play nila, pero it was straightforward and uncoordinated. And I think it goes no questions asked that, King is our MVP here. I think he played splendidly. He got so many of those really important pickoffs for his team. But aside from the raw firepower of Gen.G here, I think na parang mas prepared lang sila dito sa match natin today. And, going into how well prepared Gen.G is, do we think na T1's what does T1 necessarily need to work on moving forward? Because they have been performing really good against other teams, but maybe not against other Korean teams. And just as Nomad said, na yung rankings natin for Korea is roughly DRX, Gen.G, and T1. So how can T1 move forward seeing this performance?
Yeah, but for T1, I think for their performance alone, it's parang picking maps na parang it's not very util heavies, more like suntukan na lang. Well, in this case, barilan na lang. Barilan na lang. I think that's the point that I was going across for. But yeah, I mean, they did splendidly over at Ascent, not including the series. You know,
Usually.
In Ascent, over at Lotus as well. Of course, Lotus, parang Haven lang, technically, but you know, just basta anything na barilan na lang. I mean, if it's just utils, nakita natin over yung garage kanina, no, when they were trying to do that attack, or in Raph was like, oh, why didn't they just flash with their breach? They could have done that easier.
Pero I'm glad that you brought up Lotus kasi yun yung pinaka siguro unstable na map in the international scene. Again, it's the newest map, guys. We haven't really fully developed it and all of that. And it's been really apparently it is still developing, right? And yung tanong ni Reby kanina kung ano ba yung dapat gawin ng T1. Again, yung pinaka siguro obvious na flaw sa attack plan nila is that they don't have a problem with taking fights, but they have to pick the fights that they have to take. Otherwise, it's just going to come down to what happened earlier. Nakita mo yung rotation, si King siya pa yung sentinel, di ba? Kasi si Meteor yung nagjo-jet, nag-roll swap sila. So they fully understood that in this matchup, yung T1 talaga yung sobrang, I guess, giggle when it comes to taking space. Because usually, right, we have King to be the one to press the attack, to press the forward line. Pero yun nga, alam nila na, oh, T1 is going to be super, super aggressive on this. Let's put one of our best aimers on a very stable role and just let his gravity do the work.
Exactly. I feel like, you know, they just shut him down before he could do anything, basically. But, you know, before we go into it, we're going to be having an interview with King in just a moment. But, you know, I want to ask about the questions that we plan to ask King, because I'm kind of curious to see how they felt about, you know, I think there was this moment, Jansa Haven, in our second match, na T1 actually seemed to find their footing. And I want, like, what do you think was the reason why? Do you think it was that they were starting to maybe read Gen.G's tempo or read the way they read them, or were they more reactive?
On my end, I think I just want to ask, siguro, no? Like, if we're going as, like, you know, a heads up to our questions, well, para kay King, I want to ask, what's with Icebox? Why don't you like it? I mean, yeah, of course, hindi naman niya sasagutin yan, eh. I mean, like, why give away your strategy, right? But then, you know, I wanted to ask that, but of course, I'm not gonna ask that later. Antayin nyo na lang, pero like, sometimes it comes to my head, what if I ask like a player, right? And then they start spilling their strats. Like,
oh yeah, this is actually what we have here.
Para paunti-unti sabihin niya, actually, eto plano namin to pag sila yung kalaban namin. And I'm like,
I'm not gonna name drop, but that's happened before.
Oh!
Like, you know, basta, the story goes, and again, I think this happened like off cam though. So it's like, oh, saan nangyari dito? Bakit ganito yung adjustment? Eh, kasi, it was like, oh, whoa, you don't actually have to tell me everything, you know what I mean? Like, you trust people too much. But of course, just to go back to everything, right? Like, what happened with T1, really? I know the spotlight is on Gen.G right now because I think going back to our initial power rankings, none of us actually put Gen.G as the second best team. I think karamihan natin nag-agree na sila yung maybe top 4, top 5.
Yeah. We were thinking Paper X ata.
Paper X, Talon, especially coming into VCT Pacific.
No, don't say that. Don't say that, man.
Oh well.
Talon and Paper X still have it in them.
Yeah, they're just...
Yeah, but yun yung iniisip natin. It's still there.
In our hearts.
Week 4 pa lang, in our hearts. Pero like...
Come on, guys.
Exactly. I mean, we're just halfway through league play dito sa VCT Pacific, so there's still a lot of chance for teams to come back and really shuffle around those standings, because just because we are, you know, we have DRX 4-0, we still have so many slots left for the other teams who still want to climb their way into playoffs. So, you know, there's always, stay hopeful, you know. I still it's not copium here. I don't think it's copium.
Hindi, syempre malakas yung Papex, malakas yung Talon, ng bias dito, di ba? Di pa obvious yung yung mga favorite teams ko siguro.
No.
Di naman. Wala naman nasasabi. But anyway, oh wow.
Yeah, anyway, I think we're just about ready to go into our interview with King.
안녕하세요, 킹 선수. Hello.
Hello, hi King. Congratulations on your win today. Congrats to you and your team. So for our first question, I wanted to ask the second game on Haven. Where do you feel that T1, in the first half, T1 started to get some rounds? Why do you think you struggled a bit, and how did you adapt to really take the rest of the game?
일단 헤이븐 관련해서 먼저 첫 번째 질문 드리고 싶은데 전반전에는 그래도 T1이 좀 비등비등한 싸움을 펼치다가 이제 후반전에는 확실히 이제 젠지가 승기를 잡았었는데 그 후반전에 들어가면서 어떤 부분에 좀 변화를 줬다고 주셨는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
솔직히 전반전에는 이게 궁 상황이 상대방한테 너무 좋았다고 생각해요. 그냥 뭔가 운이 안 좋았다는 생각이 들고, 그리고 후반전에는 그냥 뭔가 상대방이 너무 멘탈이 나가서 러쉬를 온 느낌? 그냥 잘 받아먹은 것 같아요, 상대방이 한 거.
So during the first half, I think they got their ultimates like at a super like like opportune moments. Maybe we were a little bit unlucky regarding their ultimates. So I think that was our struggle during the first half. But during the second half, it seemed like they were a little bit mental boomed. And maybe they just kept rushing, which we took full advantage of.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that one. Thank you so much. Chris?
All right, so here's my question. Hi, King. Since we were discussing like the mental boom from like the other team, how much do you capitalize on that one as like Gen.G as a team in general?
이제 상대가 멘붕을 하게 된다고 하셨잖아요. 그런 부분에 대해서 이제 젠지 입장에서 상대가 좀 멘붕을 하면은 좀 어떻게 그거를 잘 받아먹는지 여쭤보고 싶어요.
일단 라운드 시작 시간에 저는 저희 팀한테 절대 흔들리지 말고 라운드가 뒤쳐져 있어도 절대 신경 쓰지 말고 흔들지 마라라고 일단 당부를 해놓고, 그리고 그 상대방이 실수를 받아먹을 준비를 하고 있어라라고 그냥 잘 새겨 놓는 것 같아요, 우리 팀은.
I mean, at the beginning of every round, I tell my teammates, hey, don't feel pressured, even if we're losing in terms of the round score. Stay calm, and I always tell them that they're gonna make mistakes to get ready to capitalize.
Oh, okay, Raph.
Well, I guess my question is, was there a specific player on T1 that you were worried would potentially heat up, and was there a player that you were really trying to shut down, like as a whole?
그 T1 선수들 중에 조금 이 선수가 좀 활약하면은 우리에게 경기가 좀 어려울 수도 있겠다라고 좀 조심해야 된다 이렇게 생각하시는 선수가 있었나요?
뭐 모든 팀들이 그렇겠지만 일단 타격대가 너무 잘 풀려버리면은 상대방 입장에서 너무 힘들기 때문에 타협 플레이어님께서 그러니까 컨디션이 되게 좋았었으면 좀 힘들었을 것 같아요.
I mean, it's the same. I imagine it's the same for every team, but if the duelist player really pops off, then it makes life really difficult for the opponents. So I think if Saya player is at the top of his game, then for sure it would have been difficult for us.
All right, thank you very much. Well, Rebby, do you have anything to follow that up with?
Yeah, all right. So for my final question, I wanted to ask, because going into next week, you are going against DRX. So what can we expect from Gen.G?
이제 다음 주 상대가 DRX인데 젠지에서 어떤 모습 기대할 수 있을까요?
일단 옛날에는 그러니까 젠지가 처음 만들었을 때는 저희가 준비가 안 된 상태라 저 자신도 되게 자신감이 없었는데 이번에는 뭔가 준비 과정에서 나오는 그 자신감 덕분에 열심히 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So in the past, when we first put this team together, we didn't have much time to prepare. So I did not have much confidence. But in the process of building this team together, I think we feel much more confident now, and I think we'll be able to put up a much better showing.
All right, I like that a lot. Well, thank you so much, King. I wish you the best of luck in your match next week, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, there you have it. Mental boom. And they are ready for DRX next week.
Which is funny kasi pag kalaban nila yung DRX, parang gagawin na lang siguro ng Gen.G. Take away Foxy 9, like what we did with Saya player, it should be easier. Kanina rin pinag-usapan din natin to na what Gen.G did was like try to eliminate Saya player as fast as they can. That happened in first game, and so far yun din talaga yung strategy na naiisip ng Gen.G pala.
Exactly.
I mean, nasabi naman din natin kanina, Saya player talaga yung fire starter para sa T1. And with Gen.G, with the textbook performance that they did, really proved why there's such, I guess, weight into executing the plan properly.
That's right. Well, you heard it here. That was our first series for today, Gen.G versus T1. Gen.G, congratulations again for securing the win. And don't forget, don't go anywhere because we still have yung second series natin, which is the Battle of Japan. Zeta Division versus Detonation FocusMe. We'll be right back after the break.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hold up, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Ooh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Ay. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I should run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
ゼータディビジョンとの日本チーム同士の戦いは日本のコミュニティでも、最も注目の集まるカードだと思うんで、互いに、絶対に負けられないと思うので、全力を尽くして勝ちたいと思います。
ゼータはシュガとかテンとか仲いい人いるし大好きなチームだけど試合では手加減しません。嫌いにならないで。
ゼータでしょ。ただのクソイケメンチームだし、もちろん強いけど俺たちの方がもっと強いから軽くひねり潰そうかな。
ゼータは日本で一番強いと言われているチームなので、まずはゼータに勝って僕たちが 日本で一番強いことを証明したいと思います。
試合の日を自分自身もずっと楽しみにしていました。同じ日本チームとして絶対に勝ちます。
ゼータディビジョンは、僕たちが世界で勝つためにまずは超えなければいけない存在なので、ここで絶対に勝って、マスターズ東京への踏み台にしたいと思います。
Hello and welcome back to Day 11, Week 4 of VCT Pacific 2023 Filipino broadcast. I'm your host, Rubixco, and together with me on the panel is Juicy, Brucey, and Raph. So, nakakonclude na lang natin yung...
Nandito ba talaga tayo?
Are you here?
What if? Hindi natin pansinin si Revy.
Oo nga no. Sige daw.
Sige. Anyway, we just concluded our first series for today, which was Gen.G versus T1, 2-0 in favor of Gen.G, and we'll be proceeding to our next series, which is Zeta Division versus DFM. So, going to our second match for today, again, it is the Battle of Japan. This time, we just had the Battle of Korea. So let's see. You know, these are two teams on the opposite sides of the spectrum in our standing. So I believe, what's this? Zeta Division is our top 4 in the standings, I believe, with DFM at the bottom of the standings, still struggling to find a win here in VCT. So they're going head to head here. What do we expect? Do we think that DFM has seen some growth, or is this gonna look like a Zeta win?
It's so hard to say.
Believe in DFM.
Believe in DFM.
Yes.
Kailangan nilang makahanap talaga ng puntos. It's already week number 4. They gotta get their papers together. But Zeta Division looking na mas malakas going into the series.
I mean, of course, Zeta is something that's been pretty exposed to the international scene and a team that's been well beloved by everybody. Pero tingin ko yung pinakamalaking problema ng Zeta is that they're a little hard-headed when it comes to adopting the new metas, because I feel like they're firm believers of just perfecting their craft before moving on. I mean, it was super obvious with the chamber meta, right? But to go back on that, since they're supposedly yung mga trendsetters sa Japan and obviously one of the best teams and statistically the best team from Japan, I guess like it's so hard to say what DFM can do against them. Pero sa DFM naman, what do they have to lose at this point, honestly? So, yung expectations, obviously people are gonna put Zeta over DFM. But
Playoff
DFM,
spot? They're gonna be losing
that
playoff
too.
spot.
But yun nga, like DFM, you know how like, you know, when people are cornered or when teams are cornered, that's when they're at their most dangerous. So DFM, I feel like they have to avoid that point of no return at least.
I know. I mean, it's like, you know, yung saying na if you're at the bottom, okay, well, I'll tell you the saying.
Sige, salamat.
So, if you're at the bottom, for DFM, they may be at the bottom, pero if you are at the bottom, there's nowhere else to go but up. So, you know, this is the
Paano kung
chance.
bottomless yung pit?
Oo nga eh.
Well, then that's a problem. That's a real problem.
Okay, so we're here.
Anyway, going into DFM, you know, this team, they've shown a lot of promise, especially, you know, we've had a lot of hopes for Takej and Sisa Jest and Reita. Soldam, of course, and then there's been a bit of friction, you know, in the team. But, you know, moving forward, I feel like they know that they have to come together for this. They can't just drop things in the middle of the league. And this is a really big game for them because they are going against Zeta. And like you said, you know, Japan has this playstyle na kind of within the region talaga siya. Like they don't, you know, Zeta has a lot of experience outside, pero Japan teams as a whole na they have this meta in Japan. And to the rest of the world, medyo behind sila ng maybe a few pages. But, you know, seeing that they've gone against 3 weeks na tayo dito sa VCT Pacific. 3 weeks na tayo dito sa VCT Pacific. They have to have seen na, you know, they've had to adapt over these 3 weeks. So I feel like itong match na to will be a show of growth between these two teams, which is why, you know, I have this belief here in DFM.
Kailangan, but again, from last week's performance, I've read this na parang he suggests over an interview. He was saying that there were cracks in the team already, and he specifically pointed out which is IGL. And I'm not saying, I'm pretty sure like suggest doesn't really mean like it's the IGL. It's more like the team cohesion or cohesiveness. Kung saan talaga sila papunta. It's like the direction kung paano nila, you know, how they execute yung mga series na gagawin nila. So I don't know, maybe this is the time na probably they have sorted out their gears, oiled the gears if you would say. Nalagyan na ng tomato sauce yung spaghetti.
Akala ko yung gear may tomato sauce. Malala.
Yeah, it's like
nilagyan na ng tubig yung yung matamis. So maybe it's time for DFM. Maybe we've sorted things out. Maybe the metaphors are bad, but that's my point.
Sige kasi Rebe din kanina sabi niya may belief siya sa DFM. Kung makita ko sa predictions mamaya hindi DFM
hindi naman talaga.
wala sneak peek lang. Pero you know, both these players here, I feel like the controller role is a bit of a hidden gem, really. You're in a position where you have to isolate as many angles for your team. And when we see that go Ori and go off, I mean, the mistakes just become so apparent, right? Palagi na lang, nako kasi mali yung smoke mo, kasi pangit ng smoke mo, kasi nakapush pa sila, kasi eto. But Sugar Zero has been super clean on his executes. But I feel like since Zeta have been the best team in Japan and in their region, I'm pretty sure DFM have cooked something here. Ano naman, Bruce? Bakit tumingin ka sa akin, man?
Hindi kasi luto-luto eh.
Speaking of luto, I think we should think about food because we have the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge where you can order your favorite food to watch VCT Pacific. On top of that, we also have the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, which is a raffle challenge where you can win an all-expense-paid ticket to Seoul, Korea to watch the VCT Pacific Championships live. All you have to do is scan the QR code here in the bottom right corner of your screen to join, and all you have to do is click accept challenge. If you join the challenge, you can win Valorant sprays, Valorant gun buddies, Valorant player cards, and of course the grand prize of a trip to Seoul, Korea, where you can also have exclusive backstage passes to meet your favorite players and casters. Remember, kailangan mo mag-subscribe sa Grab Unlimited, pero huwag kayong mag-aalala kasi yung first month is absolutely free. Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery from every store every single day, and all you have to do is complete a single food order for 1 entry, and if you complete 5 entries, that grants you 10 raffle tickets. So kumbaga 2-in-1 siya. So yeah, what are you guys waiting for? Sign up to the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge for a chance to win a all-expense trip to Seoul, Korea.
Speaking of Seoul, Korea, experience VCT in Seoul, Korea by watching and sharing the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. To support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams, it's Valorant_PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube.
Special thanks to our sponsors Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible. So big thank you to everybody.
That's right. Thank you to our sponsors. Well, moving on to our second series of the day, it is Zeta Division versus DFM. So moving on to predictions. Raph, you just talked about predictions here, but
Ano?
Sabi mo kanina may belief ka sa DFM. Sige.
Well, the thing is, I do believe in DFM. I do love to support the underdog. But, you know, like they said, DFM actually said this in their interview, they are very good looking and very good players. So I'm going to have to say my prediction is Zeta.
Ano, ikaw, may belief ka din sa DFM. Ano yung predictions mo?
Well, the belief is Zeta's gonna win.
Ako din, Zeta din. Wala, ate ko yung hectic sobra.
Well, in fairness.
No, I'm trying to do away from everybody else.
Hipster.
So, hipster tayo DFM.
Sige.
So he wants to go against the grain, you know. what
Are
do
you,
you
are you
call
trying
that?
to put me against Bruce?
No,
Here?
I'm
It's not
trying to
gonna
help
happen.
him. I'm trying to, uplift Bruce.
G, thanks
Ayan.
for helping Zeta, pero pinili mo.
Oo nga eh. Siya pa yung may belief sa DFM, di ba?
Ang ganda ng tulong niya eh.
Well, as you can see, our panel, we have 2 Zeta, 1 DFM. Bruce, good on you supporting the underdogs. And who knows, if we're wrong, if you saw what was that game that we had? I think it was DRX and Zeta where we had to wear clown makeup.
Mm-hmm.
What did you guys do?
Because me and Aster, I made a bet with Bruce. Whoever loses has to put on clown makeup for April Fools, and Bruce lost.
Yeah.
It was 2-1
You
though.
picked
Very
Zeta
close.
over DRX?
No, it's not. It wasn't
I think it was
DRX.
a different team.
Indian DRX. That was Zeta and a different team. I'll look it up later.
Yeah,
pero
but-
Zeta won.
Siyempre, naka-makeup ka eh.
No, yun na nga.
This is not the first time I've seen Bruce put on makeup because of a lost challenge. Again, just a big throwback. But
so it's nothing new.
Nothing new
Nothing
naman.
new.
Pero look at all these players. Totoo naman yung sinabi ni, what was it, Reita earlier? Or was it Suggest na sobrang pogit, sobrang lakas ng Zeta?
True. And it's that good balance that they have here, like yung
Parang
looks.
si Bruce lang.
Tama. I mean, not just Bruce, everyone on the panel, pati yung casters natin, si Mochi and si
Hindi,
Nomad.
ako lang.
Okay, sorry.
Si Bruce lang.
Mochi, Nomad, babawi sila later.
Babawi yan.
But going on to here, our players. So I think everyone looks pretty confident today. Looks, it's a battle of Japan versus Japan. I feel like it's a very friendly competition. Here, everyone very, the typical polite Japanese. It's really nice to see.
And, to talk about all the players here, tingin ko yung medyo X-factor sa Zeta is si Ten. I mean, Ten has not had the greatest performances in the last few international stages, but we've actually seen him still contribute in siguro hindi mga obvious ways, like a flash that then counts as an assist, or just him taking space and just zoning out players in general. Pero yun nga, sabi mo din kanina na may meta talaga yung Japan, and that's true for all of our regions. Actually, we all have our local and regional meta, and again, with Zeta being on top, syempre sila siguro yung pinakamalakas sa Japan, but DFM, they might have a surprise cooking under their sleeves.
Exactly, and I think, going on sa regions again, I think may pressure sila dito kasi these are local rivals. It's Zeta and DFM, both from Japan, and I think na, Zeta going into this, they've been really, really strong here in VCT Pacific. Really solid yung performance nila, especially after their initiation match, I'd like to call it, against DRX. I think, the fact na they pushed DRX to their limit is really a show kung gaano kasi, like, their growth talaga in their season just at the very start of VCT Pacific. And this is a lot of pressure on the side of DFM kasi, again, they haven't won a single map or, not just a single series, a single map as well here dito sa VCT Pacific. So things aren't looking so good for them, but I think there is still hopes for a comeback.
Marami pa yan. And more of looking forward into this series, I want each team to push each other to the limit in that sense that it's gonna be going sa mga map picks. So sabihin natin when it comes to map picks, yung most played maps from both teams in not such an even scale is Pearl. So I'm really expecting Pearl to also come out here. And so far yung bans out, kung Fracture yung na natin nakita, Fracture and Split, right?
Lotus.
Lotus and Split. It's Lotus, isa yan sa biggest maps bans than DFM, so not surprising to see it here. Yung Ascent naman, it's one of the most played maps ng Zeta Division, so not surprised it's gonna be coming out.
And it looks like we're getting Ascent and Haven again. It's pretty much a replay ng first series natin. So it's like, I feel like maybe this is something East Asian teams definitely prefer to play. And these are 2 maps again that you can really see people bringing out their fundamentals and their mastery. Basically a match of mastery.
Well, totoo lang, naumay na ako sa Ascent at Haven palagi na lang, pero for good reason. APAC and just Asia, as you mentioned, in general, is very good at those maps kasi kahit super default heavy or super set play, pwede ma-apply sa maps na ganyan. Super flexible, pero I thought we would honestly see a Lotus pick here on the side of DFM and honestly even Zeta kasi sila yung medyo offense-oriented teams. Yun talaga yung identity for Japan as a whole. Medyo aggressive din yung defensive side nila. So parang attacking part 2. And I thought that Lotus would match up with them very, very nicely. But instead, maybe, just maybe, they're saving it for the playoffs.
Yep, and speaking of Ascent, yung first map natin, and this was a choice galing sa Zeta Division. If I'm not mistaken, Zeta yung pumili ng Ascent, diba? And I think gusto nilang makakuha ng upper hand right away. So far in VCT Pacific, DFM hindi pa sila nakalaro dito sa Ascent.
Exactly. Well, we'll just have to see in our first game here today with Zeta and DFM. So, like, this is gonna be a very good decider match, I think, for that sets the tone for the rest of VCT Pacific for these teams. So anyway, babawi si Nomad and Mochi kay Bruce. So, casters, anong masasabi nyo sa susunod na laban natin?
Ang masasabi namin ay ito yung ginawa ni Takeje kay Lads kanina. It feels like DFM might be DFM losing to Zeta Division. That is the story, pero I feel like Japan's gonna win this.
Japan talaga yung mananalo dito. Sabi ni Ate Reby, dapat daw bumawi tayo kay Brucey. Kaya lang kasi hindi eh.
Wala, hindi kami taga-analyze ngayon. Kami lang yung taga-sabi na kung ano man.
Taga-deliver lang po kami.
What we say is what we see. Yun lang naman yung mahalaga sa amin ngayon. Pero with that being said, welcome. Map 1 on Ascent. Nomad with Mochi at dito malalaman at dito magsisimula ang battle for Japan. Zeta Division in the Japanese region has been 100% on top of everything. Walang kaproblema sa kanila. It's Detonation FocusMe na for the past couple of weeks has been lacking. Ang daming kulang eh. Sobrang off ng DFM. Like they haven't found their mojo. Pinag-usapan nila kanina sa panel, there might be something missing here for Detonation FocusMe. They bring in Soldam, the imposter in this battle for Japan. Kasi siya lang nag-iisang Korean sa laban natin. Maybe he's gonna be a factor here. Who knows? He has been a factor for Detonation FocusMe for the longest time now. Pero we don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, hindi na talaga natin sure. I mean, the possibilities are endless, but once again, the history is already telling us something. Kumbaga, and it just in a bit, pwede natin sabihin na, yes, Zeta Division is doing really well. Like, nakita naman natin kung ano naging performance nila sa San Paulo and stuff. But we cannot disregard the fact na malay mo, naipon na, ito na yung ganti ng ape for the side of DFM. Mamaya ito na yung retribution or revenge arc nila, di ba?
Pero ang layo pa ng retribution ito para sa Detonation FocusMe. Kasi compared to how Zeta has been, Detonation FocusMe, paulit-ulit, very lacking. In all aspects. And I don't know if I don't think I can say this, pero there is something going on behind the scenes. Yun ang masasabi ko. That's kind of preventing DFM from releasing their full potential. Pero who knows? Maybe the Knicks have been straightened out. All the dents in their armor have been hammered out para maging okay na lahat. We don't know. Pero the map pool that we have, it's Ascent and Haven, and then going to Pearl, which is the third map, which is parang nangyari kanina sa laban natin.
Ano yan?
Soldam, Pusonda, DFM.
Looking good for the supporters. I mean, that is something that is also remarkable. Like, I can compare DFM to RRQ in a way. Kasi
support.
For some, no. In terms of their din kasi team composition, they're still being furnished, they're still being fostered and stuff. And they're really taking their time kasi 'di ba medyo bihira or nagkakaroon sila ng problems in terms of playing as a whole team. So I can see that they're taking their time in order to set up and stuff. But once again, there's some stakes. So they really have to take that into account. But on the other hand naman, para sa mga member here from Zeta Division, there is some lack in terms of attacking, no? Pagka kinumpare mo pag lumaban sila sa ibang mga teams. But at the same time, once na maging pamilyar sila dun sa mga kalaban nila, ang bilis na nila mabase. Alam na nila ano yung mga susunod nilang kilos. They will be able to predict something, especially na yung isang match natin na nilaro nila. I cannot remember or recall kung sino yung malakas ng team na yon, pero malapit yung scores nila. So, ibig sabihin, talagang may ibubuga ang Zeta Division.
Talaga. Siyempre, si Dep, kahit na Dep pangalan yan, Malakas umatake yan.
Malakas makatunog si Dep.
Dep.
Diba?
Hindi na lang gawin attack yung pangalan niya.
Yun niya.
Dep na sa Dep. Pero, yeah, Zeta Division, line up on its own, individually, really good. Soldam, high team.
Ang cute ng penguin. Ang
It's
effort
a
nila
icebox
na
penguin.
drawing pa talaga nila.
Sana all ma-end.
Ayan pa. Team. Effort
But
says
may-
everything.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
Parang yung fans na pinapakita nila yung support nila sa mga players, sa mga teams as we're waiting for the games to start. Full support lang.
Ganda ng hair niya.
Sana all ganyan yung buhok.
Diba, no? It's very, napakaganda ng shape niya.
Ganun yung shade, ganun yung kulay. Pag ginawa ko yun sa buhok ko, wala na akong buhok.
Oh, maluluto, no?
Let them cook.
The hair is cooked. Oh, no.
Yeah, a lot is at stake here talaga sa mga teams natin. Mostly is to disrupt the status quo in terms of sino ba yung best team Japan has to offer. These are the two teams that Japan sent over for VCT Pacific, Zeta and DFM. Top 2 sila pareho lagi sila sa Japanese region. Pero Zeta Division, they might want to multiply their odds in this tournament. Kasi napakasaklap naman talaga pag nangyari na Masters Tokyo, walang Japanese team na napadpad.
Yeah. And actually, tulad nga rin ng sinabi ko kanina yung according sa history nila, naalala ko lang na DFM is a team before ni Takechi at ni Reita. So, this is the first time that they will be able to face each other because ng lock-in, hindi yun nangyari. So, this is about to be a spicy match.
Very, very spicy. We've been talking about steaks. We've been talking about spicy. We've been talking about the teams cooking. And now it's time to let it simmer as we go into the pistol round. 0 point. Binato na kagad for info, and mukhang Zeta Division on the attacking side will want to go on over towards A. Lurk on to 10. Sa loob na side kagad si Dep. And walang follow through for now. They get slowed down in Takej. Makakuha kay Dep on his own at biglang all of a sudden 4v3 ang kaganapan natin dito for the Battle of Japan.
Ay, mukhang hindi ata naging maganda yung attempt nila sa pagpasok dun sa A-site natin. I mean, maganda ang pag-entry ni Dep, but hindi nasundan. And in return, walan sila ng dalawang miyembro, and now they are facing the consequences of their actions. Tatlo na lang ang naiwan, and they are looking into B-site. Sana makomit na lang na maganda or at least equalize the numbers. Dahil nakita naman natin is going to be pretty difficult just in case na hindi nila magawa yun. But now, with a knife gonna be thrown, hindi sila makakakita ng kahit sino dito nasa B-site natin. And they're gonna still pursue the A-site with 20 seconds left. Oh no, they better act quick. Oh, nagbago isip.
Yun yung mahirap pag nagbabago yung isip eh.
Ayan na nga,
malilito-lituan na lang talaga eh. Pero dahil nagbago yung isip nyo, nandito si Soldan para abangan kayo, gets the kill on 10, slows down the push, pero kailangan na magtanim ni Crow. At ang pagtanim ay hindi biro, lalo-lalo na para sa Zeta Division. As they are gonna be playing off of Laz, gets Soldam. Makes it a 1v3. Crow, not really known to clutch as much, but he has to go big. Gets the 1, gets the 2, and he gets those 3! Makes it a 4K, not known to clutch. That's a Red Bull clutch.
Whoa! Crow! I mean, actually, I find it interesting na Crow talaga yung IGN niya because Crows are known as very cheeky and intelligent creatures. And it shows from that play that's been put out by Crow. Once again, brought you by Red Bull. That is a clutch. And that would just give them at most advantage, syempre. I mean, other than the fact na merong boost in terms of the guns, meron na din silang moral boost doon.
Ice-cold expression kay Crow off of that 4K as well.
Nice.
Nothing less from the side of Zeta Division, honestly. Mas ito yung ine-expect kong makitang performance sa kanila, pero Detonation FocusMe, it's still early in the game. Pwede pang magbago. Yung gulong ng palad, pwede pang magbago para sa DFM.
Ang mga lamesa ay pwede pang mabaliktad.
The turns
Mabaliktad,
have tabled.
Di ko rin mga Tagalog eh. Ano ba naman kasi?
Ang pagliko ay na lamesa.
Yeah, ewan. But now, I mean, pretty obvious. We got the gun vice here sa Zeta. So, DFM though, they're not giving it away. Tingin na meron pa rin silang susumbat dito para sa Zeta natin. But the moment na meron magpakita, aalis sila agad dito. The site is already onto the hands of Zeta alone. And they've been able to secure it already while DFM would attempt to go for a retake while there's some shots already being put out here. Mukhang mahirapan sila dito with Zeta. Every single one is being put down with Laz even pulling up a 3K. And instantly, ganun nakabilis, they've been able to secure the round.
Kasing bilis ng mga delivery. If you get grab unlimited.
Oh, yung By the way, guys, if you're interested, once again, get a chance to get a trip to show South Korea. With just ordering 5 times per day. I mean, 1 time per day with total of 5 orders. Hey.
Wait lang. Sobrang... Kasi last time na naglaro yung DFM,
ano?
Yung viewing party, sobrang kalmado ng mga fans ng DFM. As in, naka-prim and proper, claps nila, ganun
very,
lang.
formal.
Very formal. Tapos biglang yung fans ng Zeta Division, talagang all out. Makikita natin mamaya pag naka-round yung DFM. You'll see what I'm talking.
Kumbaga meron duality in terms of their fan base.
And there's also a duality in terms of how these teams play.
Yes, actually.
Very big duality, especially on the attacking side for Zeta Division. Yes, Zeta Division can really, get good reads of their opponents on the defensive side. Pero when they attack, atake talaga yan.
Definitely, but now, binline pero walang follow-up. Sholdam daw makakakuha ng isa dito. Trying to go for additional free fires pero hindi ko konekta ang mga ito. Ngunit, meron ng isang bawas dito para sa Zeta. Siyempre, advantage na yon para sa koponan ng DFM. Pero, hindi sila nagpapakasiguro. They're still playing it safe, which is good. So, let's see.
Nagbago yung isip nila. Pumasok sa isang site, lilipat sa bago.
Maganda kaya maging outcome nito?
Dapat maganda, but that's also information na, Sugar Zero. Si Taki J pala, narinig niya lahat. It's Taki J. Takej! Good na classic, akala ko sasaksakin siya dun. Pero, as I say that, they have complete control of A site right now, pero post-plants dun sila magkakaproblema kasi si Anthem, nakaabang, jumijiggle-jiggle lang, it folds. Dito sa Cat. Slowly pushing in as well. Smokes are coming out. They are going to be playing from hell. Pero 10, gonna play the cross. Sino man lumabas dito. Potentially ma-take down ni 10 if the shots connect. Pero HPs are low here. Aside ng Zeta Division suggests. Takes down 10. Trades after trades. Sugar Zero takes another one. Makes it a 1v1. Anthem has to peek it wide and he does and he takes it.
That's so unfortunate. Nasa kanya ni. Sayang. But considering that he is low in health, sayang kay Sugar Zero. And at least this is going to be a winner on the side of DFM. And I mean, it is a buy round din naman nga kasi. So that just means that they would get additional privilege for the upcoming round na maaari na nila mabatong-batong Zeta. And I guess it would it can possibly be a really close match compared sa kung ano ang inaakala natin.
Very close match. Potentially.
If they become consistent.
Consistency is key naman talaga. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng laging best foot forward.
Yes.
Dapat best foot always, all the time. So, panan lang lagi.
No. Niliteral.
That's my best foot. But as I say this, no command thrown out by Crow. Pigilan lang yung paggamit ng utilities dito inside the DFM. Already inside the side. Death takes down the one. Gets another one to suggest. 3v4 na kaagad tayo dito mga kaibigan. And it's time for DFM to go for the retake. Pero malalaman pa din nandito si Soldam. Yes, Laz takes him down. All angles covered completely by Zeta Division and DFM. Walang-wala sila magagawa with just the ghosts and the stingers. This round is all done, if I do say so myself. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat kasi Takej gets another onto Crow. Hindi siya makakapulot ng baril and he gets taken down by 10.
I mean, it's already there. Like, ayan, yun yung mga tipo ng mga sitwasyon na, okay, this is how it goes. Kasi ganyan eh. So, automatically, you can easily read it. And we know naman, total advantage with the end of Zeta during that time. And this was the fact na they are pretty much predicting where they are. At this point, I mean, pinanggit natin kanina that they are really good in reading and knowing na mga kapwa, mga Japanese to, and they are quite familiar with how each other operates, then definitely be much more easier for them to read and predict kung ano ang susunod na hakbang na gagawin ng DFM.
Ano ba yung susunod ng kabanata ng DFM? Ano ba yung next chapter sa laro natin ito para sa DFM? Now that they have full weapons at their disposal. And I find it not weird, pero I find it lacking. Kasi me personally, when I play on Ascent, I kind of want that mid control, kind of want to aggressively get information and then pull back. I'm not seeing that from DFM. Something that Gen.G does. Na nakita natin kanina. That's what set them apart from T1. Now, going into this matchup, DFM, parang tinatanggap lang nila kung ano binibigay ng Zeta Division eh. As Zeta Division, kinukuha nila lahat ng pwede nilang kunin sa DFM. Kinuha na nila yung mid-control sa kanila. They open up a lot of avenues for them to start pushing forward. But at the same time, DFM, di sila nagbibigay ng information gaano sa laro. And as I say that, patuloy-tuloy na yung pagpasok ng Zeta Division. Soldam nakaabang, gets the kill onto Sugar Zero. Anthem takes out Crow. Soldam nakapalawa kay 10. Hindi siya, kamuti ka na siya makatatlo dun. Pero he gets taken down. Down to a 4v1. Laz na lang mag-isa. Spike is not down. It's still in main. At wala na siya magagawa dito kundi magtago at isave ang Vandal. And that's the second round on the board para sa DFM.
Oh my. I mean, hindi ko ina-expect na magiging ganon, but we have seen Soldam, napaka-heroic ng ginawa niya doon. He's been able to secure a couple and that is actually a big help para sa kanyang team. And that made Zeta suffer real bad, but for how long? Because we have seen how DFM's been able to answer back kahit papano. They've been able to counter what Zeta is actually doing here or performing. And hopefully they'll be able to do it in the long run. Kasi if so, that is going to be such a big statement. And they'll be breaking themselves from the shackles, literal. Kasi 0-3 na sila. So just in case ang panalo nito, that would be really, really good.
Semi-jet depth.
Jet depth.
Ni nagaganap dito. 1 kill lang naman yung difference ni Soldam and Dep. The only difference is Soldam much more aggressive on this jet kumpara kay Dep.
Agree. Because Dep is more focused on freeing space talaga. But Soldam, other than freeing space, he's really aggressive in terms of securing kills.
Yeah, that's why he is touted as nung una the Korean jet. Siya talaga yung yung sinabihan na unang Korean jet. Way back in what, 2021? 2020 was
lockdown days.
Yeah.
Lockdown that has been facilitated by the government pala.
Ang daming memories na minsan masayang balikan, minsan hindi masayang balikan.
Uy. Bakit parang may ano na naman yan? May
underlying
message.
Kasi yun yung panahon na wala tayong LAN events.
Tama.
Kaya minsan hindi nyo nakikita ang isa't isa sa LAN. Pero nakita ni Reita, si Dep! Nakadalawa pa siya kay 10 worth! Sobrang worth nung hold niya doon. Makes it a 3v3. Doable kahit papano para sa DFM. All they have to do is play this retake wisely as Soldam falls down. And Anthem, siya na lang mag-isa in this 1v3. He gets the nothing.
He got nothing from that. I mean, he's heavily vulnerable. Out in the open like that, he just walked right into Reita's crosshair. But from what we have just seen, napakaganda talaga naging positioning ni Reita doon. Not gonna lie. I mean, at least is it unexpected? I mean, you may expect that someone is speaking, but not to that extent na talagang napaka-agro. Like, very much confident na masesecure niya kung sino man ang lumabas dun sa angle na yun.
It's all about confidence in the picks naman talaga. Kung binalagan niyo yung replay, kita mo doon na kahit na binaril na siya ni 10, he took his time to make sure na na-adjust niya yung crosshair niya para mauluan. So, kalmado, banayad. That's the game plan. As 10's game plan, mabaril sa mukha ni Soldam ng shotgun. Shorty is like a melody in his head.
Ayun nga eh, but now though, A, readily available for the taking. At just in a bit, lalapag na nila ang kanilang spike dito while the rest of the members here from DFM is gonna be coming from main. Kaya kailangan mag-ingat si Laz dito. Laz, the heart, the soul of Zeta. Makakakuha kaya siya dito. Kokonekta sa kanya ang knife. Tatry niyang pumitas. Makakakuha siya. Maganda ang timing ng cloudburst na nilapag. At makakakuha pa siya ng 3. Ay hindi tinantanan. Laz, that cloudburst really gave him the avenue to get all the necessary kills, Crow. Matutumba. Reyta at Takej na lang ang maiiwan, and even if that they try to attempt and defuse despite mukhang medyo mahihirapan sila doon. And in this case, it's going to be an advantage. Umapat pa si Laz into the side of Zeta.
Disgusting hold from Laz. Nakatulong pa yung cloudburst ni Soldam.
Wow.
Cloudburst ni Soldam, nakaisa, nag-repossession pa siya, at nakaisa pa, at umapat pa.
Ang
Marunong
unfortunate
magbilang.
ng pag... Actually, same. Hindi ko ina-expect na yung cloudburst na yun will be his avenue para mapatay silang lahat.
Natawa na lang din siya.
Ang lungkot. Pero, I mean, if you can take something out of your enemy, bakit nga hindi? Diba? Like what you've said, kung ano ang meron ng DFM, they just let it be taken by Zeta, and it happens all the time. Zeta just taking advantage of them.
Mga enablers.
Nako! No!
Hindi, ini-enable nila yung playstyle.
Okay. Palinaw!
Sorry. My faults.
Anyways, nako. Medyo risky yung gustong gawin dito ng Zeta. I mean, this is a common choke point naman din kasi at the 3 area. Pero, knowing that they have napakagandang foundation, so far, hindi malabo na magkaroon sila ng magandang round if ever that they will be committing to that thought. Oh! Spicy!
Para yung mga ramen nila.
Yes! Speaking of, nag-crave na ako ng ramen.
You're welcome.
Wait.
May ramen na malapit dito. Pero mas malapit si Crow sa B-site. Pero nandito rin si Soldam. Wala na si Soldam. Hinahype ko pa lang eh.
Binanggit mo pa lang. Pinatumban ka
agad. Nawala ka agad. Sugar Z3 or Sugar Z3 Aro. Takes out sa chest. Pero sa 2v3, 2v4, DFM, again, nothing much they could do. 6-2.
I mean, kung makaka-pick off sila, that's going to be good. But, at the same time, better be safe than sorry na lang.
Look at Anthem, kung ano yung tsura niya. I mean, sure ako seryoso, pero may gusto ko lang isipin na yamot eh.
Na?
Yamot.
Parang bad trip na siya na nangyayari sa kanila. I mean...
Ano ba yan? Soldam naman eh.
Napakamot na lang siya ng ilong eh.
Napapakamot na lang sa parting hindi nangangatay.
Oh, they're on the hunt. They're on the hunt. Rinig? Delikado? Nasa ilalim? Tatalunan?
Op, turret. Hindi kita ng turret.
Hindi kita, sir.
Ayun!
Oh, nagpilit sila dalawa. Okay.
Sayang.
-1 for both sides. Yep.
-1 Vandal sa side ng DFM. Kailangan nila sana yung Vandal, pero mas kailangan nila yung timeout.
Sim. Have they called the timeout yet? Hindi pa, no?
Kakakall lang.
I mean, yeah, okay. They called the timeout already. I mean, like what you've said, hindi pa rin naaalis sa kanila na tinatanggap lang nila lahat eh. But, napaka-unfortunate lang nung fact na they just let anything happen. I mean, they're trying to adjust but not entirely enough. So, Zeta is just doing the same thing over and over again, knowing that they've got the advantage in terms of the coordination and synergy of the team. So, DFM is facing such difficulty in terms of, trying to put Zeta down. Kasi sila yung na-overwhelm in return.
Trials and tribulation. Meron yung DFM dito ngayon. Kasi, nothing's working for them.
Yeah.
The two round wins they got off of just popping off. Di nila napipigilan yung initial push. Nasa slow down nila yung push, sige, pero as soon as Zeta Division decides to multiply themselves inside the site, there's nothing else that they can do but to subtract the losses and add the experiences they have through the next rounds na hindi naman what's the word for that? Hindi naman it's not coming to fruition for DFM.
Kumbaga, they're doing something but not entirely what they're meant to do.
It's not parang ginagawa nila, uy, it worked. All right. Let's roll with it. As Dep starts rolling into the site. Kasama yung Zeta Division. Soldam rolls right into the crosshairs of 10. May I suggest you not to peek this angle without your teammate? Na magpipetix na muna sila dito.
Immediate plant here in the end of Zeta. And it is going to be pretty difficult or nearly impossible for DFM to try and contest, retake the site. Pero let's not get rid of that thought kasi malay mo naman, may mga ibabat-bat pa nga ba talaga sila. Pero ngayon sa Jess, mapapatumba kasama na dita Kedge. And isa na lang ang natitira sa kanila, Reita. And sa ganyan lang, mawawala bigla. Flawless! Brought you by Omen and Victus.
Yeah, Omen Victus flawless there for Zeta Division. Si Reita gusto lang niya sana kumuha ng Vandal. Nadali pa siya.
Lungkot.
Kalungkutan.
Parang siyang basically he's like a mouse that walk right into the trap na merong cheese.
I mean, this is just Zeta playing their game. Yung Zeta Division, sila yung konduktor ng orchestra na pinapatugtog nila at yung DFM audience sila. Wala silang magagawa eh. Wala silang nagagawa para pigilan yung push. Wala silang nagagawa para bagalan yung push or at least to try to get information off of Zeta Division kung saan man sila nag-play. The only information that they're throwing, babato lang ng Recon Bolt? Sure. Magbabato ng 0 point? Sure. Pero walang solid evidence kung saan man sila. If the Recon and the 0 point doesn't find anything, wala na. They have to rely on, nasa loob na ng site yung Zeta Division. Why not push out? Just like kung ano yung ginagawa ni Takej saka ni Soldam. Push out, get information. Wala na sila sa A main. Baka mag-B sila. Ingat, guys. We should have seen more of that as the rounds progress. Pero as I say that, 50 seconds into the game, into the round, the Zeta Division eyeing out the B site. 10, nakaabang na kaagad sa high mid. Takej might be the first one to fall down. He misses, he whiffs, pero 10 still manages to kill.
And actually, gusto kong i-point out dito, no? Ang napakaganda na sana ng positioning nila doon, pero at least nakapitas pa rin na kahit isa, diba? And there's already a trade here between the two sides with a no command entirely being snatched away from them. But Solda with a Blade Storm, tingnan natin what he's got. No. He just whiffed all those knives, and Sugar Zero has been able to secure him in return. 2-8 and 2 more rounds. I am quite curious kung ano yung pinag-usapan nila dun sa timeout nila. Kasi from what we're seeing here, they are not, there's nothing changed.
Yeah.
Walang nangyari. And as much as what you put the example na parang kinokonduktor lang sila, even if they're the audiences, they're jamming. And not in a good way because they're the ones suffering.
Yung feeling ko nangyayari sa kanila, Benda, since, Desu? Ano na gagawin natin? Minasan.
Bakit may Desu tsaka?
What's happening?
I mean, why would it be Desu in Tagalog? But, anyways.
I don't know. Ini-imagine lang natin kung ano yung pinag-uusapan nila behind the scenes. Kasi in DFM,
Bagay.
kailangan din nila i-imagine paano nila gagawin yung 4-8 scoreline to.
Paano nga ba? Because, once again, tulad nga na sinabi mo, it is just rampant talaga for Zeta na i-overwhelm sila. Sila pa yung I mean, kahit na sila attackers, they're quite methodical on what they should do next. And napipitas lang ang DFM, just like what we are about to see here. Napawasan na si Soldam. Tamang dash out la pa rin, di pa rin sapat. I am quite curious kasi nag-dash out na nga siya to save himself, pero nag-push pa rin siya ng slight, very, very light, and in turn, he died. But now, with a 4v5 at play, nakikita natin na na-secure na nila ang ating B-side, and just in a bit, they'll put the spike down, Crow with an off-angle, Takej will be put down as well. Hindi, yan, nakita yan. And di yan nun lang chinek yung corner, kumbaga, but Reyta, merong hinaharana, one shot sa noo, Crow matutumba, Depto. We are seeing these consecutive trades between the two sides, and now this brings us to a 2v3 with still an advantage in the end of Zeta.
I don't see DFM going for the retake. They might just instead go for the exits here kasi wala na silang oras.
Yep.
Save the Vandals, pero need si Ten para pigilan yung pag-push out nila to save the Vandals, save the weapons that they have. And it's a 2-9 scoreline for Zeta Division.
Last round.
Pag ito naging 2-10 para sa Zeta Division, magugustuhan nila to. Scoreline.
I mean, yeah, pero ang hirap na hirap sa DFM. I mean, it might be possible that they're already just dancing in the palms ng Zeta. Kasi there's nothing much to be said here. It just happens again and again na ulit-ulit, they try to do something, they do not secure the information na kailangan nila, and in turn, hindi nila alam kung paano gagawin. They try to do something to compensate in the lack of information, pero once again, in return, they lose.
They lose a lot.
A lot.
In this game, in this round, in this half. I feel like 2-10 talaga to para sa Zeta Division. It's unlikely that detonation. DFM kasi, tas detonation.
Lahat na
Depletion. Depleted. FocusMe. Pero, oh, wait, this close? Push up there from DFM. Ang ganda sana swing out on. Nice timing on the Cloudburst para kay Dep. Good hold for DFM for the most part. Walang nabawasan, well, nabawasan HP. Pero walang nabawasan in terms of numbers side ng DFM. Might be a 3-9 half. Might.
Possible.
Possible. May ult pa si Sugar Zero, so as soon as he gets the go signal na clear na yung A site, he'll go ahead and TP on over towards A. Pero they're slowly losing time. Nag-debate yung buong DFM. Napuntang lahat sila sa A. This leaves B wide open. No utilities for DFM. And now they have to play the retake once again. Kung saan yung retake, hindi sila makalaro ng maayos.
They made them think that they're rotating to A. And ngayon, na-debate yung mga member natin dito from the side of DFM. Lahat sila pumunta ng A side, and now in the turn, ewan ko, parang pinaglalaroan na lang sila dito ng Zeta natin. And we are seeing here, Dep nakakuha ng dalawa, tatlo! Napakalaling mo! And we are seeing two more people here inside of DFM trying to fight for their lives. Pero Anthem na lang ang natitira, hindi ka na makakakanta! Zeta, Dep, onto his 4K. That is the end of the first half.
Switching sides.
Flawless. Omen Vix is flawless for Zeta Division. Dep dip. Ganun nangyayari. Dep more. Showing up more on this Jet compared to Soldam. It's true na Detonation FocusMe doesn't have to rely on anybody else, pero what does Rebby, Brucey, and Rafi have to think about this game?
Thanks, Nomad and Mochi. Rafi ka daw eh. Well, anyway, we just transitioned from a game, from Gen.G and T1, a game full of util usage. Pero ngayon, grabe ng aim game na nakita natin here from our Japan Pacific players. We've also seen a lot of over-aggression, I think, from the side of DFM to kind of pincer Zeta here, but it seems that they're kind of having their reads wrong.
Very wrong. It's not looking good. I mean, my heart's sinking as I voted for DFM, pero it was to oppose you guys. And
Don't worry, Bruce.
Backfire,
210. They can come back.
But they
can come back.
No, they can't.
Wow, the belief.
Yeah, the belief is gone.
Buti pa yung Zeta picker, di ba? May belief
Pero
sa
meron
DFM.
pa yan. But again, DFM never played Ascent in this tournament so far. It's their debut match on Ascent, and oh my god, it's bad. That's it.
I mean, Remy put it beautifully earlier in that
I put it
they
worse.
were. Yeah, you kind of did. You know what I mean? Like, so the thing is, there was a lot of overextension on the side of DFM. I mean, nakita naman natin. I think it was like round 8 or round 9, where tatlong Zeta player nakaabang lang sa mid. Tapos yung dalawang nakapush sa defensive side ng DFM, napitas. And it really is such a struggle on the side of DFM, knowing that they lose their controller first, therefore losing a lot of isolation.
Exactly, I agree there. And I feel like, Zeta, they have the initiative is there, but the execution, just not quite. So I think Zeta just has the upper hand here. But I guess we'll just have to see what we see in the second half of our series for today. So, Nomad and Mochi, back to you.
Thanks, Rebby. Back to you. As we go back into the second half, si Juicy Brucey, medyo not so juicy on that DFM
Lumbay.
belief.
Lumbay siguro.
Lumbay Bruce.
Lumbay siya, pre.
Lumbay talaga siya nun. Pero he only picked that out of spite. Laban sa kanilang dalawa.
Laban for the underdog.
Para lang maiba lang, kamunti ka na makuha ni Dep yung initial kill. Doon sa Min and Takej. Takes him down. Crow with the trade onto Anthem. Paunti-unti papasok. Yung DFM. Takej gets another onto Crow. Laz takes down sa Jess. Laz nakadalawa pa pero mati-take down siya ni Soldam. Down to 2v2 at HPs are low sa DFM. Sugar 0 and 10. They are feeling good. Kayang-kaya nila kunin yung retake. Timing on the paranoia, pero they're not gonna be pushing it just yet. 10. Meron pa siyang utility sa pwedeng iba to. Hindi nila alam na parehong nasa loob ng site. At dahil dyan, kailangan nilang dahan-dahanin. Pagpasok, nakita ka agad ni Sugar Zero. Si Soldam, nakadalawa pa kay Takej. Walang kalaban-laban. 2-11 ka agad.
2-11. Wow. Very dominating the end of Zeta Division. Tsaka, nakita rin natin kung gaano kaganda lagi yung nagiging prowess ng Zeta. And nabanggit na rin natin before na meron silang difficulty pagka nasa attacking side sila. Medyo nagiging indecisive sila. And now that is done. They're already the defenders of this game. Kaya naman, hindi natin makakaila na they've got greater advantage more than ever.
And dahil dyan, forced by yung DFM, all or nothing in terms of sa equipment na meron sila. Kailangan talaga nila manalo dito. Kasi pag natalo sila dito, wala silang kapera-pera. Pag wala silang kapera-pera, sad. Para totoong buhay lang. Nano Swarm, pinigilan yung push nila. 10 gets initial kill ng Taked. Sugar Zero gets follow through with a kill. Pero Solda Mireta trades out the two defenders sa side ng Zeta Division. Pero sa Jess, it's just a suggestion na i-defend nyo to. Laz na lang mag-isa. 1v3. Naka-bulldog siya though. Better weapon pero walang malakas sa marami. 1v3. Isolate the 1v1s.
Hopefully that he'll be able to isolate it though kasi isang maling pick niya lang at maling placement ng crosshair niya, abay siya ay mamamatay agad-agad. Wala nang intro dito pero still, he's still taking the time to try and check out with the utilities. Nitignan, testing the waters kung possible pa ba sa kanya na makakuha. Mukhang hindi na talaga because once again, the numbers says otherwise. Kaya ngayon, 3-11 na panalo ng DFM. Napapatagal pa ang kanilang laban.
Yung Victus replay, ang ganda ng initial push through ng Zeta Division dito. Pero mas maganda yung refrags na ginawa ng DFM. Pero all things considered, nasa kanila yung better close range weapons and they were holding the close angles. Might be a 4-11 scoreline dahil lang mas may baril sila kumpara sa Zeta Division. Pero tulad na nangyari kanina sa laban ng Gen.G sa kanang T1, huwag natin babaliwalain yung naka-pistol lang.
Totoo. Tingnan natin, no? Kasi nakita na natin gano'ng kalutong din yung mga shots ng mga Zeta people eh. And now na puro Spectres, alam naman natin mas malaki advantage ng mga pistols dyan in terms of long range pa rin. Crow makaka-secure. Immediate train. May suggest. Pero the last mapatol rin. And we are seeing the molly gonna put out here as well. While DFM has been able to secure 2 in a row already. Giving them more chances of winning. Now, the spike is being commenced. They're still looking it out. Inuubos lahat ng utilities na pwedeng ilabas dito ng Zeta. Knowing na may advantage ang DFM kahit papano, kahit na running low na in terms of health itong si Anthem, they are gonna be taking their time here though for Zeta.
Last player standing.
Triple kill for Reita. Might be a 4K after this. Jiggle lang muna sa main. Lads TP's out pero Anthem's gonna wrap it out. 4-11 another round on the board. Pero dito na magbabago ang kapalaran ng DFM. Gun round for Zeta Division. Has to force the buys para sa DFM. Ngayon DFM, I honestly feel na baka wala na eh. This round might be match point. Yeah. Mas kalmado sila kumpara sa Zeta Division.
Mga Zeta nagwawala eh. In a good way naman, syempre.
In a good way, oh. Hindi naman sila nag-riot.
Yep.
Pero sila naglalaro ng VALORANT na made by Riot.
Omsim.
Anyway, Omsim inside the site na si Osoldam. I see you, you don't see me. Cloudburst para lalong you can't see me. 3v5, 2v5. Gawin natin 1v5 para nagbibilang tayo. Crow and Sugar Zero has to save the Vandals. Good take para sa DFM. 5th round. Para sa DFM, definitely.
Oy. Looking good for DFM. Intayan tayo dito ngayon. Intayan session. Matutong maghintay pero wag sobra kasi baka maubusan ka ng oras sa pagsubok na diffusion ng ating spike. Kaya naman, nako, they are waiting too long. And I think they're playing it safe so they're just taking the pick-ups. Kaya naman, Crow na lang ang naiwan dito makakakuha pa siya. They are really depleting the economy of DFM here. Kaya, actually, pwede na. Pero ang dai pa rin talaga nilang baon dito eh. So, the future is looking good for DFM. Wag lang talaga sila magkamali. Kasi the oras na magkamali sila, wala na. Tapos na. Finish na.
One wrong mistake.
Yep.
Isang maling pagkakamali yan talaga. Aggressive takes from Soldam. This is what I want to see. Ito yung Soldam na matagal na nang pinapanood ng mga tao. And off of that, nakakapasok siya sa kahit anong site na nais niyang puntahan. More of that, more rounds for DFM. Pero, grabe yung fan na yun. Isa yung nakabalon na. Galit siya sa camera eh. Nakatingin pa siya sa camera.
Titig sa camera.
Iba pumapalang po sa screen yung isa.
Oy,
ano?
you
ano
see
na?
me?
Ano na, Zeta?
I see you. I see you, Zeta. But something else is gonna be seen here because with the drone already out, securing lahat ng information na pwede nila makuha here for their counterpart, well, they are already in the site, securing it. And this already the time for a retake para sa end ng Zeta. And we know that Zeta does well in these kinds of retake pero dash in with the paranoia being put out. Sadly, walang materialization done. And instead, we're seeing some plays here. DFM, maganda nagiging simula. At natapos na. Kakasabi ko pa lang, just as I was formulating my sentences, that is already a point on the end of DFM.
Nagigising ang Detonation FocusMe. Mukhang paunti-unti silang nagpo-focus into the game.
Focus me nga eh. Ito na Detonation focus.
Focus me.
Hindi. Focus sila.
Focus sila. Yung sinasabi nila sa sarili nila kaya in the zone na sila ngayon. unti-unti sila nagla-lock in, unti-unti nag-iinit yung DFM, pero is it too late? Kasi dapat kanina pa sila nag-iinit dapat eh.
True.
Dry Hunter's Fury para kay Laz just to get info. Nakakuha nga siya ng tag kay Suggest, pero hindi nila mapipigilan ang determinasyon ng DFM papasok sa A. Subalit, datapwat sapagkat ngunit ang Zeta Division, mabilis naman sila mag-rotate back into the side for the retake. Pwede mangyari. Laz with the spray down gets tagged, pero buhay pa. Does get a heavy tag onto Anthem, pero hindi pa sila gaano magko-commit dito sa retake. Just waiting for the teammates. Merong null command na pwedeng ibato si Crow. Na pwedeng niya ibato na kagad. At binato na nga. Lockdown as well on the side of the DFM. Soldam nakaabang sa likod! Sprays down! Gets 2, gets 3! And will potentially get 4, pero nagre-reload si Laz at nahuli pa si Laz. At ito na ang kanyang katapusan. At ito na ang 7th round para sa DFM. 7-11. Napaka-convenient nito para sa DFM.
Ay, ang ganda ng nagiging performance ng DFM dito. I mean, pwede nga natin sabihin na medyo late nila yung nagawa, pero at least, di ba, medyo nakakabawi na sila. Better all or nothing. And this is going to be a timeout that's gonna be pulled off ng Zeta. At pag-iisipan na rin uli nila, ano uli yung mga pag-iisipan nila? Saan sila nagkamali? Ano ang pagkukulang nila? Ano pa ba ang dapat nilang gawin? Ginawa naman nilang lahat.
Sino
Okay naman lahat sa
mo?
umpisa.
Ha?
Ay, di tama naman. Okay naman lahat sa umpisa eh. Oh.
Tama.
Tapos ngayon, 11-7 na.
Ba't dumidikit? Sa iba.
Score. Ay.
Score.
Ha?
Score. Sorry,
na.
nag-slip. Sorry.
Okay.
Intrusive thought. Sorry.
Delikado yan. Sabi, intrusive thoughts. Anyways, just 2 more rounds. Ayaw pa talaga ibigay sana ng DFM. DFM really wants that retribution talaga para lang makabawi doon in terms sa mga previous week standing nila na 0-3.
Pero I don't know. Parang tutuloy pa yung para sa DFM eh. Yung 0-3 nila baka maging 0-4 pa eh.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Big possibility. I mean, all things considered, yung DFM nakakabawi 5 rounds in a row. Pero this is Zeta almost into match point.
Yeah. As much as I want to be optimistic as well, I cannot deny the fact of what you've said na just because of the experience rin and the constituents pala ng mga team. Sorry. Or things. Pero ayun, yung constituents ng team ng Zeta, it is undeniable na talagang mas meron silang structure, mas meron silang synergy compared sa DFM. DFM, even if they're trying everything that they can, it's still lacking. Pero right now, 7-11, quite close.
Okay.
Oh, the judge!
Okay, judger is ako! At i-judge ka ni Suggest.
Ni-suggest yung nag-judge.
Suggestion lang yun. Na mag-judge ka dun sa sulok na yun. Pero Soldam is incredibly low. No dynamic entries para sa kanila. Pero Takej will push forward and take down Sugar Zero. 8-11 might be possible. Pero let's take in consideration na Zeta Division are on just upgraded pistols as well as on the judge as well as on that Marshall. And as I say that, 2v4. Kaagad yung labanan ng dalawang kupunan. At Dep and Laz wala silang mapuntahan. Kundi bumalik sa kanilang tahanan.
Bars. Bars, bro. I mean, they'll try. No, don't even attempt to retake. Kasi hindi na talaga kaya, I think. I mean, they can go for some -1, -2s. But mahirap talaga na try nilang i-contest to. So we're just gonna wait it out. Wait for them to leave the site. And hopefully, makasecure sila dito ng mga membro from DFM. And just as what you have manifested, 8-11 is going to be our scoreline in a bit.
Just have to sacrifice themselves for the cause.
Yeah.
8-11. Gun round definitely once again for Zeta on the flip side. At ang nais kong makita dito, Zeta Division being as aggressive on the defending side para makakuha sila ng impormasyon kung nasaan man yung Detonation FocusMe. Start pushing out, pinch them out. Yung sinisenyas ni Sir ay pwede rin nangyayari. Ayoko na lang sabihin kasi professional tayo.
Alam na rin ng mga nanonood yun.
Alam nila. Yes, a certain hand gesture. Pero ito, a certain gun gesture from Laz and Rita. Trade for trade, blow by blow, 1 for 1. Pero papasok na paunti-unti yung DFM. Minamataan muna nila kung nasaan yung Zeta Division.
Equalize naman ang ating numbers. We still got the lockdown though sa kamay ni Ten. I mean, Ten has been struggling ever since kanina. Pero this already is time to shine. In order to secure themselves the match point, abay pwede niyang ilapag yung lockdown na yan whenever the time calls. And, well, right now, paunti-unti, they're creeping here sa ating B site with the knife being thrown as well. Makakuha siya ng isa, but immediate shutdown here dito sa case suggest. And now, spike's been put down by Anthem. Probable na mapanalo din.
Probable, yes. Pero kailangan nilang i-manage yung duels. As suggest, kinuha niya si Sugar Zero. Mag-isa na lang si Anthem. 1v2. Clutchable, winnable, pero 32 HP. Still has a flash. Takes down Crow. Mag-isa lang si Deb and he still clutches it! Red Bull clutch para sa DFM and now it's just down to 2 rounds. 2 rounds na lang ang pagitan between Detonation FocusMe and Zeta Division. My goodness. My golly. My wow.
Goodness golly, wow. Anthem, I mean, nakita naman natin from the previous matches nila, Anthem has been performing very well, very impactful as a player himself, and we might potentially see na DFM can win this entirely. Once again, that is a clutch. Why Red Bull? 9-11. 9-11, 9-1-1. This is an emergency because Zeta is having trouble para makapag-advance palalo. Pero ngayon, ito na ang kanilang attempt na pumasok sa ating site. Nandito na sila. Walang kokontra. Tamang tipo lang kumpara mo dito, Omen trying to really get them on the space that they can with the lockdown being commenced here as well. Ayan na nga. Pupush pa rin ang mga member natin here from DFM. They want to contest the lockdown as well. Alam nila na they've got the advantage. They got the odds. These are tremendous trades. Then makakuha na talaga dito. Rita na lang ang maiiwan. And this might be a potential match point secured here for the side of Zeta. Pero from the back, let him cook. Hindi siya nakapagluto dito. Kulang sa rekado. Kulang sa numbers. And that is the match point here on the end of Zeta.
Binigyan ng recipe para magluto ng sushi pero pinrito yung isda.
Bakit?
Hindi ko rin alam. Zeta Division, awake. Natagalan sila ng onti doon pero an awake is an awake. At pag awake, gising.
Pag tulog, asleep.
Yes. Potential final round for Zeta Division. May pera pa yung Detonation FocusMe. Pero they have to give it their all. Soldam already expended the tailwind at papasok na nga sila sa site. Naka-off pa si Dep. Madedep ba niya to? And he does get the initial kill kay Rita. At paunti-unting nauubos ang numero ng DFM at mag-isa na lang si Suggest. Might I suggest you sit down? Zeta Division takes game number 1. Omen Victor's flawless pa para matapos yung game 1.
Akala ko mababaliktad eh. Nandyan na for DFM, pero it still didn't turn into the corners of their favors. The luck gods are not in favor of their side. So, Zeta will be taking the map number 1, and we still have our second map, which is, I believe, is Haven. Once again, pretty similar to our first series. And just in case lang yung karoon tayo ng decider match dito, abay, mapupunta tayo sa Pearl.
All around the world tayo dito, pero baka maging all around the world din yung series natin kasi just judging it off of kung paano naglaro yung DFM, we might have a game 3, might, depende lang sa kung ano mangyari sa Haven, pero for the most part, Zeta Division sa simula't sa pool, pinakita na kagad nila sa DFM na, oy, kami yung best sa Japan. At kami ang mag-ahari dito sa laban natin dito. Pero, DFM, unti-unti nagigising. Laz, Crow, Dep, these 3 members, sila nagsishine sa Zeta Division. And the rest of Detonation FocusMe, it's a mixed match of kung sino man magpa-pop off during that round. Wala akong nakikitang solid carry. Pero on the attacking side, DFM, Soul Dam was able to get the entries that they need to capitalize off of just getting those strings of rounds na meron sila nakuha.
And as far as we may see, na kahit na breach nila yung distance in terms of the scoreline, si Zeta pa rin yung namayagpag. They've been able to finally regain their balance, and now, Zeta won. Ang cute!
Yeah. Ang cute din ng nangyayari sa atin sa scoreline dito. Potential, kung kamuntikan ng early 13-2 yung scoreline natin, pero wala nakabawi yung Detonation FocusMe. Nagigising naman sila individually, they're strong as a team. Naalimpungatan lang, nagising na sila. Uy, nasa VCT pala tayo. Pero pwede pa silang bumawi sa Haven, which is the next map that we have here sa Battle for Japan. Going on a short break, magbabalik ang VCT Pacific. Huwag kayong alis.
武器なんですか？なんでも。ジャッジお前ゼロや。Okay, I'm ready.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings.
Welcome back dito sa Day 11, Week 4 of VCT Pacific PH broadcast. I'm your host, Rebisco, and together with me is the very serious Juicy Brucey and Raph trying not to laugh. Oh, that was good. Well, anyway.
Na-realize lang ni Reby she was onto something. And nice one, Reby.
Thank you. Well, again, we are here in series number 2, which is Zeta Division versus DFM. We just finished our first game, ending in 13-9 in favor of Zeta. So, medyo very one-sided in the beginning. We ended, I think, 10-2 in favor of Zeta, and now we closed out with 13. Yes, we ended out 13-9. So, you know, medyo nag-catch up si DFM dito. Pero looking into what, let's go into the first half. What caused this such a massive stomp?
You want to start with that, Raph? I think I have the closer for that.
Wow, because
Oh.
Remy said it was a massive stomp. Well, siguro, yung pinaka-obvious, this was super Japan Valorant at its most, I guess, palatable, right? Na yung attacking side super explosive, sobrang ganda ng mga reads, and it was also super apparent on DFM, di ba? Sa side swap na, dun sila naging online. But their defensive side, super flimsy. And this is also true for Zeta, na yung defensive side nila medyo questionable yung mga rotation calls or just who to respond on which type of play. Pero of course, at the end of the day, Zeta still had that map pick. So obviously, if they didn't win this, then that would have proven to be a little more problematic.
Okay, so technically, Ascent is the most played map of Zeta Division. Their win rate over is 67%, which is actually, if we are to look at it in a micros perspective, at 67%, that's actually 3 times they won over it twice. Now, one of those wins that they had, it was overtime. It kind of took long. So their final score with that one was 14. So parang going up against DFM in this match, parang going into Ascent, parang I was already expecting na medyo there's a chance for DFM to come back. Not because I voted for them, but just basing on their performance on week number 3. So yeah, that one they played Ascent overtime, medyo nahirapan sila to close it out. So we've talked about this in Zeta Division. Yung kulang lang sa kanila sometimes is they really need to find the way to just cut it off. Na para it's a closer. I've also talked about this back in lock-in. Parang one of their issues is like trying to close it as fast as they can.
Exactly.
And so far, it's a testament sa ano nangyari dito sa game number 1 in the second series. And hoping into the next coming up map, which is Haven. I don't know, that's going to be another thing to look at.
I agree. I mean, looking in also to, they did seem to struggle here because they definitely could not close out that second half of the game. I think it was because we did see, that second half we did expect to see DFM make use of their hard entries because, again, we have Soldem, on the jet. And, we just saw our MVP picks. We had Zoldem and Sugar Zero, which I think definitely well-deserved. Sugar Zero is just making so much impact frags for his team right now. And, as a controller, I think that, and his smokes as well were very on point. I feel like that made it just a little extra hard for DFM here. But going into our next map, we have Haven. So like you said, Raf, na, Ascent and Haven are these 2 maps na APAC teams really, really like to play. And it's kind of that place where they're good at this. They're really good at these maps. So it's also a show of who is better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, Zeta is just... Well, they have the upper hand, obviously, right? Kasi sobrang lakas ng start nila sa map. Oh, grabe si Bruce. Kahit DFM yung pick niya, sobrang lakas. Basta panalo pa din DFM, basta panalo pa din yung pick niya. Pero, again, it's just very, very typical of, again, Zeta and DFM to do what they did. Sobrang lakas ng attacking side nila, pero dun sila nagsimulang magka-crumble sa defense. Kasi lahat naman ng ginawa nila on the defensive side is off these super, super hard reads. And sometimes it just feels like nagsusugal sila sa mga positioning, daming mga one-way or not one-way, sorry, yung one-and-done positions. It's kind of like that corner on A. Again, if you don't have mobility, then medyo mahirap to escape that. But again, just to have Sugar Zero as the MVP highlights the way he is a natural-born playmaker for the team. And tingin ko mas komportable din si Ten on his new role as I think hard senti now. Yung sa mga last 2 stages natin, yung sa last 2 international stages, I think it was Champions and Lock-in. He kind of flexed between KO and Sova, if I'm not mistaken. Pero lahat ng games niya
Ten was actually playing Killjoys. So,
yeah, exactly. Naging naging hard senti siya. Pero yung nagpe-flex siya, medyo shaky talaga yung performance. It felt like he was a fish out of water.
Exactly. And I mean, we also saw that he performed very, very well on the Killjoy on Lock-in. Yeah. I think he won MVP, I think, quite a few times for that. But, moving on to our second game, we are on Haven. And it looks like we are going to be seeing Zeta on Attacker again. We did see na nag-pick up talaga si DFM dito with Soldem. And I feel like they find their strong point. I feel like it is Attacker, just at least against Zeta here. And seeing that they're going on the same sides again, how do you feel na? Will it look like a stomp again coming from the side of Zeta? Because it seems that DFM needs to be attackers to go online.
For this, para sa map naman na Haven, DFM actually, they're pretty decent when it comes to being defenders. Pero for Zeta Division, as attackers, their average score in a side of attackers over at Haven has only been 4. So technically, on around 2 games, 8 was like their highest. In total, 8 yung score nila as attackers. And if you take out the average, it's gonna be 4 out of 2 games. So parang starting as attackers, it's gonna be slow start for Zeta Division. That's what I'm seeing here. And DFM, not really bad, not really good. Decent lang naman as a defender. So I think for the first half, it's gonna be around even. Sabihin natin 7-5 is still in favor of DFM siguro. Or I won't be expecting a 9-3 in the second game.
Off the top of my head, I feel like yung siguro mas tawag dito, like the round differential between Zeta and DFM is not as wide comparison to DFM versus the other teams. Kasi may familiarity talaga sa meta. At least the local Japanese meta, di ba? And sobrang compatible na yung laro ng DFM against the other Japanese teams. It just so happens, Zeta has had so much more international experience na yung mga strats ng ibang region nagagamit nila and it's been super effective. Aside from that too, with what you mentioned earlier, it's just Zeta's just really found a lot more comfort, especially putting 10 on that Sentinel. And now on a map like a Haven where there's gonna be quite a bit of dynamic, well, we'll see how that happens.
Exactly. Well, this looks like a really exciting game. Again, continuation of the Battle of Japan. Let's hope that DFM can come back from this, or Zeta just, close it out. Once again, I guess we'll have to find out from Mochi and Nomad. Kumusta kayo dyan?
Ayun, kamusta pa rin naman kami?
Kamusta nga ba tayo?
Kamusta pa rin? Yun pa rin naman. Walang iba. Pero walang iba kundi si Nomad at si Mochi maghahandog sa inyo ng mga pakbakan dito sa dalawang kupunan natin para sa Battle of Japan. Game 2, Haven. Nabanggit ni Bruce kanina yung historical scoreline ng Zeta Division na medyo mabagal nga sila on the attacking side. 4 rounds on average yung napapanalo nila on Haven. Would you think na off of that magta-translate yan dito sa score natin, or do you think na off of the performance na pinakita nila the past game hindi ganun yung scoreline?
I feel like yes, the history is something that we can take into account, but at the same time we cannot get rid of the fact na yung headspace nila ngayon is different So from the previous game that we have, there is a potential na magkaroon ang sila ng struggle from what they tried na i-face si DFM. Kasi medyo sila doon. Medyo they're grasping for air during that time. To the point na umabot na si DFM ng just 4 more rounds bago sila makahabol. So, there might be a chance na it can influence but not fully. So, still kaya pa rin. Or, I mean, hindi naman ganun yung magwa-wager yun for the end of Zeta, in my perspective.
Pero ang tunay na katanungan dito ay kung yung Detonation FocusMe ba ay nag-focus up na sa laro. Detonation focus more on this game. And Detonation focus more on the series.
If they will be able to detonate their
focus.
What? No.
No?
You just want them to focus tas ide-detonate mo.
Bakit?
Bakit?
Sa sobrang tindi ng focus
Kinayanan.
Hindi kakayanin ng Zeta Division yung focus ng DFM. Okay mo, di ba? Depende na lang naman. Ano mangyayari?
Play smart. But, nakitaan si Rita at sa ating A site.
Nagkakitaan pero tinakbuhan.
Ba't tinakbuhan?
Natakot.
Natakot? Just want to be safe. Syempre, we don't want that early pick-offs in this match.
True.
And they might try to traverse dito sa ating C site kung saan ang killjoy natin ay nagre-reside si Suggest. So, we suggest na mag-A site na lang sila, knowing na nakita naman natin na si Sova lang ang nandun, and just in case, yun nga lang, meron breach, so anytime na kailangan ng concast, then he can pull it out. Anyways, the covers already put in. Makakaroon na rin tayo ng magandang entry dito na ginawa ni Dep. And yung mga defenders natin, medyo mag-iisip kung paano nila i-hub itong planting phase natin, but that might not be the case because Zeta has been able to get 2 people ready here for the side of DFM.
Nawalan bala.
Nako, nawalan bala. Tumatalon-talon, takage. Wala na lang nagawa doon. Ang lungkot nun. Istas na yun. Ganun ka-aga. Nagtatalon na lang siya.
Wait lang, hindi ko napansin. Nagbato ba si Reyta kahit isang beses ng Recon Bolt?
I don't think so.
Parang owl drone lang yung nakita ko. Binat niya for info eh. Bakit?
Ayan, we have the replay.
Yeah, we won't be able to see kung nagbato nga siya dun. Pero it's depth, beautiful holds. Malas nun si Crow, nawalan siya ng bala.
Pero nag-recon siya. Nalapag dun sa right side ng A side.
Ayan, okay.
But walang na-detect.
Walang na-detect, okay. Kaya wala na ako info. If anything, gusto ko sana yung default na ginagawa ng DFM dito, na nag-hold sila sa B. Almost everybody is holding at B. Anchor lang talaga si Reyta over at A. Just in case lang na kailangan nila mag-rotate kaagad, ma-overwhelm kaagad nila yung site. Hindi natin nakita yung overwhelming odds na pinakita na dapat mangyari nung re-retake nila yung A. Pero such is the problem with A site na kapag walang tao nagla-lurk, talagang ang hirap i-take completely ng A site.
Totoo. Kasi other than the fact na parang medyo awkward yung mga angles nila dito, except for the fact na meron mga regionate boxes na nasa gitna, it takes away the opportunity para sa'yo na makapag-secure ng isang angle. Not unless na meron ding galing sa sewers. Wala eh. Everyone's just gotten from main and they're struggling. But right now, they decided to opt for C-site. And now, a lot of utilities na binabato dito ng DFM. Pero Zeta, kumukuha pa rin ng mga miyembro dito from the side of DFM. Dep! Pulling up a 3K as well. Sinimplihan yung mga miyembro dito from DFM. And yes, that is around secure, knowing that they got the advantage in terms of guns as well. Pero ang daming nasayang doon.
Talaga, pag sinasayang mo, hindi ko ma-segue. Pero parang i-segue natin into the third round. Na may rifles na yung DFM. Half armor for the most part sa halos lahat. Nagbago na rin yung defaults nila. They're playing 3-man hold over at A. 1-1-3 ang kanilang nais and they managed to make it through. And Dep managing to make himself aware na, hindi na ako sa loob ng side. Suggest takes down 0. Pero Dep has to make it big. At least get one before getting traded off. And ganun nga mismo nangyari dito. And just like that, 1v1 na tayo dito mga chong. Laz and Soldam.
You spike ang layo. Pero still a lot of time. So, 1v1, yung situation, Soldam or Laz? Nako, yung dalawang taga-ano pa. Yung dalawang mga malulupit pa sa mga teams yung nagtapat. And 55 seconds on the clock. Medyo nag-iingat talaga si Laz dito. Actually, seeing or trying to check if meron ba magagaling doon na side. Wala. So instead, he's gonna pulling out that recon bot where Soldam definitely playing safe. He knows na kahit na makuha yung spike, it's okay. At least he got more information by then.
30 seconds left.
Nagkakasalisihin sila dito. Pwedeng i-last minute tanim.
Ay, naringgan.
Ayun lang. Narinig.
Okay.
20 seconds. Barely enough time to make it to B.
Is that enough?
Barely.
Oh no.
Sobrang sakto. Maririnig siya magtanim. At dahil ang lapit din ni Soldam, kaya niya pigilan tong plant.
Oh no.
Huwag ka lang mag-plant for window and you are safe.
Okay.
Narinig ni Soldam. Lumingon si Soldam. Natanim ni Laz. Nakaabang si Laz. Soldam. Papasok na site ni Lilith.
Papunta si Soldam.
Laz, lumabas. Soldam, pumasok. Soldam, nag-swing! Nag-dash! Laz, nabawasan. Quality casting. At he gets tagged by the recon bolt. Tama ba to lang din ng Cloudburst para matago? Na-debate! Nag-flick! Laz with a 3K! The Red Bull clutch for Zeta.
Yung flick, grabe yung flick niya doon.
Look at the flick of the wrist.
Literal na flick of the wrist. Like, the moment that we thought na advantage na ni Soldam kasi nilingon niya na, malapit siya, pinasok niya na, nilakaran niya pa. But, no, still, isang ganon lang or isang hover lang ng mouse ni Laz.
Tuwa rin sila.
Tapos na kaagad yung kinabukasan ng round na yon for Soldam. And now, wow, 3-0.
3-0. Galit na galit si Dep. Na-jet Dep niya si Soldam. Pero just like that, it's down to a 3v5.
Spike's already down. TP out for our Omen here, Sugar Zero. And we are seeing them may potentially brainstorming. Pre, paano ba natin i-retake to? Dalawa na yung nawala sa atin. Pero parang medyo lugi tayo dito. Ang dami pa utilities ng mga member natin dito from Zeta. Ang dami natin i-consider. Nag-dark cover sa dito. Sa member natin dito from Sugar Zero. Potentially denying them all the information possible. But now, Dep, a couple of kills already with the rest of the people here. Going for the free fires. Dep is looking hot with the 3K flawless by Omen and HP Victors.
Gigil! Jet
Gagalit.
Dep 820 040.
Gagalit to si kuya mong si Dep.
Sinasabi ko na nga sa inyo, dapat magbago ng pangalan si Dep. Yun yung attack.
Jet Dep.
Jet Dep talaga. The movements that Dep possesses with this Jet. My goodness.
Grabe ba?
Grabe, ganun din naman gumalaw. Kala mo naman talaga. Pinapamanga ko lang for the show, pero basic.
I mean, not gonna lie, Dep has been performing pretty well already.
10. 10 naka 2.
Si 10 naka 2. Si Spike, Pinland.
Soldam naglalakad.
Dalawa, galing galing flank.
Sugar Zero nakaabang.
Oy, Rolling Thunder, nilabas.
Huli.
Patay. Talsik ang kinabukasan, pero hindi nila yung pinursue.
Oh,
Ay, may
din.
counter
Rolling
Rolling Thunder here, and there is a high potential na ipupunch sila dito. But, do they know?
Oh,
Supposed
no.
to copy, at hindi na ito naabutan. Trying to go for the TP out, pero hindi yon mangyayari for Sugar Zero, and now with a 1v2 at stake, Anthem. Mukhang medyo mahihirapan siya dito and better not contest it anymore and go for the save at ibibigay at mapo-force siyang ibigay itong round na ito sa Zeta.
5-0 mga kaibigan.
Hapde. Hapde for the side of DFM.
Sobrang hapde nga talaga. Sobrang hapde, namamanhid na yung DFM.
Yeah.
Dapat hindi sila mamanhid dito. Kailangan nilang namnamin yung sakit para makamove on.
Bakit?
Sa laban.
Oo nga. Sabi ko. I mean, hindi naman natin ginagawa yung mga double themes and double meanings.
Walang double theme. Double theme.
Wala ba? Sure ba yun?
Sure yun. Pero mas sure si Dep with that double kill onto Soldam and Reyta.
Ni Dep ngayon. Grabe.
On fire. Locked in. Tapos na yung lock in pero Dep, grabe.
Grabe.
Locked in si Dep. Nagiinit. Para siyang diesel na makina. Yung ano lang naman dito eh. Dep, kailangan lang hindi siya mag-overheat. Once na nag-overheat siya, DFM can take advantage of that. Overextend na onte, punish, mahirapan sila sa entries.
Agree. And this is already the point na pwede nilang puntahan tong A-site natin pero kailangan nila i-take down muna si Suggest knowing na there are a lot of utilities that's been thrown over here. But mukhang magkakaroon sila ng magandang positioning dito. Suggest walang takas and lahat sila ay nandito na sa A-site natin wherein dalawa na lang ang natitira. Takedge and Anthem. Paano kaya ang gagawin nyo knowing that you are already losing 5 rounds in a row and you're just holding your pistols? I mean, yes, you can work with your utilities, but is that enough against the 5 remaining members here? Lahat, they're alive and kicking for the side of Zeta.
Yung sagot din sa tanong na yun, Nope. Walang magagawa si Takech at si Anthem. This round is done. 6-0 para sa kanila. And mukhang gugustuhin na lang sana nilang makakuha ng exits pero not gonna happen.
Hay. Lumbay.
Lumbay talaga.
Ano na kaya nararamdaman ni Juicy Brucey ngayon?
Okay. Gusto tanongin natin yan mamaya pagdating natin.
Kamustahin natin mamaya. Like, it's just suffering for an hour already.
Ang lala ng hinagpis.
Yeah.
Ang pain. Ang sakit.
Hey! That's it. That's
Gising
the
na
hype.
gising sila. Hype na hype.
Yeah.
Hype sila.
Hype na hype sila. Time out!
DFM, usap na naman tayo dito. Anong gagawin natin, Desu?
No gagawin. Nuna.
Nuna par.
What do?
What do? Hoy, pre.
What wrong?
Pre, paano, ano gagawin natin dito, pre?
Pre. Gul pre. Ayan na. Zeta win. Oh, I like her nails. Yes, girly. Oh, may tattoo pa.
Wait, you like
yes,
her nails?
sister.
I like her.
Oy!
Nails.
Bakit may paano? Bakit merong...
Nasamit kasi ako.
Nasamit. Anyway, Storm has been put out here by DFM. Ako personally, I doubt na may mangyayari. But, ikaw ba?
I always believe. Anything can happen in an FPS. Much more sa Valorant. Anything can happen
Very
sa Valorant.
dynamic.
Yung 12-0 nagiging 12-12. Tandaan yun. Pero baka di mangyari dito.
Akala ko pa naman, you're trying to make it more optimistic for DFM supporters.
I'm really trying to make it optimistic for DFM. Their defense is not showing up. Wala silang mapakita.
Yan nga eh.
Yung Zeta Division, steamrolling their way all throughout the site. Ang ganda ng... Hindi nga maganda yung hold ng DFM kasi napapasok sila every single time eh.
And even if they attempt to go out of the site the moment na makapasok yung Zeta, wala silang takas. So Zeta is just rolling and DFM hates it.
Yung Zeta Division, parang sila yung grab rider mo pag malapit na sa subdivision niya, papasok lang sa gate niyan eh. Ma-deliver lang nila yung goods, which is the spike.
Yeah, as long as they secure the objective at yung trabaho nila, di ba? And now, here is already the attempt once again at the B site. Maganda ang mga information na nakukuha nila dito. Merong mga madadaplisan pero walang magkakaroon ng laglagan. But, just as I was saying that, there's already the trade. Soldam pumatrabaho with a blaze arm in hand. And we are seeing these people here, the moment that they try to defuse, gusto nilang i-deny yun, pero yun nga lang, wala na silang chance na magawa yun. With 1-6, finally DFM has been able to win a round.
Sabi ko sa inyo, always believe. Always DFM na guys.
Let's run it again.
Always believe that anything can happen in the game of Valorant. And DFM, they made it happen, getting that one round. Off the backs of Soldam actually. Ang ganda ng initial play niya dito, stopping the defenders inside the site. And he even served as the decoy going into the middle para lang mag-focus lahat ng attention sa kanya, hindi sa spike.
And I mean, para siyang kumbaga in a good way, napaka, what do you call this? Like, for example, you're eating, di ba? Like, meron langaw na umarjit. Talagang may irita ka. And instead, hindi mo magagawa yung kailangan mo gawin. And that served well, the purpose for the side of DFM. But now, Dep! Galit na naman si Dep. Nakapasok agad sa site. Suggest wala nang magagawa. Mabubura din ni Sugar Zero. And ngayon, the spike is gonna be put down and they're just securing their necessary positions para naman the moment that DFM tries to tries to strike back,
Right here.
they know they already got the advantage. I mean, numero pa lang, utilities pa lang, kompletong-kompleto pa. If I am not mistaken, yung Killjoy pa lang ang nakagamit ng utilities dyan. And yung iba is refurgible. So now, hirap nun. Refurnishable. Tama ba?
Sabi mo, refurgible.
Ay, sorry. Sorry.
What? Refurbishable.
Oy!
Ayun,
Okay.
hindi refurbishable yung buhay ni Tendon.
Wala, patay siya na. Patay na siya.
Walang sage.
No sig.
Sage.
Sig. No sig. Nakakamiss
What a
ng
way to
karoon ng
disobey.
sage sa ano. Sa laban.
Hanap ka ng pocket sage. Ah, sa laban dyan.
Sa laban. Ooh. Pocket sage, please.
Umuuwo si Sir. Naghahanap po pala.
Si Sir Wendell po.
Si Sir Wendell naghahanap po pala ng pocket sage.
Baka po
May
interested.
applications are open. Pasenda lang po.
Opo. Send mo sa email namin. Kami na po mag-schedule ng interview.
May tryouts din po.
May tryouts.
How many heals per second?
Heals per second.
Eto, how many entries per second ang kayang gawin ni Dep? How many kills can he get per second pagkapasok ni Dep? Kasi nabulag siya pero wala siyang pakialam.
Oh.
All eyes on you kahit bulag na ako. 4v4 already inside the site but the spike is not anywhere near the spike plant zone. And it's down to a 2v4 kagad. 8-1. Di pa tapos yung round 8-1 na kagad.
Minanifest na kagad. And Soldom's holding an operator as well.
Tago-tago lang.
Now na medyo lugi sila in terms of on their end, hindi ko masyado makita yung reason kung bakit may ng operator. I mean, yes, if you want to go for pick-offs, G, but at the same time, knowing na full force lagi pumapasok yung Zeta, parang malabo. Pero right now, they keep on saving the operator, so let's see, baka may hope pa. Next round.
Sobrang small thing, pero napansin ko lang.
Alin?
Yung buhok ni Breach, nagre-react siya sa kung ano yung ginagawa ni Breach. At nakita ko nag-sway from left to right yung buhok niya, yung braids niya.
Yang, di ba ganun din yung kay Sky?
Hindi ko napapansin yung kay Sky.
Yung kay Sky ganun din, yeah. Actually, yung cute nga ng physics ng mga hairs nila dito eh. Especially kay Sage. It's very jiggly. Kakaaliw tignan.
Yes, yes. Lalo si Gecko, yung hair physics ni Gecko.
Natatawa pa rin ako if they make Gecko twerk.
Oo.
Nakakaliw pa rin tignan yun. Hanggang ngayon.
Ang hirap gawin nun pag low sense ka.
Yeah.
Nakakangawit. First time ko pinick up si Gecko, yung mga teammates ko, uy, mag-twerk ka nga. Paano? Dizzy saka body lang. Tapos up down ka na mabilis. Low sense ako, ang hirap, Lods. Lang, share ka lang.
It's quite impossible to do.
Share lang. Pero isi-share lang din ng Zeta Division yung game plan nila sa atin, which is hold default. Hanap info. Kasi kahit na, yes, Soldam has the operator, ay nire-respetuhin nila yan. Sabi ni Sir Wendell, mabuhay ang mga 0.70 sensitivity. Ba yan?
Ano ba yan?
0.13 ako eh.
Ay, wey! Ako 0.32. Grabe yung bababal ng iyo.
Pag sinabi ko low sense
Low
talaga.
sense talaga.
Hindi ako pwede mag-jet ngayon. Mababali ang aking wrist.
Subukan mo mag-flick, no? Wala pang 90 degrees yung change.
Hindi, may flick naman ako kasi malaki na may mouse space ko.
Okay.
Kumbaga yung mouse space ko, 180 degrees lang. Left to right.
Grabe.
Yun lang yun niya. Pero at least alam ng kamay ko kung saan pupunta. Pero
Kamay.
alam ba ng DFM kung saan pupunta yung Zeta? Mukhang hindi. Kasi kanila na is Soldam not in the position to op. Sugar Zero already inside. And everybody, -10 is inside A side. Tries to quick scope. Makaisa lang, hindi siya makakuha. Kailangan nilang respetuhin yung op and they are playing the close angle. Tago sila sa loob ng Radiant Box. Kailangan nilang magharap ng opening para matake na yung Zeta Division. All things considered, 5v3.
Yes.
Numbers are in favor of DFM. Pero it's not unlikely na ma-hold ng Zeta Division to, just depending on how well they hold it. And as I say that, Zeta Laz makes it even, Crow makes it more evener. 1v1 with the great one. Takej mag-isa, low HP, and he gets taken down by Takej. Second round on the board for DFM.
Pero lugi sila sa eco nun. Kasi ang daing nawala during that time and still 2-8. They still got a long way to go. Marami pa silang kakainin na bigas dito. And we have seen good pick-offs. Ang ganda rin ang naging sagot nila dito the moment na merong mga nag-pop off sa side ng Zeta, specifically Laz and as well as Crow. And at least natapalan nila yung leak sa pipe, if that makes sense. And they've got series of ultimates available na rin up for the taking. If ever naman i-try nila or pag-decision na nilang gamitin to for the next round dito for the side ng Zeta Division.
These are very aggressive ults din sa side ng Zeta Division. Lock down to clear the site or prevent the retake from happening. And as a Rolling Thunder, definitely for entering into the site.
Oh, nga.
Pero Laz loses that. Oh, the soul damn big lurk. Gets a Phantom, gets a third! The Korean Jet is awake, shuts down the lockdown. 2v5 na tayo bigla. Bumaliktad ang kapalaran ng Zeta Division. Pero as I say that, meron pa ring Rolling Thunder si Crow na pwede niyang ibato and is already in position para ibato yan. Already inside the side, Dep takes down Soldam. The Jet Dep is down, pero hindi niya na gagamitin yung Rolling Thunder kasi gagamitin lang niya pera niya, ay baril niya. Pero let's go! Sabi ni Breach. Crow, gonna try to make this even. Siya rin ay na-stun, pero tatlo nagpipeak sa angle niya ngayon. Gets the one, Reyta takes him down. And they have time, DFM. Soldam, what was that initial lurk?
Ang tindi nun. Like, the amount of willpower or the amount of courage, the skill, kinayan-kayanan niya yun! Shorty sa mukha, and as well as a pick-up with a Phantom, proceeds the Blade Storm and secure a third. And even shuts down the lockdown as well. That is such a big advantage para sa side ng DFM, and that is looking good for the side of DFM. If ever naman pagpatuloy nila yun.
4-8 is not a bad half for DFM. Pero who is a better Jet? Who is a better operator? It's Dep! Pero natag din si Dep doon na wallbang lang.
Oo nga eh. Pero, I mean, that leads to 21 HP and knowing na one shot lang naman ang kailangan sa operator, may maaari niya pang magamit or i-put yung sarili niya into use. So now, they try to head over here sa ating A site. KJ utilities all over the place. Kailangan nilang mag-ingat dito. Definitely removing them one by one. Pretty similar sa kung paano yung ginagawa nila before. Activate ng util, sabay atras. Let them use or let their utilities bleed. Hayaan nyo silang gamitin yon as long as wala silang makukuha pabalik. 40 seconds on the clock. Kaya pa nilang i-execute to. But mukhang may posibilidad na i-check nila yung visa. Pero A-site pa rin talaga sila babagsak.
Sa mata ng Zeta Division, isa lang yung site sa Haven. Para yung A tinitake nila for the most part. Nagbibihi naman sila minsan. May one time na nagsisi sila. Pero Dep, he was jumping when he got that kill, if I'm not mistaken. Pero we're also not mistaken in seeing Zeta Division securing this site. Takej mag-isa. Gonna try to retake this for the 4-8 half. Gets the initial. Still has the paranoia. May smoke pa siya na ibabato para sa sarili niya. TP's into a better position para mapaisip lang. Mapa-overthink lang yung Zeta Division kung nasan siya. Repositions. Again, still has the paranoia. Just gonna lurk around pero Sugar Zero. Kitang-kita na niya. Just has to swing together. Pings it. Has to look at long. Time is ticking. Pero 10 almost takes him out. Nakaabang na sa Takej. Will not be able to half it. And that's a 3-9 half. Zeta Division. Dominant. Dominant first half.
Switching sides.
Kung kanina, tama ba? Nag-2-10?
Yes.
And now it's a 3-9. Just a point difference. And nakita naman natin gano'ng ka-impactful yung dalawang Jets natin sa dalawang kupunan. Dep is really good in securing pick-offs. Napakaganda rin ng pag-secure na ng space. Soldam, nakakagulat eh. Most importantly, siya yung tipo ng ng Jet na pangmatindihan talaga. But other than that, I feel like we will be able to understand more once we put it onto our panels.
Thank you, Mochi and Nomad. I'm coping for DFM so hard right now. But, you know,
The prediction was wrong. I'm done. I'm not analyzing anything ever.
You tried. But
Bakit nagko-cope ka para DFM? Zeta naman yung pick mo eh.
well, you know, I feel like Soldam, again, I have to agree with what Mochi said. Soldam, we're seeing so much impact from our Jets. Soldam, you know, he got that 4K just now on A site, and I just feel like reward these good plays. But again, the rest of the team needs to keep up. We're seeing really, really slow. I think Zeta is playing very, very slow, meticulous, not to give any rounds they don't have to. So I feel like going into this, they're just basically not leaving any room for error.
Okay. And, nakita nga natin yung operator battle between the two Jets. Sultan just really knows. Alam lang talaga ng Zeta Division kung saan talaga tututok. And firepower.
Well, to be fair, yung mga problema ng ng DFM, fundamental naman talaga eh. Kasi lahat ng resource nila papunta ng Soldam. Pero yung mga default at yung, again, map control, it's been really the biggest issue for T1 also previously in that series. Now, DFM translating super well into their own problems, which is, once again, not very good. So, again, with all the resources funneled into Soldam and not really succeeding, I'm not entirely sure what the outlook is on the next half.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out from our casters, Mochi and Nomad. Please let us see. Can we cope for DFM here, or is Zeta just going to close this out once again?
Mako-hope nga ba? Mako-hope nga ba kaya? Hopefully, Ate Revy. But, tingin mo ba?
Si Bruce?
Lumbay
he's huffing that hopium. He's really on that copium right now.
Oh no. I mean, like what we have been seeing kanina pa, talagang hirap na hirap talaga si DFM regardless of whatever they try. But, really interesting.
Fast
rush.
B-take.
Yeah, fast
Wait,
B-take.
no!
Oh, never mind. They restarted to our A-site.
B-take pa rin talaga siya.
But
they get A control instead.
I
like this.
Interesting.
This is something new. Only problem I see here, utility usage na ng Zeta, they can deny this.
Oo nga. I mean, they only got the smokes and the blind. I mean, no, that's more than enough pala.
Oh, it's battle of attrition na lang to in terms of sa utilities. Kung sino unang maubusan ng utility, matatalo dito. And as I say that, Dep, kahit na na-stun siya, papatayin niya muna si Soldam. May nagde-defuse yung camera, nakaharang. Hindi ko alam kung sino yung mga nabubuhay dito sa laban natin. Pero TFM manages to get one.
Ang gulo ng mundo na yanig. Di ko... Wala, alam mo yun, all I'm seeing here, I mean, with all the chaos that's been going on, ang alam ko lang, may nagde-defuse sa likod and everyone is falling down onto the floor. That's it. Everyone died, but still, they managed to defuse it.
Let's go! Wait. Yes. Tama. Nalito ako ng konti. Pasensya.
Wait lang, na-defuse ba nila?
No! Hindi! DFM! Ano ba yan?
Okay, na.
Ba yan?
Di pala. Tama lang.
Grabe mga caster to.
Sorry ba? Nagulo ako.
Naguluhan din ako sa mga nangyari.
Grabe yung
mga
napaka-chaotic nung nila doon.
May kill feed
nila.
May kill feed na nangyari sa kanan, tapos bigla may PIP na may nagde-defuse, tapos namatay yung nagde-defuse, tapos may nag-defuse ulit, tapos may kill feed ulit.
Tapos ang daming utilities all over place na binabato. And you're not even sure if it's connecting or not. Anyway, something else is gonna connect here. Would there be some shots from the end of DFM or Zeta we're about to see? But they have been baited. They're rotating here dito sa ating seaside momentarily where everyone here from the side of Zeta is rushing in order to deny them in hopes of denying them. And ngayon na nga...
Dep, nakaabang. Walang tumama sa bala ni Dep.
No!
What is this play from DFM?
Gun here. I am in awe right now.
Ano nangyay? Around the world, press W.
Press W. Parang medyo na-overwhelm ako dun sa mga nangyari. It's all over the place.
Hindi lang tayo na-overwhelm. Zeta din na-overwhelm sila.
Ayun nga eh, DFM, napaka-unorthodox ng ginawa nila during those 2 rounds. Pero, it works. I mean, that's all that matters. It works. And now they're on their bonus already. So, in case lang na masecure na to, looking good. 6-9. Kung sakali, it is going to be a nice day for DFM. Pero sa ngayon, hovering towards our A site na naman.
Pero pag tayo gumawa nun sa queue natin, hindi mangyayaring ganun yung scoreline. As I say that, Dep, initial kill on to suggest. They do have the Vandals. And Soldam at the Kedge take down more members here inside the Zeta Division. Pero nagbabago yung kapalaran. Already down to a 2v2. Nakapulot ng barrel si Anthem. Hindi siya makaswing out. Dep takes him down, gets a 4K. Denies it, and 10 takes down Anthem. 10-5 Zeta Division back in the game. Hindi na gumagana yung around the world strat ng DFM.
Na. Basa na uli. I mean, Zeta, quick enough naman din talaga sila makapag-reflect sa mga previous rounds nila. Like, you know what? They're trying to make fun of us. They're trying to inflict confusion just like what we experienced kanina. So, instead, you know what? Sige, hayaan mo sila mag-all around the world. Hayaan mo sila do their thing. But, in terms of the contestments, alam pa rin natin kung paano ang gagawin. So, now with a 5-10 in 2-hour scoreline, mukhang magpupush ng bahagya. Mga member natin dito from Zeta. Definitely going to be unexpected here para sa side ng DFM. Crow makakaisa. Meron pang isa pa. Sugar Zero. Oh no, the adrenaline is looking good here for both sides of the teams. Pero lamang na lamang pa rin ng mga member natin dito from Zeta, knowing that they're just holding pistols. But they've been able to put 3 members from the side of DFM down already. Kaya naman, tumahan muna ang lahat at paunti-unti ay pupunta sila sa ating A-site.
Ika nga sa Sun Tzu's Art of War, page 59, column 3.
Uy, kabisado.
Press W.
Press W. I mean, tama. Press W.
It's the Art of War. Pero yung Zeta, kumuha din sa page of Sun Tzu's Art of
VALORANT's
War.
Art of War.
Page, Laz's Art of War. Page, Sugar Zero's Art of War
Laz
pala.
ba?
Sugar
Specifically.
Zero's Art of War, page 5. Pwesto lang sa window, okay na. Hindi nila chinek eh. Walang opportunity para ma-check nila yan because of the smokes that are happening over in mid as well as the duels happening in garage. So naka-easy 2 pitas. Si Sugar Zero off that.
Right there.
So nahihirapan yung DFM. They would have taken B control in all honesty if not for Sugar Zero's hold there. Pero as I say that,
Napaagaan ka na ng smokes.
sobrang napaaga.
Pero okay, Rolling Thunder in. Oh no, tumalsik si Dep doon. Pero hindi pa na siya namatay. But instead, si Crow ang nasacrifice. They'll try to go for a TP play. Pero si Laz makakaisa. Ang Takej is going to be difficult for him. And he is going to be an easy defuse here para sa side ng Zeta.
11-5 Logitech G Thrifty. And DFM. Chill muna tayo dito. You know, yung I won't call this alert. Sugar Zero nakatambay lang siya dun sa Gedli.
Oh, he's just chilling.
Chilling like a villain.
Yep.
Spike wasn't even planted for him then.
Ayun nga. Time out again on the end of DFM. And their strat worked twice. And now they have to cook up something new. And it's still a hit or miss kung magwo-work kung ano man yung itatry nilang strategy dito. So, medyo delikado, hindi pa pala medyo delikado. Napaka-delikado, knowing na 1 round away, same scenario as earlier. 1 round away from match point, isang pagkakamali. Matatantusan na naman ang kanilang pagkatalo sa overall standings sa ating VCT Pacific League.
Unti-unting mapapatunayan din ng Zeta Division that they are the best Japan has to offer. Parang parang nag-Valorant Challengers Japan lang ulit tayo dito na makikita ulit natin yung Zeta Division on top, Detonation FocusMe closely behind. Pero parang kanina lang, anything can happen in the game of Valorant. We are seeing DFM. Naka-stinger sila.
Revealing area.
Which is weird. Kasi me personally, kung naka-stingers, you should be more aggressive with your playstyles.
True.
Speaking of which,
ayun na
sayang
nga.
aggression na pakita ni Soldam because knock down sila ni 10. 10 naka-2. Pwede rin 10 naka-3 mamaya. 10 nga naka-3, taking down sa Jest. Anthem na lang mag-isa. Naka-stingers sila. And it's match point for Zeta Division. Si Bruce, kamusta na kaya siya sa loob? Kasi one more. And Zeta Division is gonna take this 2-0.
Nararamdaman ko yung hinagpis, kalungkutan, at the excruciating pain na nararamdaman ni Juicy Brucey ngayon. And kita naman natin, napakaganda pa rin talaga ng performance ng Zeta. I mean, Zeta, come on, it's just, we have seen this earlier. It's the same theme as of the moment, but with greater distances in terms of scorelines.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office para sa Zeta Division at this moment in time.
Ayun nga eh.
Ang hirap na nito para sa DFM.
But, ito na nga. Mapasok na paunti-unti mga member natin dito ng DFM. They're not backing down. Pero mukhang mababawasan na sila agad. Gusto nila matapos to. Zeta at Def tumatrabaho. Isa na lang natitira. Wala na sila magagawa dito. Ayun na nga. Nako, Reita. Burado na kaagad with Def pulling his off with a 3K. As well with a flawless from Omen. And as well as HP Victus.
Zeta Division with a statement. The Battle of Japan is over. We are the best in Japan. Sabi nila.
Yeah. I mean, it's the ongoing thing for a while already. Na talagang namamayagpag palagi ang Zeta Division para sa Japan. And the thing here is kung mamayagpag din ba sila sa APAC. Dahil ngayon, now that they're already at 3-1, I believe, tama ba? 2-1 sila eh, kanina. So, looking good. The tides are looking good here for Zeta. All they have to do is to ride the waves. But, once again, para dito kay DFM, ang sakit. Sa totoo lang.
Napakasakit. They are still at the bottom of the barrel here para sa VCT Pacific. And sayang lang kasi Soldam, he was firing up throughout this entire series, and he was really trying to carry the team to at least keep it close. At least kung hindi man victory, at least keep it as close as possible para, uy, may future pala tayo if ever kalaban na sila. Hindi rin sapat eh. Kasi, Dep! And the rest.
Ang galing nila.
The division really dividing the numbers here.
They really shined also well, specifically Death and Grow, and everyone's been able to assist them in mid-lane. Or if not, sila ang merong na-share pa or naiaambag pa sa team overall. But on the end of DFM, that is not the case. Kasi it's quite one-sided. We can see Soldam giving, but nothing's being reciprocated in return. So, definitely, nahihirapan sila, and hopefully that we can see something else for their next matches and they could learn from the consecutive streaks of losses na nakuha nila.
Yeah, big morale. The reverse of boost. The boost. Unboost. Big morale blow para sa kanila. It's not
Morale nerf.
Morale nerf. Ang hirap nito para sa kanila kasi they are already at the bottom of the barrel and they are continuously sinking here. In spite the fact that they have to make waves sa VCT Pacific, they're drowning in the whitewash. They're not able to stand up on the surfboards that they need to at least flow into Tokyo, at least flow into playoffs. Hindi natin nakikita yun at all sa DFM. Zeta Division, at least kahit papano, we're seeing some light. At the tunnel they're going through right now. Pero it's still the same thing. It's a battle among them and Zeta Division comes out on top. Zeta Division against other teams in the region. That's a big question mark. I don't know if this might carry over for the future para sa Zeta Division, pero this might just be a good sign kasi they're slowly getting fired up. Pero with that being said, sana fired up pa si Bruce Gen sa panel, Reby, kasi I'm feeling na he's really huffing on that opium right now.
Anong masasabi mo dyan, Bruce?
Ayos na ako, tol.
Okay
Raf,
lang
wait
yan.
lang, may tanong si Raf eh.
Oh, ano yung word ginamit ni Mochi? Yung ano?
Mamamayagpag.
Ano yan?
Mamamayagpag.
Sige, so what does that mean?
Ang ibig sabihin yan, parang gulong ng palad.
Hindi ko din alam yung Bruce.
I only know tire. Well, anyway, going back to the game 2 that we just had of our series number 2, Zeta Division versus DFM. Another 2-0 here for us today.
Ay, Mochi, tanongin naman, Mochi,
what was that word again?
Yung ginamit mo kanina para sa DFM. DFM ba yan?
Zeta ata.
Namamayagpag.
Oo. What does that mean?
Rising to the top.
Oh, sige, kasi si Bruce yung sinabi
Gulong
ni
ng
Bruce.
palad nga.
Hindi ko alam
Ang
ano yan.
buhay ay gulong ng palad, umaakyat.
Oh, yung ano mo.
yung keyboard ko pala.
Gulong mo na. Kalpas lang.
Talo eh.
Oh well, I mean, again, really well fought. I think that again, DFM did try to come back in this one, as we saw from their previous game. They seem to be finding more success on attackers, but again, Zeta just farmed way too many rounds in the first half. And looking at our MVPs here, our 2 Jets, like you said, Raf, na yung impact nila talaga, it's just been a battle of the outfragging, the firepower here. Dito sa, Battle of Japan. And going here, we can really see na Zeta did not leave any space, any room for DFM to secure any rounds. They just played slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Yeah, and just to add in, like you said nga, firepower, pero alam nyo ba ang DFM ay isang Bisaya team?
Bakit? Bakit naman?
Abbreviation kasi yung DFM.
So ano?
Alam mo ibig sabihin yan? Dili, fuidi, mapilde.
He's coping so hard right now.
Wagi mo kay mga
Uy. Bahala ka din. Among nasad ko rin mo.
Yes, Bruce is just coping everything for DFM right now. It's okay, Bruce.
Dili, fuidi, mapilde.
There's still 4 more weeks. May 4 weeks pa dito sa VCT.
Dili pwede mo daog, Bruce.
Dili, fuidi mo undang.
Asa mo?
Next week. Wow. Parang gets nila eh.
Yeah, as if.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, let's talk. Pause muna tayo dyan. Let's talk muna about the game that we just had. We saw that Zeta was really, playing safe here, but let's talk about how DFM was actually starting to get these rounds back.
It's always at the late part. Parang, they tried, pero masyado nang late eh.
Saan yung meaning ng DFM?
Dili pwede malate.
Kasi bahala.
That's what I meant. Parang masyado ngang yung efforts nila, it's always too late at the very last second. The moment that they needed it, sana mas maaga pa. And no matter what map, and then to think about it's their debut match here in Ascent, here in Pacific League, wala, talo pa rin, pero hindi pa rin pwede matalo.
Wow.
Tagalog team din pala yan.
Tagalog ba?
Di pwede matalo.
Pinoy yung DFM.
Pinoy yung DFM.
Talo pa tayo sa
The
Zeta.
Filipino matches.
Wow! Talino mo, Bruce. Teka lang, Bruce. Nasakit na ako dahil sa'yo.
Brain no work.
Man,
breathe, Raf, breathe.
Give
You're
me a
not
moment,
having
give me a
copium.
No, absolutely not. Pero sinabi ko naman kanina, ang daming resources ginamit ng DFM para lang ma-online si Soldam. And di talaga siya na-translate. And with that type of playstyle, right, it just becomes super one-dimensional. And with Zeta has had the experience to play DFM in their own local scene and now in the Pacific League. And of course, as Nomad said earlier, sometimes the waves will take any victim it will get. It's completely unforgiving.
Wow.
And unfortunately for DFM, it had to be them today.
Exactly. Di pwede maano.
Maano doon?
Ay, pala sa mga Bisaya dyan.
Okay.
Pa-translate naman.
Pinoy broadcast.
Pa-translate naman.
Bahala kayo dyan.
Oh well. Another day on the panel. Well, again.
Nasaan na ba tayo, Reby? Nasaan na ba tayo?
Well, let's conclude the games that we had today.
Yeah.
I hope that we see that DFM grows together, especially with Soldam, and hopefully with Suggest as well, because Suggest, I believe, was here to, take that pressure off of Soldam, kind of being the star player here. I think that they have huge potential that is not coping. We did see them play here.
Zeta yung pinili mo.
I did pick Zeta, but again, we saw
So
Japan
bakit
teams.
DFM yung ano mo?
Yung ano ba to?
Kanina,
Diba
sabi
yung
mo.
sinabi nyo, like, Zeta, good.
DFM,
more to come. More
Okay.
to come always. And that's what we have here for VCT Pacific. It's also a training grounds as well
Yes.
for these teams before they go back into international waters.
And exactly, DFM. Oy, wait lang, mag-grab spill muna tayo bago gawin yung joke.
All right. Anyway, we have the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge. If you have not heard about it, you can win an all-expense-paid trip to South Korea to watch the VCT Championships live. All you have to do is scan that QR code in the bottom right corner of your screen, where you will be catching the best action with exclusive backstage access to meet your favorite players and casters. So, Grab Unlimited gives you free delivery every day from every store, and if you join the Grab Unli Buhat Challenge, you can win Valorant gun buddies, Valorant sprays, Valorant player cards, and if you're lucky, the grand prize of the trip to South Korea. All you have to do is complete a single Grab food order for 1 raffle entry, and if you complete 5, you get 10 raffle tickets. So that is 2 in 1. So, what are you waiting for? Baka ikaw mismo ang mapadala ni Grab sa VCT Pacific in South Korea.
Woohoo! And also, to everybody watching, remember to share the stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch to support VCT Pacific and your favorite teams. Yahoo! It's Valorant PH on Twitch and Valorant Esports PH on Facebook and YouTube.
Special thanks to our sponsors Logitech, Red Bull, Polo by Ralph Lauren, Grab Unlimited, HP Victus, and Zowie for making VCT Pacific League possible. And once again, guys, thank you very much.
That's right. I think that's concluding us here for today for day 11, week 4 of VCT Pacific. But before that, let's talk about our highlight MVP here. So we have Crow from Zeta Division. I think,
Clutch machine.
Exactly. I feel like everyone on Zeta just really, everyone carried something in the team today. There was so much impact across the board for Zeta, and that just shows just how much of a solid team they are here. VCT Pacific, I think they're still top 3, top 4 of our standings, and I think rightfully so. So, taking a look back into our standings, I believe we still have DRX at the top, followed by Gen.G, and again, Zeta now in the top 3 spot with a 3-1 standing here. Detonation FocusMe still 0-4, pero again, more to come from them in the following weeks of VCT Pacific.
Oh my God.
I told you this would actually show some movement today talaga sa leaderboards natin, but again, we're still on week 4. 4 more weeks to go before playoffs. There's still so much to see from these teams. Anyway, that's it from us here at VCT Pacific Filipino Broadcast. Ako yung host, Zero Vixco. Here with me,
Juicy
Brucey. And si, Rafi?
Sino ka na?
Si Rafi.
Sino ba ako? Sino ba ako, Revi?
And along with our casters, si Mochi and si Nomad, we will be seeing you tomorrow for day 12 of week 4 of VCT Filipino Broadcast.